Welcome to our 5th annual Locked On Senators first round mock draft.
We're very excited for this one. And just so everybody knows, if this is your first time watching, or if you forget how we've done things in the past, this mock draft is not meant to be an exercise where we have people predicting what's going to happen. Like, these aren't our experts being like, oh, I think for sure at number 3, Vancouver's going to go with this route. We decided lots of other people are doing that kind of mock draft. We wanted it to be a little different. So this exercise is our experts picking who they would pick for that team if they were the general manager.
Yes, it's so important because then they're selling you on the pick.
Yeah.
They believe in it. They're not like, oh, I don't like them doing that. And man, grit my teeth and make the pick. No, sell us on why these are the players that deserve to be taken where you have control. So we've got a number of special guests. You can see them all listed over at the side. They're going to make the picks, and we're going to ask the questions to get the most out of them. If you want to jump to any in particular pick, go check out the description below the video. Not only does it hold all the links to the work of our guests, but it also has timestamps for each pick throughout this first round. So here we go. It's time for our 2026 NHL Mock Draft.
This is Brady Kachuk, and you're listening to the Locked On Senators podcast.
Your Locked On Senators, your daily podcast on the Ottawa Senators. Part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Welcome to our 2026 NHL Mock Draft, the full first round. And we're not scouts. We got to bring on the real experts. And joining us to bat leadoff from The Athletic, it's our good friend Scott Wheeler. Scott, how you doing these days? A little busy?
A little busy. Just got back from a 2-week trip as we record this, a 2-week trip to Kelowna, and then I was back for about 12 hours, and then off to Buffalo for the combine. Now back from Buffalo, and I've got the OHL OHL and CHL awards coming up this week, and then the OHL draft in Kingston on Friday, and then we'll have the real deal in Buffalo, and it's just this is it. This is crunch time.
What was your most interesting story or piece of news or rumor that you heard from the combine? Because we always hear that's kind of where things get stirred up.
The big one is, I think, Maxim Sokolovsky, the 6'7", 240-pound defenseman from the London Knights, is going to go in the first round. Like, there are a few teams that have him as a first-round guy. Big kid, can skate, still figuring out how to play hockey, but sort of really, really, really sort of started to put it together in the second half after there were a lot of highs and lows early on this season in his jump to the OHL. But just a mutant physically, like you see, like he's like Frankenstein. You see him around the hotel, and typically those guys are like the really tall guys are kind of rangy, and he's just like, he's built like Aaron Judge. So he's kind of the new entry into the first round conversation, if you will.
Well, you've been covering the first round since it was just a twinkle in our eyes, and your content coming out at The Athletic, unbelievable. Between now and the draft, you got player features, scout surveys, player surveys, more mock draft, debates with Corey Pronman, your colleague there, and a whole lot more. So everybody already go check out The Athletic. First question before we get into the mock draft, Scott, we ask you this every year. How do you compare this draft class versus the previous 2 or 3?
Well, if you go back to 2023 and 2024, we were spoiled. So this is not 2023 or 2024. 2023 and 24 were 2 of the better classes I've covered in a dozen or so sort of drafts of doing this at The Athletic and that kind of a thing. It's this class is I would qualify as below average. I don't think it's a poor draft class. Like, I don't think we're talking about like a 2012 here. But it's a below average group. I like the crop of D. Like, there are, depending on who you talk to, 6 or 7 legit D in this class. I've got kind of a top group of 7 defensemen that I really like. The 2 premium wingers at the top are premium wingers, but in saying that, they're wingers. And so anytime the first overall pick or second overall pick isn't a center or a defenseman, I think teams just leave it with a little bit more of a sour taste in their mouth than they would if it was a centerman. But I think Gavin and Stenberg have almost been devalued and underrated a little bit because of that. And then the centers are that was the question coming into this age group, was sort of who are the centers in this class? Who are the guys that you can for sure project to become top 9 centers in the NHL? And it was a pretty short list for a lot of teams early on, and it was kind of a worry for teams early on. That has softened over the course of the year because of the emergence of a couple of guys. Ironically enough, Tynan Lawrence, who will now be the 3rd or 4th center taken, was kind of the premium, viewed as the number 1 center in the class at the start of the season, coming out of his Clark Cup playoff MVP in the USHL as a 16-year-old. Now, I think Viggo, Björk, and Caleb Malhotra have really sold people that they're legit center prospects. And I think Alexander Command has kind of joined that group for a lot of teams. Another one of my takeaways, not just from the Combine, but from talking to people at U18 Worlds in Bratislava and Trenčín there, there's a number of centers that people like. Like, there are other guys, Ilya Morozov, Oliver Suvanto, but it feels like those top 3 have sort of crystallized, and that's in order, probably Malhotra, then Björk, then Lawrence. But there's if there's a 4th guy who's now in that group, I'm not sure it is Suvanto, and I think it might be Command. So, yeah, it's a good group. Not a great class of goalies. In fact, I don't think there's a first or even early second round goalie prospect in this age group. And the top of the draft, I would say, is good, not great. So probably slightly below average on the whole.
We always try to predict how the draft's going to go, and there's always one curveball in the midst. Especially, we've had a couple 3rd overall picks that really throw things for a loop. But Scott, for you, where does this draft really kind of start, where you can see, okay, these are the guys we expect? Maybe the order will be different, but once it hits this pick, all bets are off.
Yeah, I think you're going to see those sort of 6 defensemen, the 5 that we've been hearing about for the last couple of years, plus Malte Gustafsson is kind of that 6th one who's joined that group. You're going to see them all go in the first 13, 14 picks. You're going to see 4 wingers go in that range as well that are predictable. The 2 top ones in Stenberg and McKenna, plus Wyatt, Cullen, and Ethan Belchetz. And then you're going to see the 3 centers I talked about. So you put that group together, and it's a group of 13 players. I think those 13 players are going to be amongst the first 14 or 15 picks. There are other players who I could see sort of sneaking in there. Oscar Hemming, I think, has a chance to go sort of in that group. I wouldn't be shocked if Ryan Lynn went top 15, although I think Ryan probably goes more in that sort of 15 to 20 range. But it starts to really open up. Like, we're going to get it's going to get frisky after that. Once those guys are gone, the opinions on that next group of centers, wingers, and defensemen from the late teens into the late first round, second round, even third round, it's sort of wide open. There are players that I fully expect will be first rounders: Command, Suvanto, Hemming, Tommy Blyle. I mentioned Sokolovsky, Klepov, Hurlburt, Novotny. Like, those guys are well liked. They're going to go in the first round, but it's going to get really dicey after that. And you're going to see some surprise names in the first round. You're certainly going to see some guys who slip into the third round that we've been talking about. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if Xavier Villeneuve went late second or third round. I wouldn't be shocked if some of the sort of top prospects of a year ago, a Mathis Preston, sort of lingers. I wouldn't be shocked if the Ruck twins linger. Like, I think there's just a lot sort of at play in this class, and a lot of varying opinions once you get through those sort of 4 or 5 top forwards, 4 or 5 top D.
Well, don't get me fired up. Sens with 3 third-round picks. We're hoping to get some talent falling to them in that range. But you mentioned a lot of names. Let's see which one of those are off the board in our 2026 mock draft. Look at this canvas. It's so empty, so open, so much opportunity, and nobody better to kick us off than Scott Wheeler. From the heart of enemy territory in downtown Toronto, we got the Toronto Maple Leafs kicking things off at first overall. How much did you deliberate over this decision, and what did you decide for the Leafs at first overall?
Well, this has been, if you followed my rankings at The Athletic, your viewers will know that this has been kind of a 2-horse race for me. NHL scouts, some of my colleagues in the public sphere have often talked about this as 4 or 5 players at the top who all belong in the first overall conversation. I haven't been able to get there on any of the D, and I haven't been able to quite get there on Caleb Malhotra or Viggo Björk, who I love. So for me, this is about the 2 wingers. The debate that the that I think the Toronto Maple Leafs should be having is a two-player one. And I think Gavin is the player here. Gavin is my pick here. But Stenberg belongs in that conversation. What Stenberg has accomplished, not just in the SHL, which is one of the most historic seasons in the history of the league for a draft-eligible player, in the same conversation as names like Sedin and Forsberg and Naslund, right? So that's the kind of year that we're talking about. And he finished it off really strong with an excellent showing on Sweden's first line at Men's Worlds, was arguably the better player to McKenna at the World Juniors in December. There's a very compelling case for Stenberg. I still think Gavin is the premium skill player in this class. Gavin, in terms of the playmaking, the feel on the puck, the creativity, the ability to pull you out of your seat, to pick apart coverage, to run the flank on a PP1, all of those attributes are pretty unique to Gavin in this class. He is the premium skill playmaking forward. He is flawed. He's an imperfect player. He will drift on the perimeter. He will reach in on pucks. He doesn't always work hard to track back or to win puck battles or to win foot races. He's going to be a negative, I think, certainly in the early years of his career, a negative defensively. But you're hoping that the offense is at such a premium that he can get to the ceiling that people talk about with him. And the ceiling that people talk about with him is Patrick Kane, is Nikita Kucherov, those sort of premium perimeter playmakers. Now, those guys are Hall of Famers. Those guys are two of the best wingers to ever play the game. I'm not saying Gavin gets to that level. But even if he doesn't get to that level, I think he safely gets to Artemi Panarin, for example. Like that's the kind of skill level that I think we're talking about here. And I still think that's a first overall caliber player, even if he doesn't reach his true potential in that sort of Kane Kucherov tier. You're still getting, I think, a point per game playmaking winger who can pull you out of your seat and who is one of the more dangerous power play playmakers. We'll see about 5-on-5, but on the power play, he's going to have an immediate impact in the league, and I think he'll make enough plays at 5-on-5 as well.
Speaking of first overall caliber potential, Scott, how does he stack up against, let's say, some of the first overall picks within the last 5 years, or maybe if you just want to stick forwards or winger position wise, how does he rank with those guys?
Yeah, he's not at the Celebrini Bedard level. Obviously, before that, not at the McDavid Austin, not viewed as at the McDavid Austin Matthews level. Probably not viewed in the same light as Nathan MacKinnon. Although you guys will remember, like, it took Nathan MacKinnon 3 or 4 years to figure it out. I think he's a higher end player than a Jack Hughes was, for example, at the same age. Now, Jack was a center, and I think that makes it a little bit closer. But there are some lines to draw between McKenna and Hughes. I've often said that I think that McKenna's rookie year probably goes a little bit like Hughes's. Hughes had 29 points. If Gavin's the pick for the Leafs, and I expect that he will be, I think he's going to finish with more than that, if only because he's going to be playing with much more talented players on the power play than Jack Hughes was when he entered the league with the New Jersey Devils. He's a way better prospect than the Nico Hischiers, the Aaron Ekblads, that tier of first overall pick. I'm higher on him than I was on Alexis Lafreniere. Now, Alexis Lafreniere was viewed as a higher end prospect than what he has ultimately become. So you have to sort of go back in time and remember the way that people talked about Lafreniere. People were very high on Alexis, but he's a better prospect than Alexis was, and that kind of a thing. Like, I think I think Jack Hughes is probably the closest in terms of the comp, and Jack Hughes is a 80 to 100 point guy in the league, right? So, and Jack Hughes is imperfect in some of the same ways that Gavin is imperfect. So I think there are some lines to draw there a little bit.
So with that, like, you're in Toronto, you hear the noise. Is there any thought, if you're the general manager, which is the way that we're doing this mock draft, where you have a bit of pause because with the flaws in his game, he could be made out for some media criticism? Do you think that worries you if you're the team at all, as a young player in the league?
Yeah, that's going to come. It's going to be on them to hire a coach who can do a good job of insulating him and to surround him with leaders who, especially early on in his career, as he figures things out, can sort of help him find his way. There are some lines to draw between him and William Nylander in terms of style of play, right? Like, Willie's never been the hardest working player. He's always been a bit of a negative in his own zone, but Willie puts up 90 points every year. And so you live with it. And I think that's going to be, and Willie is embraced despite his flaws and despite some of the criticism that Willie has faced over the years. Willie is embraced in Toronto because he wants to be here, and he's been active in the community, and he people enjoy his personality. And I think Gavin's going to have an opportunity to do that. Even if Gavin has some flaws and comes under some criticism, I think if Gavin goes about sort of building his star the right way, I think he's going to be a fan favorite nonetheless in the city. Certainly Toronto loves its Darcy Tuckers, right? Like they love the identity guys, the hardworking lunch pail guys, the Zach Hymans, the Nazem Kadris. Those are players who have always endeared themselves to the fans in Toronto, but they love and obviously Doug Gilmour, you go down the list, Wendell Clark, but they love their William Nylanders too. And I think that's kind of the path that Gavin will have to take in terms of winning everybody over.
Last question on the first overall pick, because Toronto's been through this before. They built all through forwards the last time. Obviously Marner goes, and now it feels like that's that top 6 winger that's coming in. I'm not saying he's going to be Mitch Marner, especially right away, but is there any thought, as you being GM, whether it's trading back or just trying to build it from the back end? Because who's the last elite defenseman the Leafs have had?
You got to go to Borje Salming for a true Hall of Fame level, like true number one. Thomas Caberlet was a very good player. Brian Leach prior to his Leafs days was that, right? Like Brian McCabe was a very good player. Morgan Riley was a very good player, but even at their peaks, those guys were not among the 20 best defensemen in the league. And if they were at the bottom end of that sort of top 20, if you will, right? So it has been a long time. I understand the desire to rebuild the blue line, the desire to go out and prioritize that. I think had the Leafs been drafting 4th or 5th overall, that absolutely you consider a Chase Reid and an Albert Smits and a Carson Carels and potentially, even if you like Keaton Verhoeff, which I know they do like Keaton Verhoeff, you consider Keaton. I'm lower on Keaton, but those names would have been firmer in the conversation. I just think now that it's one,
can't do it.
You can't. Yeah. I just don't have the confidence level that those guys become. Like I think if you're taking a defenseman 1 overall, they need to become a 25-minute a night sort of Norris Trophy candidate. I know Aaron Ekblad never quite became that, but Aaron Ekblad isn't considered a good sort of high-end first overall pick either, right? So, and Owen Power, same thing. Like, I don't think you're excited to walk away from the draft with the career that Aaron Ekblad has had if you're picking first overall. Now, Aaron Ekblad's won a Stanley Cup, obviously, and been a 20-plus minute a night defenseman on those teams, but he's not a high-end. No matter how you slice it, he's not a high-end first overall pick, and neither is Owen Power. So I think that's kind of the tier that these D fit into. Like, I think you're talking about a Jake Sanderson or a Moritz Seider or a Aaron Ekblad, like that sort of caliber of high-end defenseman. I think all these defensemen belong in that kind of a conversation, but you're not getting a Cale Makar, you're not getting Quinn Hughes, like you're not getting that true sort of, you're not getting an Erik Karlsson, you're not getting that transcendent defenseman.
So that's why GM Scott Wheeler with the Toronto Maple Leafs going with Gavin McKenna, first overall, left winger out of Penn State, which brings us to the San Jose Sharks. I could basically have the same question there about a defenseman, clearly a need in the depth of the organization, but you're putting your GM hat on, your second overall. Who you got for the San Jose Sharks?
Yeah, I'm still, despite the glaring need for a defenseman, I think if they stay put at 2, you have to take Ivar. I just think there's a bit of a separation between him and the other defensemen. Now, in saying that, I do think that them moving back is the play. Like, I think if you can talk a Chicago or a New York or a Calgary into if those guys want a Stenberg and you can recoup an asset and move back and take a Chase Reid or a Carson Carels at 4 or 5, that kind of a play makes a lot of sense. If you're maybe you even pick up a roster player rather than another first round pick or that kind of a thing. Like, I think that makes a lot of sense if you're the San Jose Sharks. I understand the case against them maybe having too many high-end forwards. Like, there is such a thing. There are only 4 forward spots on a PP1, right? Like, suddenly if you take Ivar, you've got Stenberg, you've got Will Smith, you've got Michael Misa, you've got Macklin Celebrini. You've really got 4 premium guys. And we saw what Igor Chernyshov did last year. Eklund's a heck of a player. Like, they have the firepower already. And so there's a case to be made that if it's close for you with a Chase Reid or a Carson Carels, that you take those kids at 2 and you fill the premium need because you want to get better as the San Jose Sharks moving forward. You don't want to be back picking here. And if you don't get back picking here and Sam Dickinson isn't that true number 1 for you, then you may never be able to get that player unless you overspend on free agency or you trade one of those forwards long term to go out and acquire that defenseman. So I certainly understand. I think it's a more compelling argument for the Sharks to take a defenseman than it is for the Leafs. So I was very close to taking Chase Reid here, but I just think Stenberg, you almost have to take Stenberg. I think he's going to be that sort of point per game, winning in the playoffs, star forward, and the idea of pairing them, right? Of having, let's say, Stenberg and Misa and Smith and Celebrini, because we know that Smith and Celebrini have built-in chemistry. Like the idea of having those as 2 pairs from a matchup standpoint in playoff hockey, if all of those guys become what I think they can become, which is basically 4 70-plus point players in the league, that's a lot to handle. Now, you still need that defenseman. I don't think Sam Dickinson is your true number 1 long-term. I think you'd like to have Sam be a number 2 or a number 3 for you long-term. But the idea of those forwards up front and what that could mean for you in terms of just scoring goals is hard to deny. And I think Stenberg's the second best player in the class.
Now with Stenberg, a lot when you read about him, when you watch him, the term pro ready comes about a lot. I mean, he played in the SHL 43 games with 33 points. Very impressive. Does that kind of weigh into your decision with the Sharks that, sure, they're a rebuilding team, but they were fairly close to getting in to the playoffs in the Western Conference, a weaker conference. Like they're not kind of in the basement of the league anymore. Does the fact that he could step in a little bit sooner and be productive, does that really kind of draw you towards the Sharks being excited to take him?
Yeah, I think it matters. I think the next 2 or 3 years are really important for Stenberg. And if you take one of those defensemen, they may go and spend 2 years in college before they're playing for your team. And then when they are playing for your team, it may take them time. Look around the league. I say this all the time. Look around the league last year at the young defensemen playing in the league. Other than Matthew Schaefer, not a single one of them even like treaded water. Like Zane Parekh, sheltered, struggled. Sam Dickinson, sheltered, struggled. Artie Levshunov, sheltered, struggled. Simon Nemec still figuring it out. David Jiricek still figuring it out. Zeev Boyum, not sheltered, but struggled. It's very, very, very hard unless you're a Matthew Schaefer type, it's very hard to have an impact at 19, 20, 21 years old as a defenseman in the league. And the Sharks want to get better. And I think Stenberg can help them get better in the next 2 or 3 years, even on his entry-level contract. And I think he's got a real chance to maybe not win the Calder Trophy, but be a nominee for the Calder next year. Like, I think that's the kind of player we're talking about here. So I do think that is a part of the calculation if you're the Sharks, or should be.
And not to say that he's going to be exactly like this, but we like doing comparables. I heard from somebody that he plays a little bit like Daniel Alfredsson. I don't often hear Alfie comparables, but do you see that at all? Kind of a little undersized, but just any situation that he's in, it feels like he rises to that occasion.
Yeah, and the people with Frölunda, his coach and GM with Frölunda, used Henrik Zetterberg with me. Obviously, Zetterberg was a center, but that sort of style of player. He used to use Tim Stützle as his comp, but didn't use it when I asked him for his latest sort of what he's thinking recently. He used Lucas Raymond when I last spoke to him at the Combine. I think he's a better prospect at this age than Lucas Raymond was. Lucas Raymond kind of feels like his floor to me, honestly. I think he's going to be a better NHL player than that. But yeah, the Alfie, the Zetterberg, that sort of 5'11" forward who's still really strong on pucks, who plays a winning brand of hockey, and who's also highly talented offensively. Like, that's the kind of player you're talking about here.
Is this the kind of second overall pick, Scott, where it's not really seen as a consolation prize? You can still look at this as like a huge success, like kind of like McDavid Eichel, right? Like Buffalo getting Eichel at second was not like, oh man, we're disappointed we didn't get that first overall. Obviously, you'd want a McDavid, but like you're still getting a very, very high-end talented guy.
Yeah, the only thing that I think prevents it from feeling like an Eichel kind of pick is again the position. Like if Ivar was a center, yeah, I think you're talking about that kind of impact player. Because he's a winger, still a very good second overall pick. Like, I think he's every bit the player that I'm not sure he'll get to Leo Carlson in terms of ceiling, because again, Leo's 6'3" and he's a center, but he had a better year in the SHL and a better performance at the World Juniors and a better men's worlds than Leo Carlson did at the same age. And Leo Carlson is now one of the very best players on one of the most exciting young teams in the league. And so I think that's the kind of ceiling you're talking about here. Like, we just saw Demidov had a 60-point season. I'm not necessarily convinced that Demidov's a better player or prospect than Stenberg, and he's one of the best young wingers in the league, right? Like, that's the kind of tier that I think he belongs in, even if he's not the McDavid or the Matthews or sort of that tier.
Going to be fascinating to see, because you just made such a compelling case that even if you need a defenseman like this, does seem like a very talented player that can help you now, maybe most importantly, as a Sharks team that's trying to get better. So GM Scott Wheeler, the San Jose Sharks, taking Ivar Stenberg with the 2nd overall pick, which brings us to the Vancouver Canucks. What a horrific season for them, and it's topped off by falling 2 spots in the draft lottery. They could have used McKenna. They could have used Stenberg. Which direction do you think the Canucks, or which direction would you go if you're the Canucks here at 3rd overall?
Well, 2 different directions. I think if it goes this way, they will take Caleb Malhotra, but I'm not going to take Caleb Malhotra here. Instead, I'm going to take Chase Reid. Reid's my top defenseman in this class. I think all of Reid, Smits, Carels are close for me, and then there's a bit of a separation between those 3 and the Verhoeffs and the Rudolphs in this class for me. But Reid's been my number 1 defenseman on my last couple of lifts. He's kind of held strong there. I know they just acquired Zeev Boyam, but why not for this next chapter of the Vancouver Canucks? Why not build from the back end and have sort of a 2-headed monster with Boyam and with Reid? 2 guys to quarterback your 2 power plays of the future, potentially even play on the same unit together and have a 2D power play because of the skill level and talent level of those 2, and just transport pucks and skate pucks down ice and become a transition team through the back end. I think he's a slightly better projection in terms of his potential ceiling than Malhotra. I think there's a chance that Malhotra becomes a high-end 2C. If I was a little bit more confident that Malhotra becomes a true 1C, then I would lean Malhotra here. But I think he uses Zach Werenski. I think that's a bit of a reach for him. Like, that would be a best case outcome for Chase Reid would be Zach Werenski. But I don't think he's far off from Zach Werenski, and I think he's got the right mindset in thinking about the way that Zach plays and modeling his game after Zach. And Zach's a top 3 pick in just about any draft in NHL history. So that's kind of the way I think about it. If you're the Canucks, I would strongly consider Caleb Malhotra here. I think Caleb belongs in the conversation. I think he'd be a perfectly reasonable pick at 3. I'm a big fan of Caleb, the kid, the way he plays the game. I think he could be a future captain of an NHL organization. I also think Chase Reid could be the future captain of an NHL organization. And the idea of him and Boyam to begin this build, then you've got to find the forward, but they seem committed to sitting in it here. And if they sit in it, there's going to be forwards that come through the draft that they're going to have an opportunity to take. I like the idea of starting with the 2D.
Yeah, I like it too. You wrote a piece on the journey Chase Reid has been on. First off, check out all Scott Wheeler's pieces on The Athletic. I always love reading those. And very interesting story. I mean, he had a short time in the USHL. Then he played in the NAHL. I've never even heard of that league, to be honest. Yeah, and now he's a dominant force in the OHL. Like, most guys that go top 3 or in that range, they're used to being the best player in their town, in their city, in their area. Yeah. They play up levels. They never get cut from teams. How is his ability to kind of battle that adversity? How big is that going to be for his character and his development?
Yeah, no, he deserves a lot of respect for the way that he's handled it. A lot of these kids, they pout, they ask out, they ask for trades, especially the true top kids. Here's a kid who was cut at the program. Now, he was still a top prospect. Like, you have to preface it with that. He was still a top prospect in his age group in USA Hockey. He was invited to the 40-man camp. So there's a 40-man camp that the NTDP has. And he didn't make the ultimate 20-man roster, but he was invited to the NTDP's 40-man camp for his age group. He was a top player in Michigan minor hockey coming up, but he wasn't a superstar. And then he gets cut from the NTDP. He goes and he spends a few games 2 springs ago, late in the year in the USHL, and then Waterloo cuts him. Waterloo in the USHL last year at the start of last season cut him. And so he goes to the NAL. He plays very well in the NAL, which is kind of the tier 2 junior league in the United States, plays really well there for Bismarck. And then at the in December, the Sioux Greyhounds, what happens, right? In December every year, OHL teams lose guys to the World Juniors.
Yep.
The Sioux Greyhounds lose a right shot defenseman to the World Juniors. They call him and they say, hey, you're on our list. Do you want to come up and play for us? He comes up. He's outstanding that first weekend. And from there on out, he's played 25, 30 minutes a night for the last year and a half for the Sioux. He's been one of the top offensive defensemen in the OHL. And this year, one of the things that really developed in Chase's game was sort of the defending. And he didn't want to just be viewed as a power play guy, as an offensive defenseman. He worked very hard on it. When they do the OHL coaches poll, which I think is a great thing that the OHL does, and that I think, frankly, the WHL and QMJHL and USHL should emulate. But the OHL does a coaches poll every year where each team submits a player across 20 or so categories, and then the coaches vote on a top 3. And he was voted what you would expect, one of the best skaters in the OHL, one of the top offensive defensemen in the OHL, one of the top goal scorers and shooters in the OHL. But he was also voted second in his conference amongst defensive defensemen in the OHL. And I think that is where the sort of calculus on his ceiling changes, because now you've got a 6'2.5" defenseman who's an excellent skater and who can make plays and score, but he also defends at a better and better level. I don't think he's ever going to be like a true stopper. Like, he's not going to be a true lockdown defenseman, but could Chase play 23, 24 minutes a night in the NHL someday and be a high-end offensive guy in that role? I think yes. So the growth in his defending has really sort of transformed his projection here, and full marks to the Sioux for bringing him in, and not just bringing him in, but putting him in a position to play a lot and to really develop.
Yeah, between the year and a half, that's 88 points in 84 OHL games for Chase Reid. He's heading to Michigan State, great program in the fall. Is this the type of player, Scott, that you think plays 1 year at school and joins the team at the end of the season? Or how would you handle his development if he was in your organization?
I'd probably lean 2, despite the fact that he's 6'2.5". There's still room for him to sort of add weight. He's also on the older side of this draft class, so I'm sure he'll be tempted to be one and done. But one and done rarely works out. Like, we talk about the high end guys that have come through the college hockey in recent years. Owen Power played 2 years. Zach Werenski played 2 years. Quinn Hughes played 2 years. Cale Makar played 2 years. Like, it's hard to be one and done. Jake Sanderson played 2 years. Yep. It's hard to be one and done as a D-man. And I think watching Artie Levshunov go one and done and then really struggle in pro, I think should be another sort of case that not just Artie should have gone back and done a second year, but that most D should just take their time. So I'd be a pretty strong advocate of Chase going and playing for 2 years at MSU.
And it's not like he'd be joining a playoff hunt next spring either.
No. And almost no matter where he's not, I don't think it's going to be Toronto. I know Toronto likes him. I think Toronto's going to take Gavin, but whether it's 2, 3, 4, 5, none of those teams are competitive or trying to be competitive right now.
So we avoid the awkward Caleb, Manny, Malhotra situation in Vancouver. We'll see if the Canucks actually do that on draft night. But GM Scott Wheeler with the Vancouver Canucks taking Chase Reid, 3rd overall, right shot defenseman out of the Sioux, an American kid, but playing in the OHL. Bringing us to the Chicago Blackhawks, an annual tradition, them getting a lottery pick here. Is it almost time for them to giddy up on the rebuild? And what is your call here at 4th overall?
Yeah, this is where I'm going to take Caleb. I just like that the look of their blue line. I know that they haven't all lived up to it yet, but I think long term, you're going to see some combination of Vlasic, Korchinski, Rinzel, Levshunov sort of figure it out and form a strong blue line for that team to build around moving forward. And I think if you were to add a defenseman here, which may well happen on draft day, I think there's a very good chance that Chase Reid or Carson Carels go to the Blackhawks on draft day. I think if you're to add another defenseman, I worry even more about Korchinski's place in the organization, right? Like, they used a 7th overall pick on Korchinski, and I'm already unsure about his place in the organization.
That was our pick.
So yeah, so they I think they need to find a true second star to play with Connor Bedard. Like, they need to find a way up front to relieve some of the pressure from Connor Bedard. Now, I think Anton Frundell helps that. I think Roman Kantsarov helps that. Like, I think Frundell, Kantsarov, very yeah. I think Frundell, Kantsarov are very good players. I don't think they elevate Connor Bedard. Like, you need to find even great stars need someone who can elevate them rather than them having to elevate everybody else all the time. Like, I think Frundell's a complementary piece likely on a Stanley Cup winning team. I think Roman Kantsarov's probably that. You need to find a second star there up front. I think ideally the best case scenario would be that Stenberg falls here and they get Stenberg. Like, Stenberg and the Blackhawks are a match made in heaven for me. I think you're dancing up to the stage if Stenberg's available, and you can pair Stenberg with Gavin long term or with Connor long term. But Caleb really would slot in nicely there. I know that they think that Frundell's a center and they think that Nazar's a center. Like, they have said publicly that they think that their three centers of the future are Bedard, Frundell, Nazar in that order. I would rather lose one of them as a center and move one of those guys to a wing. I think both Nazar and Frundell are arguably more suited for the wing. I'd rather slot in Caleb Malhotra as your 2C of the future and have a dominant 1-2C punch in Bedard and Malhotra, and then you free up Nazar or Frundell to go to the wing. I think that makes a lot of sense for them. So the idea, there won't be many teams long term. If Malhotra becomes as good as I think he can become, there won't be many teams long term that have a 1-2 center that is as strong as Bedard and Malhotra would be.
Now, with Malhotra, like, if you're looking at his path here, you got GTHL, U16 AAA, BCHL, OHL, then he's going to Boston University, NCAA. Like, how do you view it? This is kind of typical for modern prospects now, but how do you view guys that are not only constantly changing leagues year after year, but you're moving, you got new teammates, you got billets, you got new environments? Like, how does that affect a young prospect in your mind?
I think if you don't have the maturity that Caleb has, it can have a greater effect on you. There's teams certainly ask questions when players end up in a few spots. Ironically enough, teams have asked that question of Vladimir Dravecki, who is Malhotra's teammate with Brantford. Dravecki's a kid who's played on like 4 teams in 4 years kind of thing, and that does raise maybe not red flags, but yellow flags for teams in terms of just not sticking with something. In Caleb's case, like, he would have always played in the OHL if it was available for college hockey players. So he made the decision to go to BU and then had to play in the BCHL. And so the move from the BCHL back to the OHL was a natural move for him because it was what he wanted all along. It was the ideal path for him all along. And then he goes to Brantford and he starts on the third line, and then he becomes their most important player, and then he's their best player in the playoffs, and he's the best player at the CHL USA Prospects Challenge in November, and he just really looks and becomes that sort of true center that you look for. Here's a 6'2", almost 6'2" center who has room to add muscle physically and who plays hard, who's competitive, who's detail-oriented, who's smart off the puck, who's smart on the puck, who's skilled on the puck, who's a good skater. Like, he just kind of checks every box. I felt early on in the season when I went to watch Brantford play live a bunch of times, like his shot was maybe going to hold him back. Like, he had a bit of a muffin. But even late in the year, you started to see him score from long range with his shot a little bit more, and the shot had a little bit more pop. And now I just think you have one of the most complete centers that's come through the draft in recent years. And I think even if he's not going to be that sort of 90-point guy that I think a McKenna or a Stenberg can get to, if he's a dominant 70-point two-way center who's in the Selke conversation and maybe wearing a C for you, that's a top 5 pick all day. So that's sort of where I landed on Caleb.
And a June birthday too, doesn't turn 18 until the month of the draft. Would he have been still right here in this range before the incredible playoffs? He had 13 goals, 26 points in 15 games, or did that solidify things for a lot of scouts that this is a top 5 talent?
That solidified things, but they've already been talking about him since really Christmas time. Since maybe even back to November with the CHL USA, like that was when he kind of made it clear like that my start in Brantford isn't a fluke, and when I'm alongside the top players in this class, I still stand out. Like back at that, if you go back in time, like Ethan Belchetz was viewed as a potential top 5 guy at that time, and there were other players entering into the CHL USA series. There were other players who were kind of viewed in the same range in the CHL as Caleb, and he was just way better than all of them. And so I think from that point forward, there was a lot of positive momentum. And before the playoffs even started, he had leapfrogged Tynan Lawrence as the top center in the class, for example, and that had already happened. Then the playoffs happened. He's not just good, but he's better than Jake O'Brien, a top 10 pick from a year ago and one of the best players in junior hockey this year. He was better than Jake O'Brien, and frankly, a lot better than Jake O'Brien. And so that really cemented it, if you will.
Unreal. I'm excited about him. So if he goes to Vancouver at 3, like, would you say, it's a bit of a reach, or would you understand their thinking?
No, he belongs in that conversation.
Unreal.
Maybe if Stenberg's available there, like if the Sharks take a D and they pass on Stenberg to take Caleb, I might be a little critical of the pick. But if McKenna and Stenberg go 1-2, I think he's right in that group with the top D in the class.
Unreal. Well, we've got 1D in the top 4, but it is Gavin McKenna at number 1, Ivar Stenberg at number 2, Chase Reid at number 3, and Caleb Malhotra to the Chicago Blackhawks at number 4 overall. GM Scott Wheeler coming through clutch for us here, and now we've got a real start to our 2026 mock draft with those picks in the back pocket. Who are your best available players, Scott, as we get you out of here, as we turn it over to Cam Robinson for the 5th to 8th overall picks?
Yeah, I really have a 5, 6, 7. So I have 3 guys that sort of fit in nicely behind these 4, and that is Carson, Carels, Albert Smits, and Viggo Björk. I think those are the 3 sort of next best players. You'd get Keaton on my list. You'd then find Keaton Verhoeff 8th. I'm a little lower on Keaton. There are some people who believe that Keaton is sort of in that 4, 5, 6 conversation. I view him more as in that sort of 7, 8 conversation. But next on my list would be Carels, Smits, the 2D, and then Viggo Björk, who I think has absolutely earned his case as, if not the clear second best center prospect in this class, potentially even the sort of in the conversation with Caleb as the best center prospect in this class.
Unreal. Well, put your feet up, GM Wheeler. You just made 4 picks here to kick us off in our mock draft. We'll be following along on the Athletic all the way through here as we get closer to the NHL draft. Really appreciate the time, Scott.
Cheers, fellas.
Thrilled to welcome back from Elite Prospects, friend of the show, it's Cam Robinson, joining us, just like he did last year, from the NHL Scouting Combine in Buffalo. Cam, what is the chatter around town?
I still got like the hot sauce from the wings on my fingers, I think, slippery fingers. Man, I mean, as you know, like this is, I probably said it last year, Buffalo at the Combine is like S-tier schmoozing. Like you just post up, kids are there, execs are there, the scouts are there, the agents are there, everybody's doing some sort of business. We're talking, you can see guys talking extensions, you can see like it's just a whirlwind of handshaking and glad handing and guys whispering, what are you hearing, what are you hearing, what are we hearing, picking each other's brains. So there's lots of talk. Obviously it's a little too soon for any movement for picks or anything like that, but you're starting to get a feel on maybe who's interested in who over the week.
Yeah, and you put out your article, Cam's Consensus, the final 2026 scout poll. Everybody go check that out at EP. And this is what got me excited, Cam. You said there's a good level of certainty at the very top. Okay, that's typical. Through the middle, some real disagreement, getting spicy. And then by the back half of the round, boards open up entirely. Like, where does this draft kind of really change for you? Like, at what number do you think things could really shift and teams are just completely scrambling to make their picks come in order here?
I don't know if anybody's going to be completely scrambling because there's such a divide, it feels like. And now this is year 1 for me doing this exercise and of like getting these lists, which is PS, I still think is wild that some of these guys are like giving that to me. It's pretty surreal. But I mean, for their perspective, they want to see what the consensus is too. So when Bob stopped doing it, PS ran into Bob at the Mem Cup last week. What a beauty, man.
Nice.
Oh my God. He's like my hero.
Margarita in hand or no?
What's that?
Did he have a margarita in hand or
no marg in hand? No, I should have got him one though.
I tried
to wheel him out onto the golf course the next morning too. I'm like, early round, Bob. But like with that vacuum, like it was sitting there, and I was like, well, we'll try to fill it. But I think 57 names were given to me from those 10 teams on the first round board. So that alone, right? That's telling you that, especially towards the back half, there is a lot of names on some lists that aren't on others, and so on and so forth. So I think there's going to be some disruptors. There always is. Like we're going to talk about one of them today, but I think Wyatt Cullen could be a disruptor up really high. I think we're going to see, like, just looking at how teams evaluate the defensemen in this class, all over the map. Like I'd say Carson Carels is the only one who was like across the board among every team's top 6. And I think 9 of them he was in the top 5. So it's like Carels is well loved, and then everybody else is kind of like, we love him, we medium on him, or we don't like him a lot. So I mean, you're going to see guys that are getting mocked in like the 3rd or 4th round go probably late day 1, and it's going to shock some people. You're going to see some guys go earlier. You're going to see some guys fall, but that happens every year. But this one, I think especially, there's a bit of a drop off, like after 12. For sure, there's a tier break there. There's one before that too, obviously, like the top 5 or 6. And then like once you get into the teens or like even early 20s, it's a free for all. Like teams are going to value certain things, and they're going to jump on a player that has upside. Teams are going to value like safety and be like, he has a bottom 6 projection, but we're going to take him because we think he's going to be an NHLer. And so that's where it's going to get a little weird and wild.
You mentioned that this is kind of the start of the schmoozing time where everybody's planning out what could happen, and we always like to talk about trades early in the draft, but this year it almost feels like maybe with Toronto looking, hopefully, if you're a Toronto Maple Leafs fan, for a defenseman, maybe it's them that trades down, and we saw Seattle maybe making 7 available, Winnipeg maybe making 8, Florida maybe making 9 available. Is this the year we finally get a trade in the top 10?
Probably not.
I
mean, maybe. I'm hopeful too. It's just like I'm jaded, I think, from all the years where it looked like it could be possible and it never does. Moving lottery picks is really difficult. A draft pick is never more valuable than like the moment before it's used. Yeah. And so right now it's like the value is still climbing. And so for a team to move it, they're going to want the moon. And for a team to move up, they're going to have to make sense of it realistically, right? So I've talked to teams in the past that are trying to move from like 9 or 10 even to like 6. And they're like, they had me over a barrel. Like they just like the ask is so high that you just can't justify it long term. And that's trying to move up 3 or 4 spots, not even into the top 5. So I know everybody's looking at San Jose. I straight up went up to Mike Greer and I was like, "Are you trading the pick?" I'm joking, obviously I didn't, but it's like he's open talking to teams. It's like everybody's kind of saying it's like he's not just listening, he's actively listening. Like he's open to it. But is somebody really going to give him the deal that he's looking for to fully trade that pick? Maybe we see a team move from like 4 to 2, something like that. I could see maybe something like that. Couple of spots, give San Jose a real piece. That's potentially could happen. And then anything after that, like top 5, I don't think is going to happen.
So, okay, follow up on that, because lottery picks, as you said, very expensive. But at the end of the first round, maybe a little bit cheaper. We had this debate on the show the other day. How likely do you think the team that drafts Liam Ruck is to do everything it takes to have the Twins together at the end of the draft?
I feel like that's much more likely than a trade happening earlier. I think that a team with multiple picks already is going to have a decent chance of trying to get both those kids. It's not quite, not at all like Daniel and Henrik, but they do still have that little bit of superpower between them. So it's like, if you only had Henrik, he wasn't going to be as good without Daniel, or vice versa. And so if you only get Liam, he's probably not going to be quite as good without Marcus. So I do think that that's possible. And moving late first round picks, like we'll probably see that happen a bunch. We'll see teams move from 21 to 23, and then maybe move from 23 to 25 or whatever. And if it's Carolina, they'll move back like 16 times in the first 2 rounds. So that'll certainly happen. And I actually like that, especially this year, where it's going to be a huge tier at the end of that first round, where teams are going to be like, there's like 12 guys we value similarly, and they're all sitting here right now. Let's move back and get a later pick. Let's move back and get another pick, and more darts, the better. So I absolutely think that will happen probably a lot.
Oh, I'm so excited for this. It's coming up soon, and we already have the mock draft underway. Scott Wheeler taking Gavin McKenna first for the Toronto Maple Leafs, Ivar Stenberg second for the San Jose Sharks, Chase Reid going to Vancouver third overall, and Caleb Malhotra to the Chicago Blackhawks. A reminder is Cam and all of our scouts, they are the general manager. They are not trying to predict what the teams are going to do. We're putting them in the hot seat because we need you to back your pick up. So, Cam, you've got the very, very intriguing New York Rangers here at 5th overall. A fall from being perennial contenders to now in the lottery. What do you think their thought process is, and what would yours be as the GM going into this draft?
I feel like we're simpatico here, the Rags and I. Like, we're going to be on the same page. We're going to look at what's in the pipeline right now. Obviously, Gabe Perreault is probably their cornerstone, like, prospect, small winger. You know, they just got Liam Greentree in the Panarin trade, big winger, cool. They got Malcolm Spence, they've got EJ Emery, they've got some length there, but they need something that they can really build around, I think, and that's Carson Carels. And so I brought him up is that he's kind of universally across the teams I'm talking to looked at as, if he's not the top defenseman in the class, he's number 2. So Chase Reid's off the board, who has probably the highest offensive upside, maybe the best bet at being like a number 1 or a first pairing D. But I think Carels is right there with him. He's just a little bit smaller. He has more physical bite to his game. He's someone that you can like easily project to play top 4 minutes in the NHL. But I think he's got enough juice that he can probably be like a solid number 2 for you. Someone who can play on your power play, kill penalties, maybe wear a letter one day. Like he's a gamer for sure. So for the Rangers, it's like get yourself a really high-end defensive prospect that you can build around long-term.
Now, I think it's a great pick for the Rangers. How impressive is it to you that Carels was able to make this Team Canada as a 17-year-old defenseman? Like, we don't see that very often.
I think it just speaks to the maturity in his game, right? So when he plays for PG, he is everything for them. And, you know, I'd seen him many times and a few times live too, with the Cougars, and he could kind of turn the switch on and off a little bit, but when he decided to have it on, like he was leading the rush, he was pinching down the wall, he was creating tons of offense, but he was always bringing kind of that smash mouth style as well on the defensive end. Really great skater too. So I think all those boxes really helped him get on that Team Canada. And then we saw him, like he came in and out of the lineup a little bit, but when he was playing, he was keeping it simple, north-south game. And then as the tournament wore on a little bit, you could see him starting to feel a little bit more comfortable in his own skin. And then down the stretch too, like I thought he was really good for PG. He's going to be an interesting one to watch next year too, because he committed to North Dakota, which was like the worst kept secret in hockey from where he grew up, is like a stone's throw away. But I think plan A is still to sign an ELC, is to try to make a team out of camp, sign his contract, play as many NHL games as he can. If he can't stick, then go back to Prince George, which I don't love as much. I'd like him to be in the NCAA next year. I think that would be a really good spot for him. So we'll see if it is the Rangers who take him here, if they're smart enough to look at this and be like, we don't need him this year, even though he might be the most NHL ready defender in the group. Let's let him marinate a little bit in college.
Well, it's interesting too, because you mentioned he's going to North Dakota, and with that, it's like the NCHC is trying to hoard all these top defensemen from the draft class. It'd be kind of fun to see them all in their draft plus 1 year against similar competition. I like this trend that's emerging too. If we got a true farm boy in the top 5 now in back-to-back years, Brady Martin last year, and there's a great article that Mike McIntyre in the Winnipeg Press did where he went to Cypress River and hung out on the cattle farm with them. So he's got the work ethic to match and the skill. With 20 goals this season as a defenseman, incredible. Going to see how his game translates to North Dakota, which actually brings me to a kind of comparable question, because Keaton Verhoeff made that transition in a D-1 situation this year, and the offense wasn't anywhere close to where it was in the WHL as expected, and some would say it hurt his draft stock a little bit. Do you think the Carson Carels game is a little more NCAA ready than Verhoeff was last year?
Yeah, Carl's game now is more ready than Verhoeff's was last year. Absolutely. And I think that's a year of development.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
But
he's a late birthday too, right?
They're both young for the class. They're very similarly aged. Yeah. If you had airlifted Verhoeff back to Victoria for the Royals this year, he's probably scoring 30, 35, if him and Reshny didn't leave. So I think I think the discourse would be completely different around Verhoeff if he wasn't in the NCAA this year. I think that, especially in the back half of the season where the schedule got a lot more challenging, he was exposed a little bit, and he knows it. Like, I had a great conversation with him yesterday. We were hanging out, and he was just saying, like, everything he's working on in the offseason is improving his foot speed. Like, it's all about getting quicker and more explosive. He generates great power with his stride, which he does. The stride length is good, but he needs to get quicker. So he's exposed in that. Like, college hockey has never been better. Like, this season in college was the best that college hockey has ever been. So, you know, to do that as a 17-year-old, what he did, and even put up 20 points or whatever, 21 points, like, that's near historic levels of scoring for a defenseman as a 17-year-old in the NCAA. And somehow we've come down on him. And I think that also speaks to just like how good some of these defenders are in this class, but just, you know, some of the question marks with Verhoeff. So I do expect Verhoeff to be significantly more impactful next year for Nodak. And
Okay,
I think
interesting.
Absolutely. With that experience and a summer of training, I think he's going to be a big time player for them next year. And I think Carels is going to be as well too. Like, Nodak's going to be juiced up. Reshny's coming back. I think Reshny's going to be like what Michael Hage was for Michigan this year. Like, he's going to push for like a Hobie, hopefully. So they're a legit threat to get back to the Frozen Four and run for a natty.
So Carson Carl going into a great situation there at North Dakota. And
Hopefully,
you
yeah.
mentioned that his goal could be to sign that entry-level contract. If you're GM of the New York Rangers, between Martinis sitting in the Lower East Side, are you thinking, hey, we like that too? Like, we want to get him into the NHL as soon as possible? Or do you think long-term it might be better for him to go and experience that year in college?
It's no question in my mind. I want him in school. Unless you're Matthew Schaefer, like, don't give me 18-year-old defensemen in the league, right? Like, it's just, I think that you do more harm than good unless they're extreme talents. And, you know, it's just one of those things that they need a little bit more time. And so the progression from the WHL to the NCAA will be a step up. Like, no doubt about it now. It's going to be a step up. And then hopefully he skips the American League, right? And that's kind of, I think, the goal. A lot of agents feel that way too. And a lot of teams, like, the AHL's, it's a bit of a grind, right? You're with a bunch of dudes in their 30s. They got kids. It's a different mindset. You're riding the bus. You're getting beat up by guys who are never going to make the show. If you can go junior, college, straight into the NHL, then I think that's a really great path. And I would expect that whoever takes him would also feel that way.
Yeah, we always say Jake Sanderson couldn't even point where Belleville is on a map, and we love it. Just go right to the show, and
Right?
away you go. Another Nodak product here coming in at number 5, Carson Carels to the New York Rangers. And I wonder how he'd feel about that. I mean, great market, but in a recent interview, he said he'd love to play in Canada. Gets passed over by Vancouver Canucks in this mock draft at 3rd overall, and just goes ahead of the Calgary Flames, who are looking for a true impact piece to join Zane Parekh in their next era. As we feel like the play for the Flames, it's you want to be getting into that playoff mode once you're in the new building, get the excitement going in Southern Alberta. Who do you like here for the Calgary Flames at 6th overall?
If it's me, I'm going with my guy Viggo. I'm going Viggo Björk here at 6. And I think Conroy's got the stones to do it too. Now, not to say that it'll happen. I could see Carels ending up in Calgary too, PS. I think that would be a great fit in Calgary as well. But I'm going Viggo here. I mean, looking at Calgary's stable of prospects, they're in a much better spot than the Rangers are. They're in a much better spot than a lot of teams are. Plus, they have way too many picks. They have too many picks to use this year. They might have too many picks to use next year. So they're going to have to start parlaying those, whether that's to move up. You know, we were talking about a team maybe trying to slide up a little bit from 6. That could be a Calgary. Watch out for that. Or we could see them, packaging up for a player to start, moving in the right direction a little bit here too, up the standings. But, they've got Parekh. He's their horse on the blue line right now. He's going to, how he goes is going to be dictating a lot of their offense for a lot of years here. I mentioned Reshny. Matt V. Gridden's a good player. Cullen Potter's got wheels. Wittenbach, who's, had a tremendous freshman season in the NCAA there. But they get the cerebral, incredibly talented Viggo Björk here. And size be damned, this kid's a top 6 center in my book. He's proved it at every level. J18, the J20, the SHL this year is their first line center with Djurgården, going to the World Championships, lining up against O'Reilly and Sidney Crosby and like handling his business. Like, he's a player. Not only is he like strong and smart, but everybody you talk to around him, Anton Frundell and Victor Eklund couldn't say enough. Like, they're raving about him. Like, smartest player on the team, youngest player on the team, hardest to get off the puck. Like, he's amazing. Everybody thinks he's a wizard. Their coaches rave about him. There's a reason that he ends up being the first line center despite being 5'9", is because every coach just can't keep him on the bench. So it's like, this is our best player. He was literally like the best player on that team. Like, and that shouldn't happen for a 17-year-old 5'9" center, but he's going to keep proving him wrong in the NHL level, and I think he'd be a great piece for Calgary.
Now, when he started in the SHL, they had him lower in the lineup and on the wing. Do you think that's something we might see in the NHL too? Have him kind of start on the wing, see how it goes, and transition to center? Or are you convinced now? Like you said, he's already played up against guys like Crosby in the World Championship. He excelled playing center in the second half of the season in the SHL. Do you think he's got what it takes to be a center right away when he hits NHL?
I mean, I do. I think he's a center. I do think he's a center, but he's going to go back to Djurgården next year, and he'll play first line center for another full season in the SHL, and then he'll be coming over. But if he starts on the wing in the NHL to get his feet wet, that's totally fine too, right? And just ease him in a little bit. I got no problem with that. But I do believe long term that he's going to be his most impactful playing down the middle. So if you want to maximize your returns on this, I think you find a way to get him to be a center for you.
And is this a guy, too, you think that once he's done in Sweden, he's right into the National Hockey League?
Buddy, I think he could be in this. I think he can play in the show next year.
Whoa!
Wow.
I think he can play in the show. But so, yes, I do think he will be NHL ready as a D+2.
Damn, love that. That's awesome. Yeah, just watching the highlights of him and Stenberg together at the World Juniors, like that's just magic. Just magic.
Swedish hockey is in good hands moving forward. With those
guys. And so are the Calgary Flames here with Viggo Björk coming in at 6th overall on our 2026 NHL Mock Draft, which brings us to the Seattle Kraken, Cam. This is a team that in their first year got to the second round of the playoffs. They thought they were going to be just like the Vegas Golden Knights, year after year competing for the Stanley Cup, but it hasn't gone that way, and they find themselves in the lottery once again. What's the next piece that they need to add here to try to get back on track?
I told you boys off air that I tried to make a trade, but the Devils wouldn't move pick 12 to me. I was trying to get some assets here. But so instead they're going to go with probably the kid who has the most helium in this draft. He's got the most juice. Wyatt Cullen has got on a lot of teams' radars in the back half of the season here. So Seattle, they got J.O.B., they got Jake O'Brien, they got Berkeley Catton, a couple of smaller, slick centers. They got a kid like Jaeger Furcus up top too. They do need on the blue line. They absolutely need on the blue line. So it wouldn't shock me if in real life here we see, Verhoeff or Daxon Rudolph go in this spot, or Albert Smits even. But for this one, we're going Wyatt Cullen. He was 5'5" when he first showed up at that NTTP camp as a U17. Clearly the most skilled player on the ice, but the smallest player on the ice. Now all of a sudden he's 6'1" and still growing. And obviously when you grow that quickly, there's some issues that come with it. And for him, it was he tore his hip like right off the bone. So that was a bit of a bummer, and that obviously took him out of the season for a bit. But his play at the U18s, especially in a couple of those big games, like I was there in Slovakia, and like every team had a scout there, multiple scouting directors, and they saw him putting on a show. And this class is really, really light on dynamic talent, and he's got it. So he's got great feet, quick, explosive, accelerates, moves laterally well. He's got really good handles. Maybe not as good as he thinks he does, because sometimes he takes the one-on-ones a little too seriously. But at the same time, he didn't have a ton of skill to work with. So it's like, well, sometimes you just got to do it yourself. And so he would try to do it himself a little too much. Got a good shot, got good vision. Like he's one of these guys that you're like, if you're looking for someone that's like a serious bet to be a top 6, he's one of the last ones at this spot, I think, that you can like confidently say there's potentially a first line winger here, or at the very least a second liner.
More of a general question, Cam, but like with how prospects are able to move around so much now between NCAA, CHL, is there a different perspective on the USN TDP? Like, does it lose its shine a little bit? Because you see a lot of these top guys that are happy to play in college. They're happy to be able to have the option to move around between the CHL. Like a guy like Wyatt Cullen, like is it just easy for him to be like, oh, he's in the program, that's a top tier guy?
Once upon a time for sure, but you're absolutely right. Like the shine is coming off the program, and Part of that is that there's been a couple of down American classes, so the talent hasn't been as good. But at the same time, too, it's like it's tough. It's tough for these kids that are playing at the program right now. They're getting like the wheels beat off them against USHL teams, right? Like Omaha's beating the pants off them. Then like it used to be like they'd go and they'd play Michigan, right? They'd go to Ann Arbor and they get to go play Michigan, and it'd be like a real test. And you could see, it'd be like, okay, here's our draft year. Here's Ryan Leonard and Gabe Perreault, hanging, like not even like hanging, like handling well at the NCAA competition. You're like, this looks good. Like this is now they're just like literally getting their eyes pumped shut, and then the college kids aren't even trying. Like, so it's not so they're losing most of their games. They don't have like a championship to go play for. They've got the U18s at the end of the year, but they end up airlifting guys in, so it's like a hodgepodge group. And they're seeing these kids are watching like, oh, like I could be getting paid to go play in Muskegon, or I could slide over to the O and I could play for an OHL championship or a Mem Cup. I could go to school and I can go play for a Natty, and it's like I can play in like a sweet barn with like actual like fans that show up too, right? Like Plymouth is like, it's tough. Like so I think that we're starting to see the exodus here. So JP Hurlburt, obviously he left and went to Kamloops last year, and that was, it took some doing to get out of his contract. These kids signed 2-year deals there, $50K to get out of it. And then there's a transfer fee, and then USA Hockey has to, like, at their complete discretion, decide if they'll let you leave. So a kid like Carter Meyer, a top 27 kid, has already asked to had his contract terminated for next year. And like, we'll see what USA Hockey says. Like, they might just say no.
They got the jail set up there,
buddy. They do. Like it's and like if Carter Meyer leaves,
it's not an exit fee, Cam. It's bail.
Right? Yeah, straight up. They got to get bondsmen in there. Hey, the bounty hunter to get these boys out.
On the cage.
But it's tough. It is tough. I am like genuinely concerned to see like what's going to happen with the program long term here, because I think kids are starting. We saw it last year too, or a couple years ago. Like Will Horkoff took off halfway through the season. He's like, I don't want to play with this. Cullen Potter accelerated and went to ASU early, where it was like he wasn't ready for college hockey probably. And so we're seeing that more and more where these guys are just like, I'm going to get out of here. And so it could be happening more and more too.
Well, with Wyatt Cullen, too, going to Elite Prospects, the best place to go when you want to learn about any prospect, their draft their draft guide, as well as the website. I don't think I've ever seen this. Like, you got the area where it's guys who have a relation to him. We know his dad's Matt Cullen, played for the Ottawa Senators for a cup of coffee, but had an unreal NHL career. I want to say he played like 1,700 games. Like,
I think 21 seasons.
Insane.
Yeah,
right?
Incredible. But we knew that. I didn't realize not only does this guy have 2 brothers who play, he's got uncles that played, grandfather played. How about this? Never seen this. Great grandfather has an Elite Prospects page. Great uncle has a prospects page, and his great great uncles have an Elite Prospects page. Safe to say this is a hockey family that you're drafting. And Cam, how much of that bloodlines do you think teams actually care about? Because in Ottawa, we've seen it over the years. From Brady Tkachuk, Jake Sanderson, Ridley Gregg, the list goes on and on. But the teams actually really move the needle based on what your dad and grandpa and great-grandparents did?
And great-great-uncles. You got to look at that.
You got it.
I mean,
like those Thanksgiving road hockey games, you got to learn something out there.
They'll be legendary. Hey, great-gramps getting the elbows up for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But no, they do. They do. Teams like a good bloodline. I mean, you have experiences that other players don't have. Like, you've been around the game, you come from an affluent family in all likelihood, but you've got to see that firsthand with your dad or whoever, and then he's passing on those little bits of information. Like we talk about Caleb Malhotra too with Manny. It absolutely comes into play. And when I was talking about Wyatt Cullen to a few teams here, just shooting the breeze a little bit, everybody mentioned that. And the bloodlines, and his dad, and it always comes up when you talk about Wyatt Cullen with teams, and so it's certainly on the front of mind.
Wyatt Cullen's great grandfather played for the Toronto Maple Leafs in 1955.
Wow,
a couple of years ago. But man, and it's funny because we're talking about his history, but like Wyatt Cullen, you'd probably say he is a very modern day player by the way he plays. In terms of, I even read like there's almost, and I'm saying this as a positive, he's got a little arrogance to his game on the ice.
Yeah, there's some swagger. There's some swagger in his game for sure, and that's what I mean. Like trying to take like not everything, but like trying to take the one-on-ones a lot. Like he's got the confidence, he's got the handles, and he wants to be the guy out there for sure. And
feels like a sick guy to throw on there with Berkeley Cat and just let them cook.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking too. And then I did a little more research. And I was like, dang, they probably could use a D there. But I mean, you slide him with JOB or with Berkeley Cat up there, and like they're gonna make some magic. And I will say too that Wyatt's little brother Joey, you might be the best in his age group on the planet too. So the Cullen family is continuing to churn it out.
Well, the best indicator for the future is the past. And in 5 drafts now, the Seattle Kraken have taken a forward with their first pick every single time. So will that trend continue? Wyatt Cullen, the pick here, 7th overall to the Seattle Kraken. Which brings us to the Winnipeg Jets. And I live in Winnipeg, Cam. Yeah. And there is a great divide. There's some people that say, hey, this core, it's aging, but we need to continue it. We need to trade this pick for a second-line center, somebody that can help us right now. And there's the other half that said, no, this core, they're a bit over the hill. We got to start planning for the future. They've kind of bundled a couple first-round picks recently. Some would say because of the way they've been developed, maybe staying with the Manitoba Moose for a little too long. Others just maybe haven't panned out. That said, I'm a big advocate. Keep this pick. Take the best player available. If they do go up and make the selection, who would help the Winnipeg Jets the most?
Yeah, so you're right that their prospect pool is leaving some want here.
Dude, I liked Colby Barlow in this draft year, but it's
same.
And like
Carter Yakubchuk had more goals than this guy.
Yeah.
In the AHL.
Barlow, yeah, that beard early, that was a telltale sign. That it was like, dude's got too big of a beard for how old he is. That was trouble. He was a good kid, though. No, that was too bad. But the feet were a little sluggish, right? And that was always the problem. That was always going to be an issue for him. But he's a shooter, so we'll see. Give him a little bit of time. But I'm giving him at this pick here. It's like it's fun that you mentioned Colby Barlow. It's like I'm kind of giving you another Colby Barlow type coming out of the big boy. This one could skate a little bit better, though. I'm going Ethan Belchetz here. I think that if you're going on upside and you're going on unique upside, it's hard to top this kid, man. Like, there aren't many guys walking around this combine that are significantly larger than me, and he is. Like, I was doing some video with him, and like, dude's got at least a couple inches on me, and like, I don't know, 30 pounds. Like, he is jacked up. And so I think he's going to just crush the combine here, the testing. He won't do bench press or pull-ups because he had the collarbone thing, and he's just started training again a couple weeks ago. So good for him. Those are tough on the big men too. So he'll probably dominate everything else. But, great hands, another shooter. He's able to score big goals, but he's mean at times too, which I like in my power forwards. I want them to be mean. I want them to inflict some pain. And so when you look at a kid like this, like skill, size, some aggression built in there too. Really unique profile. And we just saw what like Porter Martone did, going to school, going to MSU, right? Following the footsteps. Great program there. Nighty is like a NHL level coach for sure. They have NHL level like training facilities, and he's going a good development path there. And he doesn't have the same sort of skill that Martone does, I don't think, that playmaking and that vision. But I do think that he has a similar style that hopefully can transition to the NHL in a similar manner too, and be one of those guys that you can, dare I say, build around off the wing, which is not something you often do.
And I love this. I think Jets fans will as well. Do you remember who you have his shades of in the EP draft guide?
Oh, who did we land on for shades of? We didn't do Martone, did we? I think
nope. Somebody who Jets fans will be very familiar with, Blake Wheeler.
Oh, Wheels, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think Jets fans were very happy with the career that Blake Wheeler had in Winnipeg. I'm not saying that Ethan Belchetz will be the next captain of the Winnipeg Jets, but certainly you're betting on some serious upside with this guy. I will say I see a big guy in a Windsor Spitfires jersey, and I get Logan Brown syndrome as an Ottawa Senators fan. I kind of tense up a little bit. But 34 goals in 57 games. What kind of team was Windsor? Like, was he a guy that had a lot of help with him there, or was he doing it alone quite a bit?
Yeah, they weren't a great team. It was too bad that he got injured too. They didn't get a chance to go play at the 18s, because I think that would have been a big opportunity for him to be like, hey, like here I am with like good players and I can really dominate too, especially at my age group. But no, he wasn't on a stacked team by any means. He's another one that you got to get the light switch to stay on, and that's the case for a lot of young guys, and it's the case for a lot of young big guys too. It is hard to be forever on fire, and that's something you have to build upon. But I do, when you see him get mad, or when you see him really kind of initiate and be like, I'm just gonna go do this, and no one on the sheet can stop me. And he's gonna have that advantage in the NHL as well too, right? Like, well, sometimes we see guys can dominate physically at the junior level because they're just bigger and stronger early. So it's like, I'm 6'1" and 205 at 17, and I can bowl you over because I have good speed. But if you're 6'1", 205 in the show, it's like you're nothing. But he's going to play at 6'5", 230, and that's going to have a significant advantage over the vast majority of NHLers. So I do like that for him.
Is this a pick where you look at the size, you look at the way he plays, he's more of a projectable pro player rather than like a home run swing on talent? Because we talked about it, the Winnipeg Jets have got a bunch of really high profile prospects, but other than Cole Perfetti recently, they haven't really found one that can stick there. And we talked about it, aging core. Winnipeg, not exactly a free agent destination. They've had to bring guys in through trade, which they've had some success, some didn't work out the way they hope. Is this a guy where you're like, look, let's just get them a big player that's going to play in the NHL and not go for those big swings?
I think he's a big swing still, just because of the uniqueness of his profile. I also think, to be quite frank, that he's probably going to end up frustrating for a lot of his career because he is so big and he is so talented that like, he'll probably have like multiple 60-plus point seasons, but you'll still just want more because then he'll flash and he'll put up like 8 points over 3 games. And you can be like, where's that every night, right? Like, and so, you know, it reminds me of like, and this is aging myself, but like Eric Daze back in the day, right? Another monster with great skill, right? Yeah, he had the bad back, but he had like several really good seasons, but every one of those good seasons should have had 25 more points on them too, with how skilled and how big he was. So we might see something like that, but it did play into my mind a little bit with making this pick. I was like, maybe give him a Canadian. Yeah, maybe that's going to have a better chance of sticking around in Winnipeg, right? You give him a yank, maybe he's only there for a little bit, and he's like, I want out of this place. So that did cross my mind too.
The one thing, I mean, the Jets have been able to re-sign their guys. Kyle Connor's been here for a long time. Connor Hellebuyck, a couple Americans, they've been enjoying themselves here, but it's that initial shock factor for sure. I'm hoping it's Viggo Björk that falls to the Jets. I think he could just be phenomenal. You mentioned like he could step in almost right away. Do I think the Jets management has that type of cojones? No. I think that they would have him with the Manitoba Moose for way too long, but I do think like they need that second line center so badly. The way you describe Belchetz, though, like there might be a little bit of Gabe Vilardi in his game, the way that he's playing, where like Vilardi can go through a week where you're like, wow, he's got 12 points this week. What the heck? Yeah. But more of a complimentary piece. Do you think that's maybe if he's in a top 6, that like he won't be the play driver on the line, but he can get to the right spots and finish when necessary?
Yeah, you ideally you want him with a real play driving center, and that he's crashing into soft areas or into hard areas and doing all the mucky work along the wall and the net front and stuff like that. You don't necessarily want him carrying the puck all the time, but again, he is a talented player. So if you had him with a more like cerebral second line center, then yeah, they're going to be feeding him a lot and letting him gallop through the neutral zone.
Ethan Belchetz comes in at number 8 on our 2026 NHL mock draft, and I know there's at least 2 people that are laughing at me because I still had 2025 NHL mock draft on the graphic here. They stay in storage all winter, so we got to dust these graphics off every year. But one thing we know that Cam Robinson from Elite Prospects is going to show up and give us all sorts of great insight on the players, like Carson Carels, 5th overall to the New York Rangers, Viggo Björk, number 6 to the Calgary Flames, Wyatt Cullen, 7 to the Seattle Kraken, and Ethan Belchetz at number 8. Here to help us make picks 9 through 12 in our 2026 NHL mock draft from Daily Faceoff, it's our good friend Steven Ellis. Steven, same picks as last year, 9 through 12. Fired up to get into this. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. You know, like that's a very interesting point in the draft because I think, you know, there's a lot of talk about there being some, you know, fall off after, you know, 9th, 10th in the draft. So we'll kind of see what happens there. But if you're looking for a defenseman, this is definitely the time to do it.
When do you think the run's going to start on defensemen? Like, we think Chase Reid might be kind of 1 or 2 spots ahead of anybody else, but man, you look from basically a Carson Carels, a Keaton Verhoeff, an Albert Smits, a Daxon, Rudolph, like so many names here. Do you think when we see one of that second after Chase Reid go, it's going to be all defense for a while? Or how do you see the first 10 or 12 picks shaken out?
I see the Rangers taking a defenseman, I think, and after that, that's where things get interesting, because you can make an argument for a defenseman for Calgary, like they got Zane Parekh, but they could maybe use a bit more puck movers out there. You can make an argument for Seattle, a team that has never taken a defenseman in the first round. Maybe it's time to finally change that up a little bit. I still don't believe it. Winnipeg, I feel like that might be the best bet for a team taking defenseman, because they've got some good forwards. They can use a couple of extra strong defensemen in the in their system there. So that's where it gets interesting. Florida could do whatever they want. This is a free pick for them, kind of like the Ottawa Senators. Nashville, another team where they should pick best player available, might be a defenseman at that point. So we could see a lot, and don't be surprised if half the first round are blue liners.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to watch that run of blue liners go. Now, how do you view this? Let's just limit it to the first round. How do you view this draft's first round compared to years past? Because I know leading up to this, it seemed like a lot of GMs were really zeroing in on this draft, being like, no, we don't want to trade the pick for this draft. It's going to be a big one. It's going to be deep. There's going to be a lot of different guys available. Would you say it's kind of lived up to that? Or now that you've done your deep dives, maybe not so much?
I think part of it is that we saw a bunch of guys kind of underwhelm at points and near the top. Someone like Keaton Verhoeff entered the season as a potential number one pick, and he might not go in the top 10 type thing. And I think you're looking at other guys where like a Chase Reid or a Caleb Malhotra. Those were guys that were not projected to go that high that will go high this year. So I think there's some interesting balancing going on. I'd say overall, I do like the first round. I don't think the depth is that deep, but I'd almost say when I say I like the first round, I kind of like the top 20. After that, that's where the talent starts to fall off a little bit. But overall, I still think this is it's a good draft. You're happy if you're picking in the top 10. If you're more in the 20th to 32nd range, it's like, well, it's a draft pick. We'll keep it. Sure, why not? But at the same time, I think a lot of teams should be considering moving those picks to get some immediate help. So I'd say it's not a super deep draft, but there's definitely some high-end talent near the top of the draft. I would say this is not as good as like 2024. 2025, I'd still say too early to kind of figure out, and probably not as good as 2023, but there's going to be some good value this year.
Not necessarily a top pick, but who are a couple of your favorite guys, your pet prospects in this class?
I really like Wyatt Cullen. I think that guy just every time I watch him, like, yep, this guy strong, smart, skilled, fast, kind of does everything there. I like Dane Bucher, also part of the U.S. National Team Development Program. I think I got him like 73rd in my rankings. He's probably going to go much later than that, but that's a guy that every time I watch him, I'm like, yeah, this guy knows what he's doing. He's 5'10", but he finds so many ways to impact the game. He's a smart player. Last year you asked me like who my favorite player was, and it was really easy. It was Brady Martin. I thought that guy was so much fun to watch. The year before that, it was Teddy Stiga. I don't really have a guy like that this year that I just like love their game so much. But I also like Carson Carels. That's another guy that I feel like he's just not getting enough love overall. Like, this is a guy who could be one of the best, maybe the best defenseman in the draft if we're looking 5 to 10 years. I know Craig Button in particular is a huge fan of him, really believes in him as a real star defenseman that could play a lot of minutes, and feels like just not a lot of people care about his game. Maybe because he's a left-handed defenseman, but this is the year where left-handed defensemen are actually harder to find, it seems.
Interesting. Well, we have Carson Carels here. Cam Robinson selecting him for the New York Rangers. I just think it's so funny that in an interview, he's like, I'd love to play in Canada. And he's a small market guy, farm boy from Manitoba. And I would love an ISO cam on him at the draft while Chicago and the Rangers are picking, like two of the biggest markets in the United States. And it would just be so rare for a guy to be like, I'd love to fall to Calgary or Winnipeg, Like, we need more guys like that in the draft. So I'm happy to see Carson Carels get some love here as well. Before we make your pick, starting with the Florida Panthers, what a run for them. 3 straight Stanley Cup finals. They lose guys to injury, and boom, get a top 10 pick as a result. But what are your thoughts here of how our top 8 picks have shaken out? Any big surprises for you?
I'd say no real big surprises at this point. I think it's something where, Calgary could go a bunch of different directions here. They can make they could take a defenseman. They could take a really good center. I think Viggo Björk, it's like I like him at Calgary there, but I could also see him falling because teams still might not be fully convinced about his offensive potential. Maybe he falls a little bit there, but overall, it's a pretty strong start. I think Seattle probably should take a defenseman. Like, just seriously, guys, do something about that. But I don't think that's going to be what they're doing this year. And Ethan Belchetz actually really like that pick to Winnipeg. It feels like a player. I call him the chaos conductor. This is a guy that terrifies opponents in the OHL. I don't know if he does it consistently enough, though, physically, and that's something that I think would be a little concerning to some scouts, but I still like his game.
So, with the Florida Panthers pick, 9th overall, GM Stephen Ellis, who do you have them selecting?
Well, this is a free pick for them, and I think there's someone where you look at it here, and they can go so many different areas and be pretty happy because they got a poor pipeline, but they're a team that wants to win, and they're going to be a very competitive group. Of all teams in the top 10, this is the one that makes the most sense to trade a pick, but I never believe that's ever going to happen. So the pick I'm going here is Keaton Verhoeff. I know there's a lot of concern about his game, maybe not the smartest player, maybe not the world's greatest skater, but when you watch him play, he's got a lot of skill with the puck. He is, a big body defenseman, 6'4", pretty strong defensively. I think the fact that he took on college and played a lot of minutes on a top program at 17 years old is amazing. I think that's a really good thing. I think it's going to have some good long-term positives. That being said, his game is far from refined, and it feels like he didn't necessarily take a big step forward this year as opposed to someone like a Chase Reid or a Carson Carels. So I think when you're looking at here, it's one where I'm still trying to bet high on his upside. I feel like this is a guy that once he's got his full year out of college under his belt. Next year, he's going back to North Dakota. They should be a competitive team. He'll have some guys that will be surrounding him that should help him on his defensive game. And I feel like this is an opportunity for him to go out there and really kind of just figure it out from a physical standpoint, figure it out from a defensive standpoint, but more importantly, figure it out from a skating standpoint, because he is one of the slower skaters up at this point of the draft. But if he could get that part of his game, and I know that is something he's working on this summer, I feel like he's going to be a much more complete defenseman, and your teams are going to be pretty excited about him. So if you're Florida, bet high on his upside, because, the comparable for him in a lot of cases is Aaron Ekblad.
So first off, we got to show a little respect to these Nodak jerseys, the business blacks, unreal head to toe, great kits, great program. And I love the fact that he challenged himself this year after scoring more than 20 goals in the WHL as a 16, 17-year-old. He's always had, as you mentioned, that thought that he was going to be a top 3 pick in this draft class. But what I'm curious about is people who are lower on him, and that's not you, Steven, over at 5 with Daily Faceoff on your rankings there. But those who are lower, I've read some reports saying, hey, like even the scouts and the Elite Prospects draft guide saying, we think he's like kind of a finished product. Like what you see is what you get. We don't think there's that high ceiling. And it's like, well, he's one of the youngest players in the draft class. He challenged himself going to play against tougher competition this year. And third, wasn't this guy a goalie 5 years ago, Steven? Like, I feel like he's still kind of learning the position to an extent.
That's the thing. That's why I'm still believing in him. I feel like he's still the most raw defenseman in this draft class. And again, why it makes sense for a team like Florida to pick him is because like this is a team that didn't expect to pick this high. If in a perfect world where this team was still competitive, they were not going to have this pick. It was going to go to Chicago, and they were going to just not even think about the draft at all. So I feel like betting on a guy with a lot of upside, where if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But you watch him play, and I don't know if I subscribe to the idea of him being like a finished product at this point. I feel like this year was a tough year for him at points, but there were other times where, he was one of the more impressive puck moving defensemen in the league. And, 20 points in 36 games in college as a freshman defenseman is tough, let alone a 17-year-old defenseman. So I think there's still a lot of improvement to be made, but it feels like some of the areas that were an issue in his game 2 years ago are still an issue, like the fact that he's not a great skater, that he can make mistakes under pressure. If he figures those two things out, I think he's going to be fine. But, he's the guy that I would hate to pass up on next year or going into next season and thinking like, oh, what could have happened here? Because he's still very raw. But at the same time, we got to see some more improvement because we didn't see that this year.
Yeah, I mean, a great place to be for improvement at North Dakota. So I think that's definitely a spot teams are going to be happy that he's there improving. Now, Steven, did it occur to you to go a different direction with this pick? Because for me, when I'm thinking of the Florida Panthers, I approach it a different way. I'm almost like you got to get a guy that's pro ready as soon as possible, get him on your cup contending team on an entry level contract to help fit under the cap. And don't worry about the big upside, because you're going to get the free agents. You're going to get those high upside guys through your pro scouting trades. Guys want to be there, etc. So did part of you think about, hey, maybe going with a Albert Smits, someone like that a lot of people see as more pro ready, or are you fully on the side of they got to take the swing here, because who knows when they're going to be drafting this high again? I mean, heck, they'll probably trade the next 3-4 first round picks they get anyways.
They might even trade this one, Pilsy.
Yeah, true. It's not for sure they're going to keep it.
Well, that's the thing. It's like my argument is like, yeah, Smits was actually the one that I was very close to doing here. But if you need a guy who's more pro ready, just trade the pick. Get someone who can actually help you immediately, because I don't think like Smits showed at points last year where like it took him a while to really kind of figure out the German league. Does that mean this is a guy that should be in the NHL next year? You can make an argument if he has a really, really amazing camp, but I also don't know if that's the best thing for his development. I still want to see a guy that's going out there and playing a ton of minutes next year, and that should be the focus. What if Verhoeff's ready after 1 year? Like, there's a realistic chance that both those guys are ready in the NHL at the exact same time. So at this pick, I feel like you'd be taking a big swing at a guy hoping that they're ready right away, and you might force a guy in. If you need that immediate help, which I think they should, trade the pick. And that's what I think they should do with this pick regardless. They should trade it and get someone useful. Like, they weren't like, that would have been a big price to pay for a guy like Michael Kesselring, but you now see that the trade market's open. We know the free agent market's not going to be great on defense. If you're not getting a guy like Rasmus Anderson or John Carlson would be a really strong fit actually. But let's say you're not going to get a big guy in free agents or on the free agent market, make a trade at the draft, trade this pick, get someone who could help you September.
I'm gonna be so mad when they get Connor Hellebuck, Steven. Like, I'm gonna be really mad.
Yeah, it's. If that happens, I almost just hope they still find a way to keep Bobrovsky and be like, "Yo, we're gonna have the greatest tandem like of all time, two future Hall of Famers." In
how many? 5 Vezina trophies? 6 between the two?
That would be outstanding. That'd be so much fun. That
would be unreal. I mean, like, goalies never get the trade package that people expect or hope, but I mean, Hellebuck's kind of 101, league MVP 2 years ago and multiple time Vezina winner. Like, I don't know, if I'm Cheveldayoff and I know he's going to go one way or another, like, you could do worse than if you could grab an Anton Lundell in the 9th overall pick. Like,
yeah,
I don't know.
There's some good arguments there. So like, yeah, Florida would be a team that would be terrifying if they had a goalie that good, because I know the core is like you're going to be asking a lot out of Barkov after missing the whole season. I think we're going to see him maybe have a strong start. He played really well at the World Championship. Yeah, but how is he going to handle that 82 game grind again? Or
84 games now.
84 games. It's going to be easy to forget that. 84 game grind plus the playoffs, everything like that. It's going to be asking a lot out of him. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him, get load managed at some points early in the season to just kind of ease him in. Brad Marchand's not getting younger. Tkachuk wasn't fully healthy. Like, this is a group that's definitely not going to be at full strength, even if everyone's healthy. That being said, it's still a pretty competitive group that knows how to battle and knows how to win. And that's one I wouldn't write them off next year. So a guy like Hellebuck would be pretty huge.
Yeah, well, Steven, I think, and this pains me to say as a division rival of the Florida Panthers, but like, even with all their injuries this year, they get the 9th pick. They didn't have success, but like, it wasn't necessarily because of Barkov and Tkachuk that they fell this far. They had the 2nd worst team save percentage in the National Hockey League this season. They get a few more saves. They might still be in that like window where you could sneak into a playoffs. Obviously not the same potential as a team when you don't have your 2 best players, but I think their goaltending kind of exacerbated the issue quite a bit with the way that they fell off in the standings, and everybody in South Florida and around the NHL is expecting the Florida Panthers to get right back on the horse next season. And in this world, GM Steven Ellis is adding Keaton Verhoeff to the mix. Is this the kind of guy, last question on Verhoeff, where you could see him signing out of college after next season and playing right in the NHL, or is he more of an ATO guy, play the rest of the year in the American League, and then, hey, let's get going in camp in 2028?
This was a guy that if you asked some scouts, in October, November, December, would have said he was one of the most NHL-ready defensemen in this draft. And the fact that he went to college a year early meant that maybe he would go straight to the NHL next year. I think that, this is a guy that he needs to figure out his speed. He needs to go out there and become a better skater, a more effective skater, and he needs to limit his many, many turnovers in a game. If he could do that, I think he'll be ready for the NHL because he's got the physical profile and he's got that offensive awareness. So I could see him being in the NHL after one more year in college.
Keaton Verhoeff, 9th overall to the Florida Panthers, which brings us to the Nashville Predators, the first selection to be made by Chris McFarland after coming over from the Colorado Avalanche. The Predators, kind of an interesting spot, Steven? Partly they felt like they were going full rebuild, but then they end up holding on to Yossi, Forsberg, and UC Saros. They still have that core of the guys who were there when they were making playoff runs. So how are they going to supplant their prospect pool even further as you're the GM making the pick?
Well, when you know Chris McFarland, his favorite thing to do is not have any draft picks and give the his scouting department the day off, because you look at what he did in Colorado, and obviously it worked out. They won the Cup a couple of years ago, and they were damn good for a bunch of years. But that's a team that you look at it and say, well, they don't seem to love to draft, and maybe they'll be aggressive. Who knows? That being said, I like the idea of Albert Smits if he's not taken by Florida at this point. I feel like, remember there was a time where Nashville kind of had the blue line that everyone was just afraid of. Just a strong group, physical, and that was their hockey. They never seemed to have a star forward at any point, and it felt like the defense was always kind of how they build the team. And a guy like Smits is a very fascinating player where you watch him in Germany, you watch him at the Olympics, the World Championship in Finland, and it felt like a lot of times the plays he was making were high-quality plays, but he wasn't passing necessarily to high-quality thinkers or shooters, and maybe the plays fell apart a bit. Do I think he's as offensively talented as someone like, a Daxon Rudolph or someone like that? No. And I think Daxon Rudolph is definitely going to be in this conversation here. That being said, I think defensively, there's a lot to like about Smith's game. He's got a big frame, and he's a tough guy to play against. And I got to say, people will say he's cocky. I say he's 100% of the most confident guy in this draft class. And this is a player that could be, I don't think he's got the offensive awareness or offensive skill of a guy like Moritz Seider, but defensively, there's a lot of similarities between the way they play. And I think that's something where if you're Nashville, you're probably happy if you get him at this point.
Where do you have Smits in your rankings as far as top defensemen go? Because there's a lot of people that say he's right up there in the top 3 of defensemen with a Reid, with a Carels. And then there's some people that have him below Verhoeff, Rudolph's. Where do you kind of slot him in? Because I know you're saying that maybe the offensive potential isn't quite as high as those guys, which is all of their main factors is the offense they can produce. But I just feel like there's so much more to his game that he does belong in those conversations.
Yeah, I think the fact that his game's not flashy, and that's not going to be every single player's thing there. But in my final rankings, I got Reid, I got Carels, I got Rudolph, I got Verhoeff, and then I got Smits there. But you can make an argument that he could be, he could be the second defenseman off the board. He could be the third. I think there's just enough. It's very tight between everyone there. I think we're looking at him. I like him somewhere in that 8 to 11 range in the draft. I feel like that's maybe more like he's not going to be a guy that's going to be driving play. And I think there's some points here where he reacts a little bit too slowly. But that being said, the fact is he started off the season really well in Finland, kind of tapered off a little bit. I liked him at the World Championship. He played a lot of shutdown minutes, but he also played a lot of offensive minutes later in that tournament. And I feel like it's one where he's not going to amaze you with the way he moves the puck. He's not going to amaze you with his speed, but he's going to be good at actually playing defense, which turns out is very important if you're a defenseman. So I think I don't think there's any true, Chase Reid's definitely the best defenseman. He's the one that I think pretty much every scout would agree is the best blue liner on the board. But the next 4 or 5 names after that, I'd say are very close. And I think Smits is, again, if he gets taken 5th overall, I would understand it. If he gets taken 10th overall, I'd understand it. Just some teams value a bit more offensive potential, or maybe you're looking for, a forward. Surprisingly, there are a few forwards in this draft here, but I think that's one where Smits could be a very interesting pick here for Nashville.
So this is a fascinating player for me. I think he's going to be a fan favorite wherever he goes because he's physical, he's fun, he's fast, he's a high event player. Is that fair to say, Steven? Where when he's on the ice, like you notice him every shift.
Yeah, 100%. I think no question about that. I think he's got it like this again. This confident attitude about his game where it's like, I know what I'm capable of. I know how to shut you down, and I'm not afraid of anything. Like watching him play at the Olympics, going up against high quality players every single night, he didn't look out of place. And I think you can look at Latvia and say internationally, yeah, they don't have a ton of great defensemen, but they play a strong defensive game. And I think that's one where Smits in general, like the fact that he kind of showed a bit more skill than some of those guys, like he could be one of the best Latvian players of all time, no question about it. And I feel like it's someone who people are going to like because he's going to get the job done defensively. And I think that alone is something where you're probably really happy if you have him on your team.
So we're not, it's not uncommon to see the Euros play in multiple leagues, multiple levels throughout a season. But the year that Albert Smits just had, I don't think it's been replicated often, if ever, where you play U20 in Finland. You play in the Liga for the majority of the season. That's the stats that we have up here on the card. He gets loaned to the German league, plays playoffs there, plays well, plays World Juniors, Olympics, and World Championships all in the same season. Like, I would almost be telling him to take a few months off of hockey. Like, maybe not months, but like take a few weeks off. Like that had to be with all the stress of the draft and everything that goes into it from the combine he was just at and everything else. Like, do you think that is something that scouts are going to evaluate when they're looking at him saying like, man, he played a ton of hockey. Like, I think that we need to kind of see him again after he's been able to kind of catch his breath a little bit.
I think whatever team drafts him, have him come to your development camp, but don't have him play. Just let him relax a bit and just kind of focus on just meeting with the team, meeting the people there, and kind of focusing on that. Don't have him play more. He's played so much hockey. He's played a lot of impressive hockey. Just give him the summer to just breathe a little bit, because that might just be best for him. Like that's Steven, the thing. Like there's so much gets talked about a player needing to have like a good balance growing up, not just playing hockey all year long. But like we continue to see these top players that are essentially playing so much hockey, so many different levels. And with Smits, like that's a lot of change throughout the year, a lot of different defensive partners he had to deal with. So, again, just relax a bit, just take it off. Like you don't have anything to prove this summer. Don't necessarily need you in the next year or two. Just go out there and just have fun.
Yeah, and like every level he was at, Steven, like you're going through the game log, and whether he's playing against men, whether he's playing internationally, like he's playing 18 to 24 minutes every single night. Like, is this guy going to step into the NHL and play in a top 4 role pretty soon? Like when you look at Nashville's decor, like they could use a defenseman right away. Like, is that some of the allure to taking him in the top 10 is saying like, we're going to get 3 years of solid entry-level production from him, maybe not scoring wise, but in terms of being able to be a regular in your lineup for all 3 years?
I think I wouldn't take him with the hope of getting him in soon, because I'm still on the boat of like, give these guys time. You don't need to rush them. And I think that's something where I wouldn't rush him. But that being said, like there's been a lot of change in his career. Like again, he's had to change countries. He's from Latvia. He's played in Finland. He's played in Germany. He played all these different international tournaments. Like be patient with him. That's kind of the way I'd say. Like could he play in the NHL in particular next year? Yeah, but kind of like with Artem Levshunov, where I kept saying like I don't love his fast movement up all these different levels very quickly. Just get used to the guys you're playing with for a little bit, get comfortable, and just kind of just wait it out of it. So I would not rush him to the NHL next year. Maybe in 2 seasons he's in the NHL, and that's probably best case scenario.
So your GM then, what's your move? Do you want him back in Finland? Do you want him in the American Hockey League under your organization's watch? How would you go about developing Smith to get him to be the best player he can?
If Nashville in particular takes him, like I think going to Milwaukee next year, good coaching staff, good development system, they prioritize those young guys, I think would actually be a really good fit for him. And then you can call him up if you need it. But I think for him, just for a European player in general, having them come to North America and kind of learning, the different lifestyle, not just saying, hey, your first time you're playing in North America, you're going to be in the NHL. Like I want him to get used to like the lifestyle. It's different for European players. Always talk about how different coming from you're up and going to the NA, you're going to North America. It is. So like take that time to just kind of get used to it. That's what I would do. But the ice time's got to be there. They got to prioritize his development still. He's got an opportunity for that in Finland next year, but I think in the NHL, like I'd rather see him play in the AHL next year. Personally.
Well, Albert Smith, the pick here for the Nashville Predators at 10th overall, which brings us to one of the fascinating teams in this first round. The first of 3 selections for the St. Louis Blues, 11th overall. This is a team that's been drafting fairly well. I'm a huge Adam Juracek fan, and they've got a few really nice pieces coming up. They took Carbonneau last year, too, if I'm not mistaken, and they're a team that's kind of in an interesting spot, too, where, yeah, they sold off their captain and Braden Chen last year at the deadline, but there are still some pieces that could be in play this summer, whether you're going full rebuild and looking to trade Jordan Binnington, Jordan Kyrou. I'm sure there's still going to be lots of interest in Colton Parayko despite his no movement clause. How do you go about setting the tone for this first round with the 11th overall pick?
Well, the Blues have like what feels like half of the first round's draft picks this year. They got about 3 picks, and that's quite a bit of picks that they're going to be making this year.
We can speak from experience, Steven. It's very fun to have 3 picks in the first round. Even more fun when 2 are in the top 5.
It's yes, I'd imagine. I'd also say it's probably more fun than teams that don't ever pick in the first round. But if you're the St. Louis Blues, you can go a lot of different directions here. Do you take a guy like Daxon Rudolph? Do you take, a Malte Gustafsson? Like there's some good defensemen you could take. Ryan Lynn. Knowing that there's probably a good chance one of those guys are going to be your next pick, then do you go out there and take a guy with some high upside that maybe fell a little bit in the draft? And that's what I'm kind of looking at here in Tynan Lawrence. I feel like this is a guy that if he gets passed over, he could make a lot of guys look really dumb next year. Let's just say that. This was someone who at his best was unstoppable in the USHL, put up some outstanding performances in his draft -1 year. Injury, a midseason change to a not so great college program definitely did not help his cause there. I actually did think he played some good hockey at the end of the NCAA season, and he had some pretty solid moments at the under 18s, although, he did get overshadowed a bit by guys like Mathis Preston and Ryan Lynn and players like that. That being said, I think with Lawrence, give him a whole year where he's healthy. Give him a whole year where he can go out there and be, just this big difference maker type player on a program that's going to need a guy like that. I think it actually really help his stock. So if he stays healthy, doesn't change where he's going, goes and plays in the World Juniors, I think he's going to really help his stock next year as a prospect. And that's why I think St. Louis should maybe take a chance on a guy that could be, maybe he's a number 2 center in the NHL. And there's an argument that maybe Dalibor Dvorsky is also that type of thing. And maybe Lawrence falls to your 3rd centerman. And then that's a pretty good number 3. I do think that they could use some more centers in their system. And I think a guy like Tynan Lawrence, I would bet high on a bounce back for next year.
Yeah, I'm with you, Steven. I'm a huge Tynan Lawrence fan. And I believe Scott Wheeler was saying it was a broken foot and or high ankle sprain injury that he suffered. And I'm just looking at a guy like Lawrence, and for a guy that is such a speedster and a great skater, and for him to have the success that he was able to have this year, despite one of his best attributes being hindered, like we know in Ottawa, Drake Matheson had a high ankle sprain, and it was like 2 or 3 years even before we were like, okay, he's back to normal. Like, how long do you think something like that could affect a guy like Lawrence? And do you think that will impact his ability to become pro ready sooner rather than later?
This is another guy you'd be very patient with. I think there was a lot of signs kind of when he was playing the USHL that maybe he'd be more pro ready. And I know it's the USHL, not college or whatever. There was a lot of signs that he'd be a more pro ready than a lot of other guys in this draft. And it did feel like he was trying to play so much catch up this year. Like that's the thing. He not only did he have that injury, and he definitely didn't look as quick as he did as the season kind of wore on, but he was thrown into a system where the team was just trying to fight for their lives every single night at Boston University. Like this is not the BU with like Lane Hudson and Macklin Celebrini. Like this is a group that just didn't have the scoring depth that they needed.
Or
and
Matt O'Connor, right, Steven?
Yes. I haven't thought of that name in a while. But like you go out there and you're thrown into the lineup and you're not playing a ton of minutes right away, and all of a sudden you're not the guy anymore. And that was definitely not easy for him. And I talked to him about that lately into the U18s. It was like he's happy he made that decision to go to college because he needed to keep pushing himself. but he also knew that there was going to be a big opportunity for him to fall in the draft, knowing that he probably wasn't going to be playing at 100% and that there was still some questions about his game. But this is a player that some people thought as a potential top 3 pick at Christmas. Like, this is not like he fell a lot in a short span because it was a very underwhelming college season, but we're still talking about a pretty young player, like a 17-year-old guy that went to college. And I still think that's something that does matter in some cases here. And next year, I think he's going to be, as long as he starts on the right foot, he's healthy, good to go. I think he's going to be in a really good situation there to really impress, and he'll play a lot of minutes, and maybe he turns out to be a bit of a steal. And that's kind of what I'm banking on. I know there's some risk in this pick. Maybe he's not as fast as he once was. Maybe he doesn't regain that element of his game back, but I like to bet on the upside here.
Yeah, and when you have 3 picks, you can take that swing, especially when the next pick is only 4 later. And we mentioned with Keaton Verhoeff being the youngest defenseman in college hockey, for a portion of the season, Tynan Lawrence was the youngest player in college hockey until Oscar Hemming was able to make his debut at Boston College. I think he's like a week younger, but clearly so much runway here for Tynan Lawrence. And the numbers jump off the page at every level up until he gets to Boston University. You mentioned the transition, the injury, everything he dealt with. This is a player where you could see him being a second line center, or are you taking this swing thinking like, man, if he develops right, like we could have a number 1 center on our hands here in a draft that doesn't have many, if any, of that type of player.
I'd almost feel like there's a better chance of him becoming a number 1 center over someone like Viggo Björk. Viggo Björk's more skilled, and I feel like he can make an argument for being a winger at some point in the NHL. But with Lawrence, like I feel like he's got that 2-way game kind of on pat. We know he's really figured it out. It's now like, can he take his offense to another level? And I don't know if that's necessarily going to be his game. I don't think he's going to put up the numbers you want out of a first line center, but what he's going to do is he's going to work hard. He's going to try and out muscle people, battle to the death every single shift. That's the type of player that I'm looking at and saying he's probably more of a number 2 center, but you'd be happy with him there.
All right. So with your final pick, who are you taking for the New Jersey Devils at 12th overall?
So the New Jersey Devils, again, there's some very interesting teams in this range here, as I keep mentioning over and over again. But with the Devils, what are they going to do with Dougie Hamilton? What are they going to do with Simon Nemec? Like, are those guys going to be gone? Are they going to be there next season? Almost feels like one of them is going to be gone at this point, right? So then that makes an argument for, well, what about a future top 4 defenseman who can move the puck very effectively and skates well and got size? And that's when a guy like Daxon Rudolph, who, again, you can make a very good argument for him going to Florida. You can make a very good argument for him going to Nashville. You can make a good argument for him going to Winnipeg and Calgary and Seattle. Like, a lot of teams would be very happy to get a guy like Daxon Rudolph. And I think with him here, it's something where if they are going to make the changes to that blue line, like, this is a guy that fits a need. My one concern about his game is it feels like defensively he can be a bit too passive. But then you go watch his game with the puck. You go watch what he did with Prince Albert all year long. He was one of the best players in the entire CHL. And it feels like it was kind of ignored a little bit by some people because he was playing on a team that was also very good and one of the stronger groups across the board there. But with Rudolph, he was a difference maker every single night in the CHL or in the WHL playoffs. And like, there were games where maybe he wasn't as effective. And then you noticed it in Prince Albert. They just weren't as dangerous when he wasn't at his 100% playing capacity there. But I like him. Smart guy, can shoot the puck. That offensive, those numbers this year, like, it was a question of could he reach, before the year it was like, could he get 15 goals? Then it was like, pretty quickly, could he get 30 goals? Could he get 80 points? Is he going to be a Sam Dickinson level player here? So really impressed with his game this year. A guy that I think is going to, like, could go as high as 5th and you'd make sense. Could go as low as, 12th. I think it just really depends on what teams are valuing at certain positions here. But I do like Daxon Rudolph a lot.
So the numbers obviously pop. The question, and he's going to Denver next year. If he had gone to Denver this year, I'm just trying to do the Verhoeff comparison here where you light up Junior. But is that unknown going to help or hurt him? Do scouts just say, man, like, he dominated his competition? Or do they really take into account that, hey, this is the WHL. Like, when we're comparing him and Verhoeff, we have to really take into account the fact that Verhoeff probably would have put up similar numbers if he had stayed in the dub.
And that's kind of the thing I'm looking at here. That's why I'm still kind of high on Verhoeff. Like, if Verhoeff stayed, like, he had 55 points in his last year WHL. Like, what if he like how many points would he have got this year? Like
Tons.
80 points feels like the floor almost of what he was going to be able to do. Now, granted, Victoria wasn't a dangerous team, but let's say these rules didn't come into place with the NCAA and the CHL, and then you've got Cole Reshny still passing to Keaton Verhoeff or vice versa type of thing, right? Like that's something where, okay, well, that's quite interesting. But yeah, like with Rudolph, like a lot of people kind of discount him because he played on a good team, but he was the guy that made that team so good pretty much every single night. So yeah, like, it'll be interesting to see what he does at Denver. It feels like he's still going to play a ton of minutes right away. He's going to have a very good coach, obviously, and Carl to rely on there. Like when you're going there, you're going to be coached well. You're going to be coached hard. You're going to have to learn some tough lessons, but it's going to be the best thing for you in the long run. And I feel like Rudolph's going to really turn some heads again next year in college. And I think he's going to be a very good player.
First and foremost, you don't have to know Daxon Rudolph to know he's out of the dub. I mean, that's the most WHL name of all time. Is this a guy that you could see running a first power play unit in the NHL? Like, does he have that type of offensive capabilities?
I don't know. It's saying, like, again, it really depends on the team that drafts him. But I think like if he is your number 2 quarterback, you're probably really happy. Could he be number 1? I think he's got that. Like, I think he's much better offensively than he is defensively in a lot of situations. I think a lot of what makes him dangerous defensively is the fact he doesn't give the puck away much in the offensive zone. Like, he's always going to have the puck. He's making sure you're not coming back the other way. So I think, there's definitely some potential there. Again, going back to what I feel like you watch him in the WHL playoffs, and it felt like he got exposed a lot, where there were times where he was just too relaxed, too just not attacking guys and letting them come to him. And then he wasn't really doing, like, when I play hockey, and it annoys the hell out of me when my defensemen just let these guys walk in. That's what he does a lot, though. That's what it feels like with Rudolph. He's not as aggressive as he needs to be at times. That will make him more effective. But with the puck offensively, you're not going to find a guy that's as active as he is. And that's what makes him interesting in the power play going forward.
Are you talking about Daxon Rudolph or Evan Bouchard? Like, am I crazy to say that there's some similarities there?
100%. Evan Bouchard is one of my favorite players in the NHL. So, like, that's one I do like that for sure. I think with Rudolph, it's like defensively, he does leave some to be desired. And that's why it's not like a slam dunk top 5 pick. I will also point out, like, he put up these great numbers, but like when one of the guys he would have gone neck and neck with this year, like you mentioned in Verhoeff, goes to a completely different, stronger league, that's where it's like, okay, well, can you do this to the next level? I think Rudolph's going to be totally fine on the next level, but what's his production going to be next year? Is it 25 points? Is it 30 points? Be interested to see kind of what happens there.
How would you compare him, just quickly? Sorry, Pilsy, I feel like I'm going Howard Stern here with Steven. We'll get you.
I'll just hang up and get out of here.
No, I am curious, though, as Locked On Senators. Like, I feel like this is kind of how people talked about Carter Yakimchuk in his draft year. Like, how would you compare those two at the same stage in their development?
I think Rudolph's definitely a better skater. I think that's the biggest thing there. Like, I think part of what makes Rudolph really good is he's not gonna, he's not Lane Hudson skating out there, but he's out there just making sure that you're going to have to kind of really chase him to get the puck off of him. And that's something he does really well. So I think the biggest difference between the two is definitely the skating.
And less toe drags.
Yeah. Yakimchuk's more fun to watch. Let's just say that. Yeah.
And the physicality's there for Yak. You're not going to see that with Rudolph.
No, Rudolph's not going to knock guys down. Like, he's got the frame, but that's not really necessarily his game. And he does play physical. Like that is, like, no question about it. He does go out there, but he's not like mean like Yakimchuk. Yakimchuk wants to make sure your helmet's flying into the crowd. And I don't know if we're going to see that necessarily with Rudolph, but he can be mean. He put up a lot of penalty minutes this year. It's just not as mean.
Well, and if you're talking about the New Jersey Devils getting this pick, and I know you mentioned the defenseman that could be outgoing, but one that just signed their entry-level contract was Anton Silyaev. I might have mispronounced that, but we're talking 2024 draft. If you're in the war room with the Devils, are you looking at the 2028, 29 depth chart and saying, man, like, this could be a great pair, yin yang. We got our big bruiser on one side, and that could allow Rudolph to be a little more free offensively?
I think so. Like, that's the one where, when I talk about him being a little bit passive defensively, like, that's just, it's not a huge flaw in his game. Like, it's something where I think defensively he'll be fine with some more development. But yeah, I think, give him an opportunity to go out there and just try and fly free. Like, yeah, that's something where that'd be a good mix for sure.
Big fan of Daxon Rudolph, who comes in at number 12 on our Locked On Senators 2026 mock draft. Thank you to GM Stephen Ellis for making the picks for us here. You can find all of his draft work over at Daily Faceoff. They've got a draft hub. We'll put the link to it in the description of this video so you can find Steven's most recent, the final rankings. And Steven was boots on the ground at the NHL Scouting Combine. I loved your notebook on that. Just a little fun odds and ends, the stories that don't show up on the scouting reports and the stat sheet, some real kind of personal stories there that really makes the draft so special, where you're seeing these kids get to their dream of being an NHLer, and kind of learning about their past and learning about what makes them tick is a real fun part of the whole event. So, Steven, that's pick 12. We're handing it over to Rocco Zappia here for picks 13 to 16. Who are a few of the best players left available on your board?
Let's see. Ryan Lynn, definitely a very skilled puck-moving defenseman. Like Malte Gustafsson, really good second half of that year. Alexander Command, maybe not going to go out there and put up a ton of points on the board, but is a very good two-way player. Adam Novotny, I really like his physicality and the fact he shoots a lot of pucks and scores a lot. Like, he had over 30 goals in the OHL. So definitely some interesting picks here, but this is one where you look at a team like Columbus. Can you get a little higher in the draft somehow? Could you trade up knowing that your pipeline is not that great and your team is not that great either? Could you figure out something to make your team better quicker? That's something that'd be interesting.
Now, obviously, the way we're doing this mock draft isn't necessarily a prediction of how things will go. We want everyone to be fighting for their picks and be happy about the players they're picking in spots. But if we were to do this in an actual prediction of how it will go, where do you think the picks are most off here? Like, which teams do you think, okay, that guy, they're not going to take him despite how good he is. They're going to go this direction.
I just don't see San Jose taking Stenberg, as much as that's what I would do right now at this point. It feels like
that's exactly what Scott told us too. Yep. He's like, this is my team. I'm building it how I want.
Yeah, Chase Reid there. Feels like that's what's going to happen there. I would not take Malhotra at number 3, not from a player perspective, or not from a skill perspective, but from the pressure. I just don't like that for anybody involved. I don't know if Belchetz will go to Winnipeg. I feel like he'll go lower than that because he's not, an amazing skater and doesn't necessarily use his size as effectively as he should.
The thing with that, though, Steven, is they're loyal to a fault here in Winnipeg, and Mark Chipman's gonna see Blake Wheeler and Ethan Belchetz, and he's gonna say, "I need this guy."
Which is fair enough. I love Belchetz. He's one of my favorite players in this draft. I remember watching him when he was like 14, and he was a physical freak back then.
He was first overall pick in the O, wasn't he?
He was terrorizing everybody. Like, he was like a half a foot taller than the second tallest guy basically on his own team. Like, and when you look at a guy like that, it's like, okay, is he good because he's big at that point, or is he good because he's good? And he was good because he was good, and that's why he's stuck around in the top 15 this year. So that's another one there. So it'll be interesting to see kind of specifically how far Keaton Verhoeff falls, because some scouts really like him, and some, as mentioned before, not so much.
One of my favorite articles that you've posted here in the lead up to the draft, because personally, my number one storyline is the defenseman. And you just did an article here detailing your top 15 defensemen. You did it for each position, but man, I clicked the D one really quickly and was fired up to see how you differentiated one from another. And people can go check out that full article over on Daily Faceoff. Steven, thanks so much for doing this. Your insight is truly appreciated. A true friend of the show now, back-to-back mock drafts. And we recall you taking Logan Hensler, I believe 14th last year in the mock to Columbus. So that kind of eased our concern there when Ottawa ended up getting him at 23. But we look forward to all your coverage on draft night and beyond, and really appreciate you being a part of the 2026 mock draft.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys.
All right, on the clock, Rocco Zappia and the New York Islanders. And now we're pleased to bring on from the puck bunker, it's Rocco Zappia. Rocco, what's going on? Thanks for doing this.
Hey, appreciate you guys having me on. I know I just missed the cut last year, but you let me pick ahead of that bum Darren, so I'm happy about that. I feel validated,
And not only that, but you're batting leadoff for the puck bunker boys. Darren will be on a little bit later on. He's going to do some picks for us. But Rocco, you guys do some great work, in-depth coverage of the NHL draft over on YouTube. People can check you out at the puck bunker. My first question for you. You got pick 13 to lead us off here. Were you surprised by anyone who was left on the board for you here?
Yes and no. I do feel that I'd say I'm more surprised a couple of guys went a little bit later than I thought they might. Verhoeff at 9 and Smits at 10 for, made Steven Ellis's job pretty easy there, I think. So not to dismiss the couple guys who went ahead, because it just shows how wide open this draft is. So am I getting guys that I really like and maybe I have ranked higher than 13 to 16? Sure, maybe. But am I surprised that these are the 4 guys left? Not necessarily, because after that, what seems to have become a consensus group, the top 6 to 10 guys, depending who you ask, really, it really is wide open. So it's a fun exercise, but it shows there's a lot of diversity in draft opinions this year, more so than most that I can remember.
That's awesome. And is there one where you're running to the table here, or did you have to really deliberate to get the Islanders pick at 13?
Not necessarily. I mean, I actually had quite a bit of debate here between myself, and it appears that I'm a closeted Finland fan, because I found myself debating here between Hemming and Suvanto for the Islanders, both of whom I think really fit the DNA of what that team wants to be and what they are. And they ran on these large forwards, Brock Nelson, Anders Lee, these kind of guys. Now they got Bo Horvat and they've obviously, and Shen they brought in. So they're a little more solid down the middle than they were, which is what made me go Hemming. I think this is a guy that has a pile of upside here. Big body, big shot. He can get to the middle of the ice, which, as we're seeing, is harder and harder to do the deeper we get into the playoffs. So they get a premier scoring threat to play with this, what's now a glut of pretty quality centermen. And you add that to what they did at the draft last year with Schaefer and obviously Eklund and Aitchison, and it just seemed like a high-end scoring winger who can kind of work it down low and work the middle. And he does have one-shot scoring ability, not to be confused with his brother Emil, different guy, but he's got that same shooting ability where you can set him up on the flank, and if he gets a hold of it, good luck to the goaltender. So I did have some debate. I wouldn't say I sprinted to the table, but like you said, there's a couple guys who, in my opinion, maybe are a couple picks later than I have them on my personal list. So I had the luxury of choice here, I'd say. So the Islanders, they're in a good spot at 13. Whether it's Hemming or someone else, they're going to get a really, really quality player here.
Now, Rocco, you're using words like premier scoring threat, talking about a shot and everything. But looking here, I'm seeing 1 goal in 19 games. Now, obviously, you got to take into factor that he's a younger import player. But how do you kind of translate that you see the skills there, but in a difficult position for a guy like him, a rookie in NCAA, only getting the 1 goal there?
Yeah. Now, obviously, that's not the best thing that you want to see. I based a lot of it. Look, he was dealt with a pretty poor hand this year in terms of how he was handled by his home club, who had his contract rights. His season never got any flow. It never really got off the ground. But he did hit the ground running at the Hlinka. And we'll talk more about Suvanto in a little bit, but they were dynamite as that top line for that Finnish team. And I don't know if you guys watched it, if you get a chance to go back and watch it, but watch the game specifically against Canada. Those 2 guys made mincemeat out of Canada, and those are some top-notch defenders that Canada had on that Hlinka team, and these guys were dominant. So you put him in the right situation, and you get a guy that can find him regularly and get him the puck in the spot that he likes it, which NHL centers can do. He's going to have a lot of success. 1 goal, yes, not great. But you know what? We've got a guy here in Ottawa who people questioned because of his pure scoring numbers in his draft year as a younger guy in the NCAA, and now he wears the C for us, and that's Brady. I say us like I'm part of the team. I am a Sens fan. But that's Brady Tkachuk, right? And people said, I remember it. I remember because I got in fights with friends about this. We're like, we need to take Zadine. Look at all of the stats he did. And I'm like, well, I don't care. He's not as good. So, and it worked out, right? So sometimes there is a little more projection that goes into it than just the pure counting stats. Obviously, you would like to see more than 1 goal in 19 games. But if you read his scouting reports from other bozos like me on the internet who do this stuff, you're going to see that the scoring threat is commonly talked about as a positive to his game, and there doesn't really seem to be necessarily a ton of concern or apprehension with that amongst the online scouting community. At least we'll see where he ends up going in the NHL draft, and that'll tell us what the NHL scouts think. But despite the one goal, I'm going to chalk a lot of that up to he just really never got settled this year. And there is a lot more to this player than 1 and 7 would suggest.
Yeah, there's a lot more to the story in terms of being 17 for his entire freshman year, which you rarely see. He doesn't turn 18 until August. And you mentioned that it was kind of a strange situation with his Liga contract. He ends up signing a deal to play with the Kitchener Rangers, but then the Liga team blocked the transfer and he just was sitting there. So he missed a bunch of time. And then in December, ultimately got to Boston College and got 19 games in. But again, the scoring just wasn't there. If you're a New York Islanders fan, how soon do you think you could get a guy like this in the lineup, being one of the youngest players in this draft class?
I'd say you're looking at 2 more years, at least would be my ideal. You want to see him now. Like I'm excusing the poor goal totals here because of a lot of circumstances, and I that situation was unfortunate. I made some swear words on Twitter about that when that was going down. I thought that was completely unfair to a young player. So Finland pro teams, do better there, please. Because this is just a kid trying to make it. So you want to see those numbers improve, obviously. So you need to get to a point, and like where he's playing, that's a strong team. So you're coming in mid-season, maybe the role's not there, whereas next year it will be. They know they have this guy from the jump, and he's going to be a much bigger part of their plan. So you do want to see a massive jump in obviously offensive numbers, and then it's how many more years do you need, whether it's 1 more year in college plus 1 in the American League. Maybe you can make the jump right after. Who knows? Maybe he goes. I'm blanking. The kid that Pittsburgh drafted last year, the American kid.
Ben Kendall, my guy.
No, he's the Canadian kid. Who's the American
kid?
The big Horkoff, Will Horkoff.
Maybe
he goes full Will Horkoff and completely explodes offensively here next year, right? And then maybe your plans change. Maybe he can play when he's 19. But I would say probably 2 years, maybe 3. We're talking now 13th overall, mid first round pick. I'd rather over ripen a guy. So you want to see him be almost too good for that NCAA level, or at least producing like a first line player. Decide if he's ready to make the jump to the American League after that, and then go from there. But I'd say 2 more years, maximum 3, and then you got a guy you can plug into your top 9.
And I like taking a look at the height weights at the combine versus what they were listed at before. And he's got 10 pounds up on what he did there. So listed at 6'4", 204 pounds there, and doesn't turn 18 till August, has all the offensive upside. It's a nice little pick there for the New York Islanders at 13th overall. Rocco, that brings us to the Columbus Blue Jackets at 14. What do you like for CBJ in this spot? The exact same spot where they drafted last year.
Yeah, I mean, now they're getting the guy here that I am a huge fan of. I've been on this guy since the Holinka, and it's Oliver Suvanto. Spoiler alert. Anyone who's watched me and Darren for about 30 seconds even this year has probably heard that name. We've been hammering his drum pretty hard all year. And this is another guy where, shocker here, the offensive stats don't tell the full story. He played up. He played against men most of the year. And when he did play down with his peers, he was, frankly, in my opinion, dominant most games. And not in terms of putting up 15, 20 points over the course of a short tournament like Bedard did for Team Canada that year, but dominant down low. The puck is always in the offensive zone. If he doesn't have the puck, he's getting it back pretty quickly. The neutral zone play, he clogs it up. He strips guys. And he actually does have sneaky offensive skill. He makes some passes. He makes a lot of plays to guys where if he's putting that same play on the stick of an NHL winger, it's in the back of the net. So this is a very smart player. He has a very high hockey IQ. You're not getting this is not going to be a 100-point player for you. But you look at a guy like Anton Lundell, and maybe that's a bit of a lazy comp just because he's another big Finnish center. But there's a lot of similarities there. And Lundell's only, quote unquote, only, but he's a 40 or 50-point player this year, obviously a little bit better than that. Barkov was out. He was able to take on a bigger role. But even at 40 or 50 points, like that's a guy that Florida considers him someone they're building around. So there's a lot more that goes into it other than just straight point totals. And this is a guy where that's the story as well. they've done a really nice job here in Columbus, and he fits the mold of what they're doing. They like these big, skilled centers. And yes, they've spent some very high draft capital in centers over the last few years with Fantilli and Caden Lindstrom. However, and I like Lindstrom, but he didn't have the season he wanted. This gives them a guy that kind of hedges that a little bit while still getting really good value on his own as a prospect at the 14th spot. So it kind of kills two birds with one stone there. They have some high skill winger. They have some high skill players in the organization. They obviously have Werenski, Matejczak's emerging for them. They've got some bigger defensemen coming. So they have the luxury of kind of being able to just kind of take the best player available. And the floor with Suvanto is so high. It's a very high end third line center. If everything goes poorly for him offensively, you still have that because his B game is so elite. And the upside here is to be determined. People keep saying he's middle six, and I like him ultimately to be a really quality second line center. Maybe there's more. You don't know with these guys who play pro, and especially with a guy who's actually good as a two-way player and good defensively and can earn his minutes in a pro league on his own merit. He's not, the coaches aren't forced to pigeonhole him into pure offensive situations. As a result, he doesn't necessarily get as many of them. So you don't know what their offensive upside is. If you look at 11 points in 48 games, well, that's in Liga. That's like the fourth best league in the world, maybe fifth best league in the world. So that's really good. What's he do amongst his peers? Well, he's the first line, first power play, first everything, right? So the numbers would obviously be a lot different if he was playing in junior. The other thing with him is Finland actually named him one of their top 3 players of the tournament, selected by the coaches at the World Juniors. And to me, when you're doing that, you're playing as a draft eligible, you're getting important minutes, you're playing against mostly the other team's best players, even at the World Junior level, and your coaches recognize you as one of the top 3 players. Like, maybe this guy is pretty good. So I think Columbus would be really, really happy, even though this maybe isn't the sexiest pick in terms of flash and high-end offensive skill. This is a guy who's absolutely going to play and is absolutely going to be a plus in whatever role he ends up being. And it's a plug-and-play top 9 guy. So 14th overall, you got to be excited about that.
How much stock do you put into a guy that plays pretty much all of his season in the pro league versus, let's say, he played a little bit more time playing amongst peers or U20 and lights it up points wise? Like, where do you kind of balance those two different approaches?
You obviously want to see and expect to see more production against his peers. Guys who are 17, and this guy's a really young birthday too. We talked about having being young. Like, this guy's like a week or like 10 days away from next year's draft. Like, he's really, really young. So any guy that's able to actually play pro, whether that's SHL, Liga, wherever, for their whole draft year and do it on merit and earn their minutes, I don't really care what your offensive production is, because my baseline expectation is practically nothing. My baseline expectation is you're not good enough to play pro in your draft year. So the fact that he was able to earn minutes for his full season up there, that's just kind of bonus. And I try not to look as much at international competitions, because you do want to scout guys more with their club teams, whether that's in the CHL, NCAA, or Europe, because that's where they're most comfortable. That's where you kind of see oftentimes what they're about. However, being in the international competitions does give you a really good idea on how to compare guys who don't get to play against each other. So it gives you a barometer of where they fit in amongst their peers, even though I'm not going to give a guy, like, if a guy gets 0 points in 7 games at the Hlinka, I'm going to say, okay, well, maybe he's just cold, didn't get bounces. I'm not going to hold it against him, but I will look to see where he fits in terms of tools and skill ability against his true peers. And Suvanto dominated his peers, both at the Hlinka and at parts of the World Juniors. So that kind of gave me the confidence to think that there's more than just a bottom 6 guy here. I do see more second line upside with him. And it was those situations because you got him against, look, Carson Carels is one of my favorite players in this draft. And Suvanto gave Carels his worst highlight of the whole season at the Hlinka. So I don't know. You look at the guys, it is trickier when they're playing all different leagues, but when they're against their peers, you see where they fit in skill-wise, and then you see how they play in their club team, even if it is only 8-10 minutes a night in the pro level. The fact that they're there, to me, just kind of speaks to them being more advanced than their peers. I only really see it as a good thing, unless they're not playing. That's the only time I don't really like to see it, if they're not getting minutes.
Yeah, well, Oliver Savanto certainly making an impact wherever he was this season, both ends of the puck, and he goes to the Columbus Blue Jackets at 14th overall, which brings us to the St. Louis Blues and the 15th overall selection in our 2026 NHL Mock Draft. The first question before we get to the pick, Rocco, is did what happened at 11th overall impact your decision here, where we have the St. Louis Blues already taken Tynan Lawrence to get a centerman in this draft?
Somewhat. I think I would have landed on the same player ultimately at the end of the day. However, it would have put Morozov and Command more into the discussion here than they currently are for me. And I hummed and hawed here because ideally St. Louis, they have drafted a lot of forwards here the last couple of years. And obviously they got Juracek as well, but most of their other picks have been more higher end forwards. So they got Lawrence, which I really like that pick. I think he'd be a great fit, a really good fit for them. So it opened things up. And then I came down to, do I want Gustafsson or do I want Maddox Dagenet, which is who I ultimately landed on here. And what came down to it for me here, if this was their last first round pick or high second round pick, kind of top 40, I would have probably taken Gustafsson. I do feel that after Dagenet and maybe a couple other forwards, there's a pretty significant drop off somewhere in the early 20s amongst the forward group that doesn't exist amongst the defensive crop. The D crop this year is very, very deep. There's a lot of guys who are going to be in that from pick 20 up into the early third round. And good luck trying to predict what way that those guys turn out, because there's a lot of guys with different abilities. It's kind of pick your poison. And it's a nice year to kind of need a defenseman with a late first, early second. St. Louis having that pick at 29th or 30th, I think 29th is what it ended up. That gives them, that's kind of what I have in my mind. So no pressure to whoever's going after me to take a defenseman there for St. Louis at the end of the first. But that kind of let me take Dagenet here. This is a big body. If you guys can't tell, I like big forwards with skill. So he actually profiles very similarly to Hemming, although there's a lot more raw production this year with Dagenet. He was a first overall pick in the Quebec League. He had some questions about his effort level and his pace. And in his first year, it was very inconsistent. He kind of tried to play like a star. And you don't really like that. And when I watch him this year, I'm like, oh, he kind of realized that this is a flaw. And now he's up and down the ice. He's blowing guys up. His reverse hits are amongst the best in the class. He's excellent down low. He gets his shot off so quick. He's another guy you can put on the flank on a power play. And if he gets a hold of it, good luck to the goalie trying to stop it, because you're either it's going to hit you because you just happen to be there, but you're not going to be able to track it. So he does have high-end scoring ability. They're not afraid to draft out of the queue. They took Justin Carbono last year. So, and that's another very dangerous player that had some perceived flaws. I actually like Dagenet in terms of having a bit of a safer floor than Carbono, because you watch how he played at the U18s. He was hard on the forecheck. He was digging. He was blowing guys up. And you're like, okay, if you're having an off night shooting the puck, you're not scoring, you're not producing offensively. I now very clearly see a model for a very effective B game as a third line guy who could be a 15, 20 goal guy. And that's your floor. Well, it's a really good floor of a player in the middle of the first round. And he does have that 25 plus goal upside that you do want to see. Like, you don't want to draft bottom six guys in the first, but it's nice when they have a B game that you're like, okay, well, if the offense doesn't translate, at least this is still there, and you grow with them over time. But he impressed me most times I watch him. There is still instances where you know you're picking and choosing when to back check the hardest, but the improvement there has been massive, and it's not something that I'm really concerned about anymore. The harder the games get, the more effective this guy has been. So put that in a playoff series. He's got the size and he's got the tenacity. I think he's showing the tenacity now that you're confident projecting that as a playoff type player. Add that to the shooting ability. There is some versatility. positionally, he's listed as a center here. He said he prefers to play center. I personally think that this is going to be a winger. I think just based on his profile with how well he's able to forecheck and put some physical pressure on guys and you know the one-touch scoring ability, that screams power winger to me. That said, he's listed as a center. He said he prefers to play center, but most guys do. So we'll see where it ends up. But there's some positional versatility there, which is never really a bad thing.
Yeah, I see him as a winger as well, Rocco. Now, you mentioned you see him kind of having the floor of a third line player. Do you think this is a guy, though, that can play up on a second line or even a top line and kind of provide that element of physicality to help out those other playmakers and snipers while still having enough offensive capability to not slow them down in that sense?
I do. And my personal belief is that this is going to be a top 6 guy. When I said he could be a good third liner, like that's absolute floor to me. That's if the offense misses for some reason, maybe the game's offensively a step too quick. You don't know until guys get there. You don't know. We can watch 1,000 games of them and you don't know till they get to the NHL how it's actually going to work. So I do think this is more of a top 6 profile, but even if it is an ideally a third line guy down the road, like you said, he does have that requisite element of skill to be able to play up and be the digger on maybe with more too skilled guys, right? So, or maybe a little bit smaller guys. I actually think that him and Lawrence would make great line mates down the road with Lawrence's skating ability and, you know, kind of his hockey sense. They do different things well. And I think part of it was like, oh, this could be a pretty fun pairing down the road. But ideally, what I think he settles into is kind of a guy that his goal totals usually start with a 2 pretty much year in, year out. Maybe you get a down year when he's either younger or older where it's 15 or so. And in his best years, maybe he cracks 30 a couple times. It's a really good player. And he will be able to be deployed because of his size and his forechecking and his ability to be physical, which is somewhat newer for him, which is a nice development that you saw this season. There is a lot of versatility for him to be able to play different roles and carve out minutes in different situations. So you look at the playoffs now. We're in the Stanley Cup Finals, probably the 2 deepest teams. So depth matters. It's not always, you don't see McDavid. McDavid's not there in the finals. McKinnon's not there in the finals. McCarr's not there in the finals. Now, not to take away from the best players on Carolina and Vegas are obviously superstars, but you don't need to have the best guy in the league to win. But you do need team depth. So this guy's going to find a role. He's going to be effective at it, and you're going to be able to move him around. So middle of the first round, I'll take that all day long.
Yeah, dude. And if anybody hasn't seen his reverse hits, like they're unreal. Like he'll just get in the corner and just light guys up. It's awesome to see. And it feels like scouts have kind of come around on him saying, I don't know before, but kind of showing that he can be a complete player and comes from bloodlines too. His dad played 7 years in the AHL, 5 years in the NHL as well, and was a stud in the Q back in the day. So, you know, he's got the drive and motivation after seeing his dad go through a full pro career that he's going to take a step in the right direction. Quickly, selfishly, is there any chance he's on the board 32nd overall? This is like my top target for Ottawa, but it feels like every time people update their rankings, he's climbing out of that range.
Yeah, I mean they're finally cluing in. I guess they've been tuning into the puck bunker and they're finally listening to us. No, I'm kidding. But the Quebec guys, people always take a while. The league gets unfairly.
Tommy Blaze, same way, hey?
Yeah, he's sick. Like, what are we doing? So, like, these guys were ranked as second rounders all year, and I've been pounding my head against the drywall at home and giving myself headaches about it. So, do I think there's a chance that he's available at 32? If he is, someone needs to be fired.
Well, he comes in here 15th overall to St. Louis, and what a coup for the St. Louis Blues getting this pick for Justin Falk from the Detroit Red Wings, just knowing that the Red Wings were going to have another late March collapse, and that ends up being the 15th overall pick, which brings us to the first of 2 picks in near succession for the Washington Capitals. Final pick for Rocco here. Are you going out with a bang, a boom, or another Finn? I'm looking for Juho Pipparainen here.
It's a little early for Juho for me right now. Good prospect, but I don't see him as a top as a top 16 as one of the lottery picks.
Yeah, Rocco, I was just like panic scrolling saying, who's the next Finn on my list? I did have to go a little far down. It seems like there's a pretty big tier between Hemming, Savanto, and the rest of the Finns in this draft class. But who do you like here at 16th overall? I think you're sticking in the same part of the world.
Yeah, not too far away for sure. And I'm sticking with another massive freak of a human being, 6'4" Malte Gustafsson, going to Washington. They have shown over the last handful of drafts, they value two things and two things only. One of those things is insanely high skill upside and hockey IQ. And the second thing is size and meanness. And Gustafsson does not necessarily have a ton of offensive upside, but he does have very good hockey IQ, and he is big and he's mean, and he can skate and he can hit and he can make a darn good first pass, and he can snuff guys out on the cycle, and he can lock down half of the ice. And Washington kind of needs another defenseman in their system. They have Hudson, and that's kind of it in terms of high-end defensemen. Now, I know they're both left shots, so maybe not necessarily a pairing option down the road for them, but that could be your left side taken care of in the top four for the next decade with Hudson and Gustafsson. So he's a guy that Darren's actually been higher on him than I have most of the year, and I've come around now. I've seen the light. He's, I've spoken to the Lord and Savior, and he's told me that Malte Gustafsson's a hell of a hockey player. So I'm on board. He was excellent at the U18s for Sweden, like really, really, really good. Excellent skater, big body, makes a nice first pass, really good in transition. He's not going to light it up offensively. So, maybe it's a quote unquote more of a boring pick, but it's something that fits their model, and it's something that they need. And the other option here were the centermans I talked about earlier, Morozov and Command. So I think he got the Don on, who's got the next Washington pick. So no pressure to the Don. I love you, Don. You're the best. No pressure to the Don to take a centerman, but I did kind of teeter-totter between Gustafsson, who in my opinion, there's a unless you're taking Blyle for the offensive upside, but there's kind of a tier of defensemen there where you want to get this guy, and they pick at 18. If I take a defenseman here, I want them to get a D and a center in my mind. That's what they kind of need. While there's one really, really good big defenseman and two really good centers. So one of those other two centers would have to be available at 18 if Don happens to agree with me and think that's the right way to go. So I took the defenseman here just based on what was left on the board. Like I said, there's a big tier of guys here from really pick 10 into the early 20s. So it's almost pick your poison. But with him left on the board and a couple centermen who I think are really worthy picks as well, I went with the D, just kind of scarcity a little bit. Take this pick. Don't think about it. Don't worry about it. He's going to be fine. He's going to be good. He's going to be very effective. He's going to play 22 minutes a night, and he's going to be no fun to play against. Might not play in your first power play, but he could probably play first everything else when it's all said and done.
Rocco, where do you have Gustafsson ranked compared to some of the other left shot defensemen like Smits, Carels? Like, is he right in that discussion with them, or maybe in a tier below?
I think he's in his own tier, honestly, amongst the defensemen, because
ahead of them?
No.
Okay.
Behind them, but ahead of the rest of the D. It's just I don't see the offense upside here. Like I really don't see a ton of offensive upside. Whereas Smits, you've got that booming point shot. You can see a Chikrin-like offensive role for him. Carels is unbelievable in all three zones, and he strikes me as a Doughty, Pietrangelo, one of these guys who could put up way more points than he will because he's so good at everything else, but he does have that offensive element as well. So that's kind of why those two guys would be more in a grouping for me. And then Gustafsson almost completely isolated on his own. Maybe Blyle right there with him, but those two guys would kind of be in a tier for me. Whereas those top two lefty, they kind of, I know Blyle's a righty, but just in terms of where all the D stack up, those top two left D and those top two righties, they are, at least for me, they have separated themselves throughout the course of the year compared to the other defensemen. But But Gustafsson would be right there if there was a more offensive element. Like if I thought this was going to be a guy who could be a 40 or 50 point defenseman, he'd be right up there near the top 10 for me. I see him more as a 20 to 30 point guy, more of an insulator type who probably could play with your best offensive defenseman and kind of give him that safety role. I do see a bona fide top 4D here. I just don't necessarily see the offensive high end, so that would keep him out of the top 10 discussion for me, which is where those other guys belong.
So to recap Rocco's 4 picks, Oscar Hemming to the New York Islanders at 13th overall, Oliver Suvanto to the Columbus Blue Jackets at 14th, Maddox Dagenet to the St. Louis Blues 15th overall, and at 16, Malte Gustafsson to the Washington Capitals. As we get you out of here, Rocco, who are some of the best players available on your board as we hand the reins off to the prospect Don?
Okay, so we're at the point now, like it's really, really open. So without giving too many names, I love the Ruck twins. I'm a big believer in these guys. And if Uncle Steve, Steady Steve, if you're listening, these guys are smart players, man. If one of them's available, find a way to get both. But they want to play together, so it's probably not realistic for Ottawa. But JP Hurlbert and Klepov, ton of upside here with those guys. The 2 centermen that I mentioned, Command and Morozov, I think you'll see those guys' names get called in pretty short order. I like Seamas Ignatavicius. I think he's underrated a little bit by guys. That big, massive freak in London, Sokolovsky.
Yes.
There's a very realistic target for Ottawa, is Sokolovsky. Yep. I think I like Valentini, the little engine that could. I'm a big fan of his. You have the high upside guys like Villeneuve. I don't think that's a fit for Ottawa down the road. That wouldn't really fit with what they tend to like. But there's a lot of talent, man. There's a lot of talent. It's pretty deep. I like last year's first round better overall, but this year's second, third, and fourth round appear to be much stronger. The draft, it kind of thins out right around this point here for a little bit, but where Ottawa has all their picks this year, which is the end of the first and obviously the 3 third rounders, it's pretty deep draft. So I think there's an opportunity here to get some quality pieces and then just see what's left when we get there, and they'll have their choice of 4 or 5 really, really good players.
Unreal. Well, we're looking forward to having you on Locked On Senators. We'll do just a discussion on what the Ottawa Senators need to do, but really appreciate you making these 4 picks, and we know that you're going to be all over the draft at the Puck Bunker. All right, we've reached a very interesting part of the NHL draft. Some teams getting their second picks in already. You just saw that with St. Louis at 11 and 15. Washington, you're not quite on the clock, but it's coming quickly after Malte Gustafsson comes in at number 16 with our good friend Rocco Zappia. Now we're pleased to welcome the owner of Draft Pros Hockey. Does a phenomenal job with draftprospectshockey.com. You can check out mock drafts there. All sorts of rankings. It is the prospect Don, Anthony Donati. What's going on, man? Welcome to the show.
Things are good. I'm fresh off the plane from the combine, which is always a great experience. You get to talk to like 100 different prospects and see them work out a little bit. But yeah, I'm doing good. This is my favorite time of year. So yeah, excited to be on. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we're happy to have you here. A new addition to the mock draft. Now, I love asking people that go to the combine, what's one tidbit of information that was interesting or surprising? Because there's always something new that comes up for the combine.
Well, I have like 1,000 of them. So one is the Habs were asking really crazy questions.
Yeah.
Like they were making players throw a puck into the trash can and seeing how far they could throw and if they would. And Ethan Belchetz gave a little fist bump after he scored because I asked him if he did a celly. And they were asking about like if you were in a stuck in a desert and there was a scout with a water bottle, would you kill the scout? And a lot of the players had different answers. Carson Carels has 1,000 cows and 150 goats on his farm, so I think that was pretty interesting. And yeah, like Viggo Björk's aunt is kind of like the Madonna of Sweden. She's a huge artist there.
Okay.
So whenever you post anything about Viggo Björk on TikTok or Instagram, it just flies because he has such a big Sweden fan base out there. So there's just so many, like a lot of players have tattoos and like Ethan Belchetz has a tattoo of where he lived and it's very, very cool stuff. So I could go on, but yeah, I don't want to take up the whole show with just fun facts.
Well, I mean, we didn't know that about Viggo Björk. That's an elite fact. Really appreciate getting that scoop there. We got to start posting about Viggo all the time. Trade up somehow, some way, get to that range. I'm hoping he goes to Winnipeg personally, but that's neither here nor there. He's already way off the board here in our 2026 NHL mock draft. Viggo Björk went 6th overall to the Calgary Flames. Just recapping Rocco Zappia's picks. I mentioned it ended with Malte Gustafsson. That's noteworthy because after this next pick, we'll get Washington's 19th overall or 18th overall selection, the one they got in the John Carlson trade from the Anaheim Ducks. But we start out with the Los Angeles Kings, Anthony, and this is a team that's in an interesting spot with legends aging out. Kopitar already retired, Doughty on the back nine, but they've also been able to acquire a few prospects over the years, guys who they think are about to break out any day now. What direction, as general manager of the LA Kings, did you decide to go here and why?
Well, for me, they traded Liam Greentree, which he was absolutely fantastic in the OHL in last year and this year. They're going to need somebody to have those point production. And one player that I have seen that has fallen in this class is Adam Novotny. And he's a guy that could score 30 goals in the NHL as well as provide a really good B game. If you watched him at the World Juniors for the Czech team that won silver, this guy was shooting even when he went to the parking lot. I mean, this guy, if he had the puck on his stick, he was trying to get it to the net. And I really like that aggressiveness. He was very unlucky. I was talking to Stephen Ellis about this same thing. Like when Adam Novotny didn't produce as much as you wanted at the World Juniors, people might have looked at it wrong, but he just did not have the puck luck. When you went to the OHL and saw what he was doing for the Peterborough Petes in the OHL, he put up 34 goals this year, 65 points in 58 games. And this is a guy that I think just brings the floor into exactly what you kind of need for the Kings, because they're not in a position where, they need to take the highest guy available or the best upside. They need a guy that I think could play on a second or third line and even be, a first line player that's a contributing role, in a support role for other stars, because he does have that B game to him. So I really do like Adam Novotny. I think this range would be really good for them. I was thinking defense here. I know that we were talking about some defensive players earlier in the season for the Kings if they went into this position. But I think that Adam Novotny, with the way that he's built up too, like I was talking to Russ Cohen from Sportsology yesterday, and he was just talking about his guns that he has. This guy is absolutely like just so muscular, so strong. He looked like me back in college, I think, a little bit. I gained some weight after that. But in terms of like a guy that you want, this guy's going to be a workhorse for you. Like so smart on the ice, good playmaker, good vision, can be a play driver on a line that might be a third line. But I think that this is a guy that you need to just take.
What kind of timeline do you see for Novotny when it comes to projecting him to play in the NHL?
Yeah, probably. I'm thinking that 3-year mark, but he could get in his probably second season after he gets drafted, but it's going to be later into the season where you're only playing a couple games. But I think that he's like more NHL ready than some of the players in this spot because of that B game. Like you're only going to have the puck on your stick for about a minute and a half, 2 minutes for the best of the best players. What are you going to bring away from the puck? And I think that he brings a lot. He has the size. He's already physically matured, and he is an 07 November, so he's not like a Wyatt Cullen where he's an 08 September where you have to like he's almost a year older. So in my opinion, I feel like 3 years, like 2.5. Yeah.
And do you think he's the type of guy that plays the wing in the NHL? You mentioned he's always trying to shoot. Yeah. He wants to get in those scoring positions. You think that could he be a guy? And we love the old Russian factor where they play their off wing. Do you think he's the kind of guy where he's a shooter on the line no matter who he's playing with?
Yes, 100%. Like I think that he's going to be able to help out his center in a lot of ways, because if you're going to put him on the Kings, that's an aging team that needs players to be good immediately. So I feel like in a couple of years, he's going to be able to provide exactly the floor that you want to see out of an Adam Novotny, where he's going to be able to have a ton of opportunities to shoot, go on the power play, kind of show his offensive skill set a little bit. And like what I've said, like his game away from the puck is going to be able to force turnovers. He's going to be able to use his active stick and his great hands to give his center and his other winger more of an opportunity to also make plays. So I feel like that would be a great fit.
Adam Novotny coming in at number 17 on our Locked On Senators NHL draft, mock draft, and we get to the Washington Capitals. Just 1 year ago, they won the Eastern Conference. Now they're a team with multiple first-round picks that has already accumulated some good draft value in recent years. Think back to Cole Hudson, getting him in the second round in 2024. He gets in the lineup. Ryan Leonard from that. He's obviously a stud at the NHL level now. They're preparing for the post-Ovechkin era, whether he's back next year or not. Malte Gustafsson, the pick at 16. Did that go into your thought process? And where did you ultimately land for this draft?
Yeah, it actually did. There was a couple of right-handed defensemen that I really, really like that were in this spot for me. But, they took a big 6'4" left-handed defenseman that can move really well. I feel like that just kind of shores up that second pair left-handed defenseman for them for a long time. So where I went with this pick is actually the youngest player in the NCAA until Oscar Hemming came over in second half, and that's Ilya Morozov. And the thing about Ilya Morozov, he played for Miami, Ohio, which is in Ohio, not Miami for a lot of people that think it is, but he's a big 6'3" power forward that has skill. I think he has more offensive upside than he showed, but he's also the youngest player. I mean, when you look at a guy that was born in 08 August, like a late summer birthday, it's a guy that also has more upside. He played really well in the NCAA too. 8 goals, 12 assists, 20 points. And I think that kind of just goes into what you're going to see out of this guy, because he's going to provide more value as he gains more experience. I mean, he's already 205. He's already filled out a lot, but he plays bigger than he is anyway. Like, this is a guy that creates havoc. He can do well with board battles, puck battles. He wins those. He was a +2 as a freshman and the NCAA. Like, that also goes into it too. I think this is the exact right range. I think that the Capitals need to just take upside at this pick, because you already took you have 2 picks here. And I think that one thing the Capitals could do is try to trade up in this class, but you're getting 2 players that could be in your top 15 anyway. Like, Morozov has been flying up draft boards for a very long time, especially since summer scouting. So I feel like this is a guy that you take a chance on and kind of see if he fits into that second line role. But if not, he's going to be a very good third line player for you. And I think that you want a guy with this much size and upside, because even if he doesn't become what you think on that second line, he's still going to be very, very good for you on that third line. And that's what you kind of really want to see. The floor and ceiling ratio is very important for exactly what GMs and scouts look for.
How impressive is it for you that you have not only a younger player, but also an import player, also a rookie who is touted as a good defensive player, also has offensive upside, like you mentioned, 20 points is pretty good. Like, how often do you see guys do what Morozov's did and has been doing already?
Well, it's interesting because you don't see it a lot, but then you see it with Oscar Hemming and Maddox Dagenet, both in the same season, and they're both playing in different leagues. Like, obviously, Oscar Hemming's playing in the NCAA for BC, but Maddox Dagenet is also playing in the Q, which, for what his body type is and the reverse hitting that he brings in the 6'4" size, I think that he can just dominate the Q. So the exciting part about Morozov is he's doing it in the NCAA. And Oscar Hemming also did it in the NCAA, but he did slow down in the second half. He came out like a cannonball in his first few games in the NCAA, Oscar Hemming. But Morozov only got better. So I think that the year-over-year progression is something very important when you look at a prospect. And it was very interesting to see his decision, Morozov's, to go to NCAA as well as Miami, Ohio, because we hadn't seen that much, and he excelled. So I feel like it was, him going to a smaller hockey program to try to be one of the guys, and it worked out for him. And you don't necessarily know how it's going to work out with the new NIL and everything, but he made the right decision, and it's going to help out his draft stock. And now going into the NCAA next year, he's going to have so much experience, and I think he's going to have an incredible year. So you don't necessarily see it a lot, but now with NIL, you might see it more. But the interesting part is that he's extremely young, late summer birthday, and he's as big as he is, and he's already filled out. So those two things might be counterintuitive, but at the same time, when you look at it, he has everything you want to be drafted in this range. If he was drafted in the top 10, I'd be a little afraid, but in the late teens, this was a great fit for him.
Are you sure you didn't think it was Miami, Florida? Because we know the Russians love Florida. I can just picture him getting off the plane. It's like the prince in Coming to America, where he's like, where am I right now? But heck of a season for Ilya Morozov. What really stood out to me in the Elite Prospects Draft Guide was in the track data that Mitchell Brown does, 100th percentile in defensive responsibility and in defensive metrics. So I think that, and you're adding an offensive upside, I think you're looking at a really good pick here for the Washington Capitals, who have never been shy of taking Russians, and this would be another one in a successful line coming in at number 18 on our Locked On Senators 2026 mock draft, which brings us to the Utah Mammoth. The Utah Mammoth have had 2 drafts in their franchise's history. They got Tija Ginla and Caleb Desnoyers, both with lottery picks, top 6 picks. This year, they make the playoffs, but they've been able to accumulate a number of draft prospects over the last 2 years, especially in 2024. They made like 10 picks in that draft, including Ottawa native Cole Beaudoin, who's had a nice progression. But with their prospect pool where it is, and knowing that they're a team that going forward wants to compete for the playoffs as soon as, again, to double down this year and go back to back, how did you come to the decision, and who is it at 19th overall?
Yeah, I actually thought, what do the Utah Mammoth need? Because it's basically like if you are buying a present for a billionaire, you don't know what to get them at this point. So I think that it's just what kind of value do they need? And for me, it's Ryan Lynn. He was actually 4th on Elite Prospects rankings a couple months back. And this is a guy that is 5'11", but he plays much bigger than he is. He's stockier. He has a better lower half than you would expect from a guy that's, 5'11" and 176 pounds. A lot of that is lower body strength. And the thing that is nice with Ryan Lynn is he doesn't sacrifice his defense for his offensive game. You see his points offensively, 57 points in 53 games. But a lot of that was, this guy has had lapses with his hockey IQ during some really overpowered skilled players. But at the same time, he is a guy that I trust in the D zone. I know he is a minus 19, but he was hurt for a portion of the season. As soon as they got Mathis Preston, both him and Ryan Lynn were both hurt. I think Vancouver didn't, they have a lot of talent on their team, but he's going to go to University of Denver next year with Daxon Rudolph playing under David Carl. That's one of the reasons I'm so high on him as well. When he's going to be in that Eric Polkamp type of role for Denver, he's going to excel in that. I posted something about how Ryan Lynn was committed to Denver, and I'm very excited. And then, David Carl liked the tweet because I thought that was pretty cool, but it just goes to show how much David Carl wanted a Ryan Lynn to take over that Eric Polkamp position. And that's going to be a huge loss for Denver. But then you replace him with Ryan Lynn, who has the offensive skill set. He has a great shot, really good vision. I mean, he could block shots. He knows shooting lanes. I think that this is a guy that does have a really high offensive IQ. There are just some times where it was late in some games and he didn't have the defensive IQ where it's like a quarterback when you're in the pocket. You can't really sense if there's players coming at you for a sack. I feel like there was times where I saw Ryan Lynn that happened to, but it's all about experience. And honestly, that was also, I believe it was Mathis Preston that did that before he got traded there. So, Mathis Preston's one of the most skilled players in the entire NHL draft. So I'm not surprised that happened because he's so good, he's so talented. But that is one of the things I've seen out of Ryan Lynn. He plays well internationally as well, and he's not afraid to use his body or take a hit to make a play. That's one of the things you want to see out of 5'11" defensemen. The only concern I have is that 5'11" height, because last year there was 0 defensemen under 6 feet that were taken in the entire draft, which was just crazy to me. But now you have 2 in the first round with Xavier Villeneuve and Ryan Lynn that are projected to go there. So are they going to be in the first round, or is their height going to lower them? But with Ryan Lynn, he plays bigger than he is, and he's an April 08 birthday as well. And yeah, you have him listed at 180 pounds now more, so that's 4 more pounds than he was. This is a guy that does have some muscle onto him as well. So I feel like he will be okay at that 5'11" height.
It seems like a lot of people have Ryan Lynn in kind of the 15 range in their rankings and in mock drafts. Where do you put Lynn stacked up against other defensemen that are kind of in this area? Like you mentioned, Villeneuve, that's a perfect example. Gustafson probably going to be somewhere in this range too. Like where do you have Lynn compared to other guys in this range?
Yeah, I have Lynn 17th right now, Malte Gustafson 14th. The only reason I have Malte Gustafson higher is because I understand the floor, the 6'4" left-handed defenseman, and the skating. I think that Ryan Lynn has a higher offensive ability, higher offensive upside. The upside might be even higher with a Ryan Lynn, and I don't like to necessarily push players down after they didn't really deserve to go down just because of their height, because this is a player that if he does hit, he will be a very good NHL player but he will need that power play time as well, maybe quarterback power play 2 unit. So that does go into the type of role you're going to need on a team. But at the same time, like I like him more than Pipparainen. I think that he's a hair more has a higher floor than Xavier Villeneuve just because of the size and the way they play. But Xavier Villeneuve actually has more offensive ability as well. So I put him into that next tier of defensemen where I think that Daxon Rudolph is very, very close to that first tier. He's probably into he's very close, but it's like Daxon Rudolph, Ryan Lynn, Xavier Villeneuve, Gustafson, and not in any order, but it's just like those are the next tier of defensemen, as well as, I still like Pipparainen and Hawkinson, but I think Hawkinson might be in the Sokolovsky, Pantelis range at this point right now, which is just a big, big guy. Like Tommy Blyle might be on the cusp of those as well. So there's a lot of defensemen in this class that I think actually hurt Ryan Lynn because they do very similar things. Like Tommy Blyle now could go higher than Ryan Lynn because of his exceptional year in the queue and his efficient skating, and he can score as well, and he's a good puck handler, and he doesn't take off a lot defensively. So I think just this draft actually hurts Ryan Lynn. It's just a really deep defensive draft.
How many defensemen go, say, in the top 20 as we're just about to get to pick number 20? And I mean, San Jose's on the clock. They already, in our mock draft, went off the path of defensemen, taking Ivar Stenberg 2nd overall. So before we get to that pick, like, there's going to be a big run of defensemen, it feels like. Just where in the first round is that second tier going to go?
Yeah, I feel like the over-under for defensemen in the top 20 would be 7.5 right now.
Wow.
Because you have the first 4 where it's like Carels, Verhoeff, Reid, Smits, Rudolph, and then you have like Lynn, Pipparainen, Gustafson, Villeneuve all in there, and then Blyle. So I feel like it would be like 7.5, maybe 6.5. But at the same time, like I think there's a drop off after the 12th or 13th pick.
Well, there's a lot of talk about Sokolovsky as well sneaking into the first round, and I know Vanacek's agent is trying to get him in the first round too.
Yeah, I'm high on Sokolovsky, and I've actually increased Jakub Vanek on my rankings recently. Well, a couple months or like a month back, but at the same time, like I feel like there's more with Sokolovsky. It's more high floor, high up, or it's boom or bust because he's 6'7.25" or nearly 6'8", and at the same time, like he doesn't take anything off defensively because he's that height. He actually eliminates players. When you saw it when he was playing Brady Martin, he eliminated him in the corner. He's a really big, but with Sokolovsky, there's a reason he's not in the top 15 at this point. I've talked to some scouts that aren't the highest on Sokolovsky. It's very, very, he's a huge range of where you could go, and that's the crazy part. But for me, I think he's listed at 33, so he's just out of my first round. I would take if you have multiple first round picks, I'd love to go Sokolovsky, but for me, he's not in that tier yet.
Well, let's get back to this tier. 20th overall, we've got Adam Novotny going to the LA Kings, Ilya Morozov to the Washington Capitals, Ryan Lynn is a Utah Mammoth, And I have a feeling San Jose would not be happy seeing Ryan Lynn off the board one spot ahead of their selection. Ivar Stenberg already in the organization. So you're doubling down here with teams with multiple first-round picks. Same question. Did it impact your decision? And then who's going to be at 20?
Yeah, like the Sharks having 2 first-round picks completely changed my decision making on this because they took Ivar Stenberg first, and obviously everyone knows that they want to go right-handed defenseman. The reason that I don't know if the Sharks would go Ryan Lynn is because they already have Eric Polkamp. Yes, he's going to Denver, same as Eric Polkamp, and that might be something the Sharks like, but at the same time, it's another 5'11" defenseman that could be. I mean, you could just duplicate Eric Polkamp, but I think Ryan Lynn is definitely better. But at the same time, like Eric Polkamp, his trajectory since he's been drafted has gone up. He hit his inflection point at this point. So with the San Jose Sharks, I wanted more size. So with that, it's a 6'4" right-handed defenseman in Juho Piparainen. And the thing about Juho Piparainen is he impressed me so much at the World Juniors. I don't know why he was scratched in that bronze medal game against USA, or not USA. He was scratched at the World Juniors in the last game they played, and I thought that was a little odd because what he provided was a lot of presence. You could see that he was raw, but defensively he was locking people down. And a 6'4" right-handed defenseman that locks people down and skates well do not grow on trees. I think he also has more offensive ability and puck moving ability than we've seen in his stats. You know, he played at Liga, which is a good league, but then you look at, Albert Smits Liga tape, and it's much better. So he even wanted to go to Germany and the DEL to push himself more, and even Albert Smits actually had a better DEL playoffs in his draft year than Moritz Seider. So I think that there's a huge gap between a Piparainen and a Smits at this point, but Smits is so young. He's so raw. I feel like once this guy continues to mature, he's going to be so good. Like he's already 204 pounds. He honestly could gain more muscle to that frame. I think that this is a guy that, like, he just has it. He's the captain of his Liga team and a team that shouldn't have a guy that this is age as a captain. He has great leadership skills. He's very smart on the ice. I just feel like he hasn't put it all together yet. And once he does, and the Sharks can give him a longer runway, because I think he will need that in a way, he could be a very, very good second pair right-handed defenseman that shuts down for you. So I think that, I'm higher than him than most people, but Craig Button had him at 19 as well. So I'm kind of in that range where you're getting a really, really good player that you can't normally get on the open market if he hits to his potential.
Yeah, admittedly, I'm a little lower on Piparainen. I've got him at 39. Ross has him at 40. So we're a little lower on him, but I fully see the vision of him. Like, he's so well-rounded.
Mm-hmm.
There's really not any faults to his game. Is this the kind of thing where you're picking as the San Jose Sharks GM and you're like, look, we've got a lot of talent up front. We just picked up Stenberg. Let's not take a swing here. Let's just get a guy that we're certain has a great chance at playing in the NHL. I feel like that's kind of the narrative a team would take when they're picking Piparainen.
Yeah, for me, it was between him and Tommy Blyle. And the reason I didn't go with Tommy Blyle is because, like, Juho Piparainen's better defensively and he's bigger. And the thing with the Sharks, they could put up 7 goals a game based on who they have on paper with their prospect pool, and they're getting Ivar Stenberg anyway. So I don't think they need offensive defensemen at this point. And they also have, Ryan Lynn, Simon Wang is in the pipeline, as well as Sam Dickinson. I think that they just needed that shutdown right-handed defenseman. And I think that there's more concern on the right side than there is left side. So that's why I went with Piparainen. And it's also harder to get a top pair or second pair right-handed defenseman that is shut down on the open market and via trade, even though the Sharks can do whatever they want. But if they don't, if they did want an offensive defenseman, it would be Villeneuve or Blyle. But I don't think that they need to do that. I think that there's too much risk there. They kind of just need to hit because they took Simon Wang last year in the second round. So that's why I would go Piparainen, but I could totally see them going another position, but they don't need any other players, like other forwards at this point. I mean, they have continued to just hit and hit on guys like Chernishev. I don't even know where Quentin Musty's going to play, Misa, Celebrini, Will Smith. Like, there's no room. Eklund. Like, I have no idea how to even build a line for what they have in their forward group. So I think Pipparino would be the best fit for them.
If I was in your draft room, Mr. GM prospect on, I would politely say, yeah, those forwards are all awesome. Let's get someone who can move the puck to them quickly out of their own zone. And I would be banging the table for Xavier Villeneuve right here. I would think it would just be so money to have him at the top of the umbrella on PP1 with all those guys you just mentioned and just let them fly. Win those games 7-5, 7-4. Hey, you went out and spent on Askarov. Hey, have him do some work in the D zone. But I get the thought process there. For me, if I'm San Jose, though, that second round is where I look to the back end as a more safe pick. I'm looking because they're not going to get 2 first-round picks in the first round for quite some time, and they're not going to get another lottery pick so long as Celebrini is doing what he's doing, carrying them. I just think this is your last chance to take huge upside swings, and to do it in two options in this first round, I think would be an unbelievable coup. But your thought process is sound, and we have Juho Pipparinen coming in at number 20 on our Locked On Senators mock draft. Anthony, it's been fantastic having you make these picks. So much knowledge and their passion really comes through here. Everyone can go check out the really fun interactive tools that they have at draftprospectshockey.com, from rankings to mock drafts and a whole lot more. You can get all of that at the Prospect Don's website. And of course, you can follow him on social media, the Prospect Don. Anthony, the Philadelphia Flyers are on the clock, followed by Pittsburgh. It's Pennsylvania waiting in the wings. Who are some of your best players available right now on your board?
Yeah, I think that what we talked about, Xavier Villeneuve, Tommy Blyle, the Flyers did not take Zeke Boyum, which I thought they were going to take. So I think that they should go defenseman, especially one that has the offensive ability. For me, I think that Elton Hermanson is going incredibly under the radar. I think that he's a guy. Same with Ruck's twins. I think Liam more so than anyone. But I'm not as high on the Ruck twins. But with the Flyers, you need to take upside here. You've taken a lot of middle six players that are lacking of upside. So I want to see that upside with this pick. Go for the moon on this pick and just bring in the offensive talent, even if it's on the defensive side. And that would be fun. With the Pittsburgh Penguins, they took a chance with Ben Kindle, and it looks really good. They also have they took the guy from the Q last year that I'm blanking on, but another great player. I think that the Pittsburgh
Bill Zonin.
Yeah, yep. Bill Zonin. I interviewed him last year, and we talked about chess, so I'm sorry that I forgot his name. But I think Alexander Command would be a really fun pick here. A guy that's flying up boards, good center. Sokolowski could be an interesting one, too. I would take the chance on a guy like Sokolowski. I love Adam Valentini. I know that he's going under the radar, and he's pushed back a lot after being a top 15 pick in summer scouting, but he's a good one. Ryder Colley actually was born in Switzerland, went to move to the Cayman Islands, and started playing hockey at 7 years old in Ontario. I think that's an incredible story. I think, talking to Brock Otten, he's one player in the OHL that could go in the first round that a lot of people aren't talking about. And I guess the last one would be I really am a William Hawkinson guy. I know that this might be a little much for them, but 6'4" left-handed defenseman like this that performed well at the World Juniors, I just really like that floor.
I think Sokolowski to Philadelphia would be unbelievable. Bring the Broad Street back, get mean, get tough. Rick Tocchet would want him in the lineup opening night as an 18-year-old. The way that he plays is so physical, so fun. And we'll see what Darren Boyce from the Puck Bunker has up his sleeves. Thanks so much for doing this, Anthony. We really appreciate all your coverage, and it's been great getting to have you on. The Philadelphia Flyers are now on the clock. Pleased to welcome from the Puck Bunker, it's Darren Boyce making the next 4 picks for us on our 2026 first round mock draft. It's second time now. You made your debut on last year's edition. How's it going, man? You fired up for the draft or what?
I'm shocked you had me back. That's great. Yes, I'm very excited, and I'm very excited because the Ottawa Senators have a pick, and I was not expecting us to have one. So that will, jack up my excitement, probably double or triple what it was. So, I'm happy to be here. Let's make some picks.
Yeah, you've got the Philadelphia Flyers, the Pittsburgh Penguins, the Boston Bruins, and the Vancouver Canucks coming up. But first, we want to always get a greater detail of your thoughts on the draft class as a whole. What do you think this compares to last year, the year before? Are we in for a deep draft? Is it a bit all over the place? What's it look like for you?
At the top, it's definitely not as, I would say last year was definitely deeper at the top. I think there was about 9-10 guys that were pretty high end. I think you're definitely lacking at the top this year. Again, I like guys like Gavin McKenna. I don't think there's a Matthew Schaefer in this draft. There's no Macklin Celebrini in this draft. But where there is some value here is the depth of this draft. You get into the 40s and 50s. There's some quality players here that have some very intriguing skill sets that, maybe there's a little bit of a flaw, or a little bit of a red flag or something they have to work on, but there's definitely guys of interest. And I do think it's a D heavy draft in terms of there's depth in that position. Very lacking at center. Yeah. That is going to influence one of my picks, and B, I think a lot of teams. And in terms of the goaltending, I think last year as well, I think there's just a higher top tier of the goalies last year, where this year there's not the top tier, but there actually is a bit more depth. So I think you're going to see in rounds 3, 4, and 5 a lot of goalies go off the board that have some pretty intriguing skill sets, to be honest.
Now we got a couple teams with multiple picks in the first round. One of them you're going to be picking for, the Vancouver Canucks. Of the teams that do have multiple picks, which one are you kind of watching the closest, being like, it's going to be really interesting to see if they go this direction with this pick, how will that affect their next pick?
Well, it's Vancouver, right? So if they take Caleb Malhotra, that probably, influences their next pick. Or if they're taking, Chase Reid, that's going to impact their next pick. I mean, that's one of them. I think, San Jose would be another, because again, it depends who. But if McKenna falls to them at 2, that does kind of influence where they're going to go with everything else, right? So we'll see. It's in the mocks a little bit different. I'm not totally on board that they are going to take Stenberg. I do think Reid is a possibility for them because it is a need that they have. But it's also best player available, I think, sometimes for these teams. So those guys are intriguing. I think St. Louis is intriguing just because they have 3 picks here. You're going to see there's a possibility they could move around. There's a possibility they could, trade all 3 picks, try and move up somewhere else. They're the team that kind of has a bunch of possibilities there.
Well, let's take a look at how this mock draft's unfolded so far. Last pick was Juho Pipparainen to the San Jose Sharks. You got Ryan Lynn off the board, a pair of right shot defensemen. We've got a lot of forwards recently off the board too, from Ilya Morozov, Adam Novotny, Maddox Dagenet, Oliver Suvanto, Oscar Hemming. Good run on forwards there after a D-heavy last half of the top 10 picks. Now that we're into the 20s, and Philadelphia, interesting spot. They get hot after the Olympics. They make the playoffs. They win a round against their biggest rival, who they happen to be drafting 1 spot ahead of when things shake out on Friday night. How do you approach this as GM Darren Boyce of the Philadelphia Flyers?
Well, if this was GM Darren, this is a goaltender friendly show. I'd always take the goaltender, right? But in real life here, I think they're going to go asset management here, and it does address a need. So I went with Alex Command here. The reasoning here, they obviously have been trying to address the center position. I don't think Jet Luchenko is a center long-term. That's just my opinion on that. And in the playoffs, you saw a lack of center depth on their roster. So yes, they have Jack Nesbitt. Yes, they have Berglund. But I think in terms of assets here, there is a huge drop-off with centers here. And I think just in terms of the asset, this is the highest quality asset you can get. Now, Command himself, I'm not going to say he's going to be a superstar or anything, but I do think this guy's a pretty high floor player, does a lot of things really well, has a lot of pro skills, plays a good physical game. You're not going to worry about that. He is definitely going to be a guy who can play on your PK, that type of center, but does have some actual skill as well. He can contribute. It's hard to say no here. And again, as I said, everyone's next center on the board here is going to be different because that's how far apart these tiers are. And so, for instance, in my opinion, it's a guy like Brooks Rogowski is the next guy. And, he might be ranked sometimes in the 40s or 50s by some guys. So I think that's the right pick for them. They're still looking for assets here. And again, they might be willing to trade one of those center pieces to kind of fill out the roster elsewhere. But again, I think they have an opportunity if they want. They can kind of take whatever they want. I think their system has enough. There's enough flexibility there to kind of take whatever they would like. They will have a pick later in the second too. I think if they were looking for a D, they'd maybe take the D there. Could take a goaltender there too. But I think you take the center here, you take them off the board for your rival in state here, and I think you're happy because it's at absolute worst, this is a good asset to trade.
Now, admittedly, Ross and I are a little low on Command. I've got him 27 on my list. Ross has him at 25. You're taking him here at 21 for the Flyers. And I think what I struggle with, Darren, and maybe you can help me out here, is I don't see that one defining attribute with Command. And even EP polls some scouts, and one scout said there isn't one thing he loves about Command's games, but he likes it all. And that's kind of where I found myself. I'm like, this is a nice player. He can get points. He plays physically. He's got a good motor. But for you, is there one thing where you're like, this is why you take Command, other than obviously you mentioned it highlighting the position of center?
So, and honestly, I understand what you're saying about him, but he's well above average, I think, at most everything. So, look, as I said, I don't think it's a superstar here, but I think it's a guy who's definitely going to be a third line center. I think he can move up and down the lineup and will contribute to winning on, he will not be Philadelphia's first line center, but he could be their second or third. And there's a lot of versatility with the player. It's again, we're doing how the NHL teams would act here, right? So again, my pick would be a little bit different if it was me picking, but in terms of the Philadelphia Flyers, I think just in general, because they do need assets in their system, and it is in my opinion, a need, because I think Luchenko's a winger. Like, that's just, in my opinion, he is. And I think it fills out the roster a little bit better. It gives them, in their system, at least, I think gives them three pretty high quality centers. They want to leave Zegras at center or keep him at center. They can move him to the wing. But these guys, like, look, Nesbitt, bigger guy, not a great skater, but I think he's pretty reliable. Really like how the Swedish guys really come on at the World Juniors there. Berglund or whatever, like another big guy, pretty reliable. This guy you can put him in any situation, he'll contribute. Like, he has good short area passing, can win pucks all on the boards. Might not run your power play, but you can put him on the power play and he's going to move the puck fine. It's going to be kind of a connector there, and he can shoot the puck a bit. So you kind of need some jack of all trades guys in your lineup when you're a winning team. I think he's one of them. Now, if you're looking for a higher upside play, that might be a pick I make a little bit later here, which again, it's something that, Philadelphia can do, but there's more risk involved with those picks, with the guys that are left here.
So Command just played mostly in the U20 level, just 6 games in the SHL, and sat on the bench for a few of them. What would your development path be for Command to come and ultimately be an NHL player? How would you handle the asset? Leave him in Sweden for a couple of years? Would you want him in the farm system right away? How would it be best for his development?
It's tough right now because you have the college route now too, and you have the CHL. I think it would be best for him to stay in Sweden another year. But I've become kind of, in my opinion, I'd like to get them more adapted to North America. So, I don't think it's going to happen, but college would be a good route for him. I actually do think that. I do want these Euros. I would like them to kind of come over a bit early and get adapted, because that can be the big, like you play on a big ice versus small ice. It is a big difference. A lot of people don't think it is, but it is. It's a big change in the game. However, the Swedish Elite League is really good. I think you want to see him get ice time in that league. I think you want to see him get on the team, make a team, and work his way up the lineup as the year goes. And he'll learn pro skills, and that's good. I just think if you even gave him a year in the CHL and then he went to college after that, you could work that offensive game, into it, and then he could still play in a pro style league like college, which is essentially, in my opinion, pretty much a pro league now. It's, maybe not the Swedish Elite League, but it's a pretty good league.
So Alexander Command then comes in at 21st on our 2026 NHL mock draft, bringing up their interstate rivals. The Pittsburgh Penguins at number 22. Darren, who do you got heading to Pennsylvania?
So I took Elton Hermanson, winger. I think Pittsburgh's in a position where they need to take talent here, just get some more talent in the system. I loved a lot of their picks last year. I mean, Kindle was a bit of a reach to me, but I like Bill Zonin a lot. That's pretty good. Kindle worked out really well for them.
Yep.
Liked William Horkoff a lot. I think they're getting value on Hermanson here. I think he's a really smart player, which kind of fits that Kindle and Zonin model there. Even Horkoff, again, they're all very intelligent players. They all know their skill set, and they're actually very good at utilizing their skill sets. I would equate Hermanson to that. You watch this guy play, he's open all the time, and they know he's a shooter. So that he finds soft ice really well. Like, he can score. He professional goal scorer. Do I think he'll be like a 50 goal scorer? No, but I think this is a guy that could certainly be a 25 goal scorer in the NHL, maybe 30, 35 in a good year. I was thinking like a guy like Tyler Toffoli, maybe something like that.
Yep.
Like, again, that's who professional goal scorer. Like, you're going to play top six. Like, you're going to get good contracts. You can contribute to good teams. Now, the other side of it, though, he's been playing pro, which the Allsvenskan's, again, second level, but it's still a pretty good league. Fit right in there, has a lot of pro-style habits at that level. Defensively, I think it's about average, but I don't think it's bad. I think it's more than fine. And he moves the puck relatively well. So he can move it at the pro pace, and that's good. When he's amongst his peers, he really stands out, though. At U18, he's really noticeable. He's much more creative at that level, but yet the creativity is still where he's not just turning over the puck all the time or risk. It's within the game, but it's good creation, and he's a threat. So I think there's a good offensive player here. It's, again, I think you probably want a center who probably drives the line a little bit more for him. This is a guy who's going to finish off a lot of plays that those high-end, playmakers are going to make. I think the shot translates to a power play. Like, I think this is a legit PP1 type player. I don't think he's a hole defensively as it is right now. Seems like a guy that, I can get on board with. So yeah, I mean, I know I'm higher on him than some other people are. I just really liked what I saw at the end of the year at the U18s. I like the pro tape, and then when you watch him amongst his peers, it's noticeable what he can do.
Yeah, I really see the offensive upside. Like, there's no doubt about that. And like, he's got skill, and he's able to put up points. And I love watching his highlights. This guy loves a good celly. Like, when he scores, it's not just like a hand in the air, like, up, nice goal. Like, he's fired up about it, which I actually love. But I guess a concern for me, Darren, is the rest of his game going to round out enough where coaches feel comfortable putting him in a top six role, so that he can get that ice time and those opportunities where he's not just kind of a bottom six power play specialist. Like, do you think he's going to be able to round out his game enough to get to a comfortable top six spot one day?
Well, I think his pro tape and his pro season's a good example. I think that's yes. Because, I mean, they were utilizing him. Yeah, again, he's 17, but
yeah,
they're utilizing him. They're not afraid to put him out there.
Right.
And he produced a good amount of points. Like, again, 21 points in 38 Allsvenskan games is good. Like, it's a really good season. If this guy was playing in the CHL, he would have scored a boatload of points, right? And then no one would be kind of worried about it. Honestly, I didn't see any defensive liability issues that I saw with some of the other guys. like, is it great? No. Is it bad? No. Like, it's fine. He can play a system. He knows where he needs to go. And when he gets stronger, I'm sure that'll be, a little bit easier for him. So, and honestly, he seems smart. Again, I thought, because when you see guys that can just like find open ice and they're just open all the time, it means they're very aware of what's going on around them. So he's not unaware. And I think the awareness of him in the offensive zone is actually really high end, considering, I've seen a lot of guys who can shoot the puck, but they just fire it into shin pads or just hammer it up. Like, that's not happening. It's just, I'm open, scores. Like, that's great. So no, I'm not actually that worried about, which is probably why my ranking's higher. For instance, newsflash guy I might take after this, but a guy like Klepov, like Nikita Klepov, a little more worry with him on that end. But still, that's kind of where that's part of the scouting, right? Is if you can, will the defensive side come with some of these offensive guys? There's a lot of guys in this draft actually like that. Will the defensive zone come? Well, I think the want's there. Like, I think the effort level is good enough. I'm not worried about him, dogging it or anything where, some other guys might be a little worried about, but no, I'm a fan of him. And guess what? He will not follow them, but this is the exact type of player that the Ottawa Senators actually need. Is the guy who can be a trigger man? They really miss that type of guy.
How much do you think the U18s helped his case? He had at least a point in 6 out of 7 games, dummied Denmark for 2 goals and 6 points in 15 minutes of ice time. But that's the last time scouts got to see him before the draft. And man, he was good.
Yeah. I mean, there's that, but it's also like they beat Canada, which they were very impressive that game. Like, it was again, it's obviously not Canada's best roster that goes to these things, but it's noticeable. It was noticeable out there that he was, him and Bartolson is another guy who's, maybe a later pick type guy. I thought he was really good. Only Sweden had that one game against the US where it looks like I don't know what they were doing the night before, but who knows? But I mean, I thought he looked great. He was the most dangerous guy in the ice. And I thought he did it within the game. Like, it wasn't with this insane risk that some of these other guys have. It's like he was producing these opportunities from within the game, that's what a pro is going to do, right? Like, a lot of coaches aren't going to play guys if there's a lot of risk involved in their game. And I think he's got pro habits. So yes, I do think the U18s will have an influence on some scouts anyway, for sure.
Professional goal scorer Elton Hermanson goes to the Pittsburgh Penguins at 22nd overall, which brings us to the Boston Bruins, who made the playoffs last year after really having long odds going into the season, but they got great goaltending and they were able to climb into a spot only to lose to the Buffalo Sabres in round 1. 23rd overall. Who's your pick, Darren?
So I took JP Hurlbert here. I think Boston does need to look for offensive upside with their guys here. Like, yeah, they took Hagens last year, but I mean, they do need some upside in their system. I again think Hurlbert can score. There's a guy here who can really shoot the puck, and he has that ability. I just don't think his game is as rounded as Hermanson is at this point. But again, there's a lot of talent here, and he went to a new league this year, put up a boatload of points. I do like the development model that he's going to be using here. He will be going to college next year, which should help him, because I would like to see. So speaking of what your last question was about the defensive side, I'm a little more worried about him than I am with Hermanson on that at times. I think college will help him with that. I don't think he's a center though. And that's, I think some teams might rank him as a center, which, is fine, but he's not on our ranks. He's not. So look, I think this is a trigger man guy in the wing. I think he has pretty solid ability in terms of, he can move the puck a bit. There's some risk involved with this passing at times, but yeah, I wish he was more physical. That's the one thing that kind of gets me at times. I don't find that he's physical enough. I wonder if college kind of draws that out of him though a little bit more, and increased strength in that. But again, he had a really good year, and there's no denying he can shoot the puck. I think again, it depends who Boston really values here, but I think that's what they're going to look for is offensive upside kind of with this pick for them.
I feel like if you're a Bruins fan, you'd be so fired up at this pick. Like, you can just imagine him and Hagens just dangling and creating in the offensive zone for years to come. I'm a big fan of JP Hurlburt, but I'm going to step aside and let the man with the biggest Hurlburt pom-poms in the world, Pilsy, get involved.
Yeah, as you can see, Darren, I got him at 15 on my rankings, higher than a lot of literally everyone else we have here. And I was really high on Ben Kindle last draft as well. And I see some similarities, like the way they're able to produce and the shot that they have. And I agree with you. I do think he's better suited for the wing. But I just feel like this is a guy that, I think there's going to be some development and it's going to be a bit of a project for him, because one of the things I noticed in scouts saying he likes to hang out at the blue line. And like you were saying, not exactly the best defensive guy. But is this a guy that you think he's going to be able to step into college and keep producing at this level? Or is the fact that, like you said earlier, college is becoming a really good league, almost a pro level league, especially you got bigger, older guys there. He's going to have to find ways to cut back on those cheating habits like he did in junior.
Well, first of all, Kamloops, I don't think played the most defensively oriented system. So look, he's going to get coached in college. Games aren't wide open in college. So he's going to get taught on areas of the game that he needs. So look, there is a risk here where he might not have the point totals that he had last year, but it might actually be better for him in the long run because he's learning the side of the game that he needs to develop at, and he needs to gain strength, and he needs to play within physicality and not get a lot of his points off the rush, which he can present himself on the rush. He can score on the rush. We can see that. And again, a lot of goals in the NHL do come on transition, especially 5-on-5 goals. That's usually a lot of the 5-on-5 stuff. So I don't have a worry there. It's just you want to round out the other parts of the game. So I think there's a bit more compared to Hermanson, I think there's a little more development he needs. In which case is why I ranked him lower. I'm just a little bit, there's just a little bit more risk involved for me. But there is upside here because, again, I think the shot translates and I think he can score. And if you're going to have a high-end trait, scoring's the one to have. So
Hell yeah.
I could see it. Look, I know I had him ranked a bit lower, but in reality, I think teams will probably take him a bit higher than I have him.
Yeah, I'm fired up about JP Hurlburt, and I will completely do a 180 if he goes to a division rival of the Sens like the Boston Bruins. But great pick there. JP Hurlburt heading to Michigan next fall after this year with the Kamloops Blazers. All right, Darren. Fourth and final pick here for you on our 2026 NHL mock draft. The Vancouver Canucks, who we already have them taking Chase Reid earlier in this draft. One, how did that impact your selection? And two, who is it going to be?
Well, it did impact it, or would have impacted it if a center was still available here, because I think they desperately do need that position. I could see them trying to trade up, especially to an area where they could get one of those centers. I think that is definitely a possibility, whether it's Command or Morozov or someone like that, especially if they take Reid with their pick. We talked last year with a couple of their media guys, and yeah, they have Braden Coots, but they did trade for Rossi. I do think they're still targeting a center, though. I really do. So if they don't get one with their first pick here, they're definitely going to try and take one here. They have a pick early in the second round here too, I think. So it's very possible they could trade up. They have some assets to do that. But I went with offensive upside here because, let's be honest, they are not very good. So they have already made a high-end selection here. I think Chase Reid's a very high-end offensive player. Well, let's get another guy who can absolutely dominate on the power play, and that's Nikita Klepov. So I also really look, his issue is that he's not huge. I think he's 6 foot. He's average size. He's weak. That's kind of his biggest issue at the moment is that he doesn't have a lot of strength, and it does impact his skating. I think it impacts his physicality a bit. There's no denying how much this guy can, like how well this guy sees the ice. He is a great playmaker. He's really good off the rush, and he's really good off the rush for a guy who I don't think is that fast. He is completely watch D. They are backing up when he has the puck. So they're telling you that they're worried about this guy. And it didn't matter who he was playing. It was good teams or bad teams. He was still producing. So I could watch them play the Sarnia Sting. He would produce. Watch them play the Kitchener Rangers. He'd produce. And that's noteworthy. I don't think his defensive game is actually that bad. I actually think he has good ability in the neutral zone. He's actually a good backward skater, even though his forward skating is a bit slow. That tells me that maybe there is an extra step to game with the actual foot speed with some more strength. And he's comfortable backwards. Like he will stay back. He's had rushes against him where he can break them up. He can hold his gaps. Like there's some defensive IQ here, especially on the rush. Now, in zone, the strength's an issue, and that's where he's kind of getting, the worry would be with the defense. I honestly think he just gains 20 pounds of muscle. It goes away. And then
good spot to go then, heading to college next year. And not only just college, heading to one of the best programs going in Michigan State.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that'll be I think that's a good spot for him. He's shown in the OHL this year that this is a premium point getting player, and he can drive offense, and he can make all of his teammates around him better. He can keep goalies honest too. He's not a straight playmaker. Like he can score a bit.
Yep.
He's not a guy who's just going to straight up pass and reject shots. That was something last year I had a little bit of a problem with Jake O'Brien with, is that he was a supreme playmaker, but he never shot.
Yeah.
Got to keep goalies honest at times. He can do that, but the way he play makes, like he can see plays develop before they've actually developed. And, he'll make one pass and you'll see that, pass to maybe a cross ice pass, but he's also seen that, oh, yep, that guy's going to be open there. And then I'm a fan. There's some, again, Rocco, for instance, really loves Marcus Ruck a lot, but I think this is the, highest end kind of playmaking guy we have at this part of the draft. And the Canucks need to take upside shots here. Like this isn't a spot where the Canucks should be taking, we're going to take a safe guy here. Like they're not competing. Like they need upside here. And I'm going to lie, a power play of Chase Reid and Nikita Klepov doesn't sound really that bad at all. At least sounds fun. So that's good.
Yeah, that'd be interesting for sure. Now, ironically, we got two guys going back to back here, both playing in the CHL with 97 points. Hurlburt, 97, Klepov, 97. How do you value or project? I mean, obviously they're different players. Hurlburt's the shooter, Klepov's the disher. We know that. But how do you value and project where these guys' ceilings could be based on their top attributes?
I like guys who drive play or can drive offense. So I don't see that as much with Hurlburt. Like I see him more as a finisher. Klepov's ability, like Klepov, if he hits, like if he's legitimately an NHL player, like he's going to be driving offense on a line. Like he's going to be the most dangerous guy on the team, like or on the ice at the time. Like he's going to be the one where all the D are cued in on. That's the highest upside guy, right? Now there's
That's
other
what Vancouver's got to do, right? They need as much talent as they can. I like this pick for them if they overall.
Yeah, exactly, right? And I think there's actually like his handling is awesome, but his defensive stick's really good. He knocks down a ton of pucks, which tells me that there's maybe more. Like I think there's more here defensively, and it might just be me, but I think there actually is the capability of being a solid defender for him. Because I think he's smart. Like he looks like he almost could have, like he kind of looks like he was almost a baseball player at some point. Because he knocked everything down. Listen, that is a high-end skill if you can knock down pucks. a la Mark Stone knocks down pucks all the time.
I prefer the way Tim Stützle knocks pucks into the net. Shout out
Fair
James
enough.
Reimer.
But you understand what I'm going for here, right? Like that's
Yeah,
going to
for
be
sure.
that's going to work.
All right. So up to bat for the Vancouver Canucks at 24th overall.
Yeah.
It is Nikita Klepov, which puts a bow on Darren Boyce at the Puck Bunker, where you can go check them out on YouTube and social media. Puck Bunker Boyce is where you can find Darren on social media. So the picks are in. We've got Alexander Command to the Philadelphia Flyers, Elton Hermanson to the Pittsburgh Penguins, JP Hurlburt to the Boston Bruins, and Nikita Klepov to the Vancouver Canucks. Who are some of your best players on the board here quickly, Darren, as we hand it over to Jerome Berube?
So for me, a couple guys I really like. I'll go with the best name here, Seamas Ignatavicius. That's a guy I really enjoy. Played in Switzerland this year. Huge, big body. Again, played pro, so he's playing well above his level. Showed that he can survive in the pro level, or actually, play quite well in the pro level in a lower, again, he was playing lower in the lineup, showed a lot of pro skills, has good board play. He was absolutely mauling some guys in that league as a young 17-year-old, which is interesting to me. It's the type of guy I really listen. I have a bias. I do like big guys who are strong and hit guys. So I like that. The thing with him, when the Olympics happened, he went and played in the Division II Pro League, and they featured him offensively. And you actually saw more. There's more jam here than I think is being perceived with him. He can shoot the puck. And I think it's enough for a power play projection that he can at least be a PP2 guy that's available here. And he has net front ability, and he has the ability to shoot. So I could see a lot of teams being interested in him, especially later here, because you're kind of getting into playoff teams, and he plays pro. He's big. He kind of fit into a lineup, I think, quicker than some of these other guys would. The other one be my personal favorite, and I doubt he gets taken here. Who knows? But Alex Bilecki is a guy that I've really liked all year. I think he's completely undervalued by a lot of outlets. I think he's fantastic at moving the puck. His ability to read the play and make a quick pass is actually really high end. And he's a good skater. He's 6'2". He's just, again, speaking of Klepov, he's weak. He just needs to get into the gym. And the other thing is he's actually physical. He's just not strong enough to really physically impose himself on people. So when he gains some strength in the gym and those hits start to hurt other people, I think he's a first rounder in my opinion, at least in my grade. I don't think he's actually going to go there, but I'm a big fan of him. And, I think a team, whoever gets him somewhere in the second round, would be pretty happy.
The Seattle Kraken are on the clock. All right, we now welcome back our very good friend. It is Jerome Berube. HockeyProspect.com is where you can find all their great work, the scouting service there. Jerome, 5-time recurring guest on the Mock Draft. How are you doing today? Great to see you.
I'm great, guys, and I'm very glad to be back for a 5th straight Mock Draft.
And you know what's wild? You always seem to get the later portion of the first round, and I like that because things open up. Where to you does this draft open up? When we look at the top picks, or is it the middle of the round? Where does it just, the floodgates are just opening wide?
I would say mid first. It's not a first round that is super deep. Obviously, there's good players every year, but I don't know. You get to mid first, around 20-ish. It's starting to. I think. If you look at NHL teams' rankings, I mean, they're not going to be public, obviously, but people would lose their mind how different those lists are. So to me, it starts mid first, 15-20 range. To me, it starts to get a bit. The opinion starts to be very different.
And what position do you think we're going to see a run of? How there's some drafts where okay, As soon as this team takes a defenseman, we're going to see a run of 5 defensemen or centermen or whatever. Like, where do you think that could start, and what position will it be?
I think teams value defenseman and center. So if you look at this year, there's a lot of defensemen at the top of the class. Carels, Verhoeff, Reid, Gustafsson, Rudolph, Smits, Sherbakov, Lynn. So I think you're gonna have a run here on defensemen, but it's not gonna be a huge surprise. I think there's not many center that are like, if a team is like really looking for a center, there's not that many this year at the top of the class. So and obviously we have a center at number 1, but we don't really expect him to go, in the top 3 of the draft. I would say maybe at 4, but we'll see. So I could say center, but there's not that many center that I really like at the top of the class. So I don't see a run on center. But maybe team will reach for a center, a bit like, remember Arizona getting Barrett Eaton at 5 in 2018, I believe. Yeah.
Or how about last year, Philly reaching for Jack Nesbitt at 12?
Yeah. So expect the unexpected is my favorite quote about the draft, because it's going to be it's always, like I said, like teams they value different things. Their lists are very different from what you see online. Our list is different from a lot of lists online, and people are like losing their mind a bit about this, but it's okay. It's okay.
No, it's great. And hey, time tells the story, and you guys have a great track record of finding talent through your list. And the guide that you guys put out is a must buy. You can go to hockeyprospect.com. You can find all the great information there for the draft. And Jerome, awesome follow on Twitter, especially on draft day. Those little blurbs you put out when each pick comes, it's great to get the insight there. You can follow him on Twitter, Jerome_Berube. Jerome, before we get back to the mock draft, where you will be picking for Seattle, the New York Rangers, the Buffalo Sabres, and the Montreal Canadiens 25 to 28, we have to ask you about your list. Viggo Björk, number 1 overall on our mock draft here. He has gone in the spot of 6th overall to the Calgary Flames. So it's not like this is a guy that's not going to be a top 10 pick even, but what made the difference to you that you felt like he's the best player in this draft class?
Well, other than being 5'9", there's just no weakness with this player. He's a center, team value center. Half the team in the NHL are looking for center. So centers are very value around the NHL. I think his skill level is really high. He thinks the game really well, extremely smart. Defensively, I know he's 5'9", but he's an elite player defensively. We wrote in the book, he's like a smaller version defensively of like Patrice Bergeron. Like, he understands the game at a very high level. His dedication is, really, really high. And he just got better as the season went on. If you ask me in October, you're going to have Viggo Björk as your number 1 ranked player at the end of the year, I would like laugh at you. I'm like, come on. But, you have to watch during the year. And some players progress, some players don't progress, some players regress. So you have to like figure this out in the 6, 7, 8 months that you watch those guys. And we just felt like we look at his upside is really high. He's probably not as flashy as Stenberg or McKenna, but he's much more complete. And as I mentioned, the center factor, and also there's some runway with this player. Like, he's not a finished product. Stenberg is awesome, but he's a bit of a finished product for me. But it doesn't really matter in this case because he's awesome, and he will have an impact next year in the NHL. To me, Stenberg is the most ready prospect for the NHL, but we don't scout, we don't draft for next year. We draft for 4 or 5 years down the road. So we feel Björk will have more of an impact in the NHL in his 20s, in his prime, I could say, than Stenberg. And McKenna is a bit of an upside. He has the best upside of the draft, but there's a lot more question mark next to his name. So yeah, that's a bit of my take on why Björk is our number 1 ranked prospect.
Well, I like that. And we talked with Cam Robinson, who he put his GM hat on and drafted him for Calgary 6th overall in this mock draft. And he was saying that he doesn't think Viggo Björk's far off from playing in the NHL either. Like, do you think the timeline on him is like 1 or 2 years as well?
I would say 1 year max. I mean, he could play next year if the team that picks him really want him in the NHL. But I could see him let him play 1 more year in the SHL, and he's fully ready for the NHL. I mean, remember, like, that's not a good example, but I had Matthew Schaefer number 1 on my list from the get-go last year. Like, from November on, he was our number 1 guy. But I still said, like an idiot at the end, I'm like, I don't think he's NHL ready. I was like, not that I really loved him as a prospect, but I'm like, I think with the injury that he had, I'm like,
he barely played.
Yeah, he played like not even 20 games. So I'm like, maybe 1 more year in the OHL, or maybe in college, and then
he got Hart Trophy votes, Strom.
I know. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, unreal. But that's the beauty of the draft. Like, you can change a franchise overnight, and guys can come out and make a huge impact right away. And that's why everyone is fascinated by the draft. And we've got ours right now. Darren Boyce made the last few picks. Nikita Klepov to the Vancouver Canucks was the last pick. Were you happy with the available talent for you here at 25?
Yes, very much. As you guys will see, but I'll mention where I have those guys rank. But
yeah, we've got your rankings on there for all the players. We'll pull up cards as we go along here, as we always do. So without further ado, I'm in the Seattle Kraken. This is a team that needs to hit another great shot for they've already got in this draft Wyatt Cullen in the top 10. They're getting their 2nd first-round pick. It's a team that's disappointed after making the playoffs and beating Colorado in their first year of existence. People are like, oh, similar trajectory to Vegas. They're going to overachieve and they're just going to be off and running. Hasn't gone that way. So another huge draft here with multiple first-round picks. Who do you like here for the Seattle Kraken at 25th overall?
So I'm going with Gleb Pugachev from Russia, which is a bit of a, if you look at the history of draft picks from Seattle, not really the type of player they go after. First of all, they have draft, I just checked, they draft 2 Russians in their history since 2021. So, and they were 5th round picks, 6th round picks. So they have not really gone with Russia that much, obviously, since 2021. So a bit of a weird pick for them. But
well, you're the general manager, though, Jerome. You're not trying to think of what they're going to do. This is GM Jerome Berube.
Yeah, so like Pugat, I effing love that player. He's ranked 11 on our list, and he's a very unique player. The most physical forward in the class. He's huge. He is. We did use the Tom Wilson player comp in his profile. Not necessarily the fighting part, but the physicality. He just wrecks guys in the MHL. Even when he played against men in the KHL, he was just running over guys in the KHL. He has skill. Obviously, his stats line. People will look at his stats line and be like, "Oh, I don't know about that." But when you actually watch him, he's got legit talent to be a top 6 forward. If you watch him, if you compare him to, let's say, we just watch him in the playoff, Ivan Barbashev. Yep. They're very similar players in terms of mindset, in terms of like physicality. But Pugachev is a better version of Barbashev at the same age. He's more talented. He's a better skater, and he's much bigger than Barbashev. So if you get a better version of Barbashev at 25 in the draft, I'm running to the stage. I know there's no stage to run at, but I'm running to the stage to make the pick. So I'm a big fan of Pugachev, very unique player also. And I mentioned his stats line, not impressive this year, like under a point per game in the MHL. But if you watch him, like he's better than those stats. And I'll give you an example. Kirill Marchenko, Columbus. Go watch his stats line in his draft year. Pretty similar to this guy. Not really impressive. So, you don't scout based on the point totals. You scout what you see when you watch those guys. And this kid brings it.
Yeah, and I think it's a good pick for Seattle. It adds some size and snarl to a roster that I think could really use it. Now, Jerome, what kind of offensive upside do you think Pugachev could have? Because no one doubts his physicality, his size, and you mentioned, sure, the stats don't pop out at you, but for him to be playing, like I'm looking at his KHL game logs, he's playing over 10 minutes most of the time. It's pretty impressive, but do you think he's going to be able to find that scoring touch? Kind of like you said, you're comparable Tom Wilson. Like, do you think he can actually get there offensively?
I think he can be like easily a 50-point player in the NHL. I mean, we can say we don't know like who would be his center. We don't know who would be his other winger. So it really depends on the situation, I think. If he ends up on Seattle and he plays with, Matty Beniers and maybe Berkeley Catton on the wing, like that's like a pretty exciting line that can bring speed, can bring physicality, and that could be a good line down the road. Or
even
Catton,
playing with like a Jake O'Brien, like you got a guy to play make for you.
Yeah, I mean, Seattle has a lot of interesting player up front that they draft. Like O'Brien is one. The one guy they draft a few years ago was Yanni Newman, or was a big kid like Pugachev, who has like an insane shot, and I think he played a half the year with Seattle this year, so he's getting there. So yeah, I think, like I said, I think he can be a top 6 forward that can play left wing, right wing, and then I think he can be like a 50-ish points player. But his value will be really come playoff time for me.
Is this the type of player like we see with some Russians where you just draft them and stash them for a little while and they'll come over in 3-4 years? Like if you're the general manager, how are you going to try and develop Pugachev to be the best player he can be at the NHL level?
Well, I think he has 2 more years left on his deal. He has the right agency though. He's with Gold Star, which it feels like every Russian is working with Gold Star now, and they have been pretty aggressive in bringing their client to the NHL, but like the North American game pretty quickly. So I'm a bit like Simashev and with
Demidov.
Yeah, with Demidov, but they play like Simashev played 2 more years in the KHL, then came over. Daniel Butte, same thing, 2 years in the KHL. Then, so I'm expecting similar story for Pugachev. 2 more years in the K, and then NHL/AHL after.
Is he your top ranked Russian? Because we have Ilya Morozov around this area as well. Like where do you rank him among the top Russians in this draft class?
He has to be the top Russian, unless someone else that's playing in North America that I forget. No, these are top Russians. Yep.
Okay, nice. So you like him more than Morozov too?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, nice. Yeah, the physical ability of Pugachev is definitely a separating quality, which a lot of teams are looking for when they're drafting in the first round. So we've got Gleb Pugachev. That's a nice little first round, though. Wyatt Cullen, Gleb Pugachev going to the Seattle Kraken. Pugachev 25th overall, which brings us, and this is a theme here, you get 2 back-to-back where you get the second pick, and we've already got Carson Carels going to the New York Rangers at 5th overall. What are they going to do here? Is they're trying to get out of I don't want to say that they're going to rebuild because we didn't get a letter from the owner and the management that they're going to go through a legitimate rebuild, even though they wiped that pretty quickly and just decided to spend money again. But what do you like here for the Rangers at 26th overall?
So I'm going to be honest, I didn't even notice Carson Carels was the pick for the Rangers. So that might maybe Rangers fans are not going to be with my pick, because I'm going with another defenseman. I'm going with Nikita Sherbakov, again from Russia. Very toolsy defenseman, very, very strong skater. Has some skill, can produce offensively, but not going to be a PP1 type of player at the NHL level. Could be a PP2, but I really think he fits the mold of those very athletic defensemen that we see coming in the NHL. So if you watch the Stanley Cup playoff, you look at K'Andre Miller. There's some similarity between those two. He on your sheet here, he's listed at 6'5". It's been difficult to really get a sense of his real height. Centralize him at 6'3".
Are we going to see him at the Gold Star camp right before?
Yeah.
Is he part of that?
Yeah, he's part of that agency, so he should be there. So yeah, I think that's a defenseman that can play well in all three zones, can produce some offense, but I really think his defense will be his calling card at the NHL level. Defense well against the rush, really good skater, really good stick. I think you see 6'5", 187. So he has some he needs to get stronger physically. He's a bit of a stick at this point. But he reminds me a lot of, as I mentioned, K'Andre Miller. For those prospect fan, Simishev, who was drafted 6th overall a few years ago. So that's a bit of what I think of this player. He's a bit underrated. He played in the VHL this year, which is like second men's league in Russia. I cannot stand that league for draft eligible prospect. It's just not I don't like it. I don't like scouting out of that league. It's tough for draft eligible prospect to really show what they can do at that level. He did play like I would say 15 games maybe in MHL, which is the junior league. And I really value those games a lot more than the VHL. I think we really saw the best version of himself in that league. So I really like this player. He's 14 on your list. Obviously we really like this player, and we're pretty excited to see where he goes in the future, where he goes at the draft, but what his development looks like in the next few years.
Were you surprised to see him start the season in the KHL? It looks like his first 7 games were in the KHL, and then the minutes kind of dwindled there, and then he went to the other leagues like you talked about. What does that tell you, where a guy starts in the pro league and then coaches, whatever, maybe there's hockey politics involved, are like, no, he's not going to stick here? Like, how does that affect a player's development?
Yeah, I stopped getting surprised by what's going on in Russia. Like,
it's crazy.
It's just like some things are, you cannot really, they don't make any sense. But he might have started in the KHL because they had injuries on the back end, and then when those guys came back, he didn't go back. He went to the VHL, then MHL, then back to the VHL. I wish he played a few games in the KHL by the end of the year. I was hoping a bit that. I was hoping this would happen, similar to Zarovsky last year, where he played in MHL all year long, and then by the end of the year, he played a few games and then some playoff games in the KHL. I wish that could have been the case for Shervika, but it's all right. We have a pretty good view on what he can be.
So when you have him there at 14th overall, you believe that he can provide a little offense as well, or do you think he's such a good defender that he's going to be able to make a legitimate star impact without providing a whole lot of offense?
Well, I mean, if people expect him to be a PP1 guy, like it's not the right, draft someone else, because it's not going to be him. But he does have some talent. He has a pretty good shot, and his hands are good, so he can make plays. He can make a good first pass too. So he's not just a defensive player, but if you expect him to be Cale Makar, you're it's not going to happen.
Do you think on draft day, because we know this is GM Jerome Berube, but do you think that he's worthy of being, or do you think he will be in that same tier with the other top defensemen in this draft class? Or do you see him kind of more in the Xavier Villeneuve, maybe Ryan Lynn, guys who maybe will fall for different reasons?
Yeah. I mean, him and Ryan Lynn, I think we have them back to back. Yeah. So Lynn is 15. So yeah, they're in the same range. Villeneuve, I don't really have that much time that high in the draft. Do I expect him to go where we ranked him? No. But it's okay.
But for first round, you think still?
I'm hoping he goes first round. But we'll see. I mean, it's tough to predict what teams are thinking. I think his combine in Florida might really help him.
We'll find out how tall he is,
or not help him. Because I remember, was it 2 years ago? Igor Chernyshov went there, and then he had like a huge. He spent too much time at the beach, and he had a huge sunburn. And then somehow
we've heard this before.
Do you know the story about Ottawa with the sunburn?
No.
Billsy, tell him. It hurts me too bad.
Andre Vasilevsky had a sunburn.
He missed his interview with Ottawa because he was too sunburned, and they asked to reschedule. The Sens said, no, we're good. And then they took Cody Ceci 3 picks before he went.
Yeah.
Yeah. So don't let a sunburn deter you from drafting a player. Let that be a lesson here, ladies and gentlemen. We know that Nikita Sherbakov here in our mock draft is going 26th overall. So 2 left shot defensemen in the first round. But frankly, for a team that just traded left shot defenseman K'Andre Miller last summer and have regretted it ever since, hey, reset the system. Let's get some lefties in the mix there. So Gleb Pugachiev goes 25 to Seattle, and Nikita Sherbakov goes 26 to the New York Rangers, which bring up the Buffalo Sabres. Uncharted territory for them. Their first pick in the draft being this late. Hell of a year for the Sabres. They end up finishing first in the Atlantic Division. Am I? Yes, they did. Of course they did. They ended up beating Boston in the first round, wild card there. So what are they thinking here if you're the general manager at 27th overall?
So I look at their decor, and I'm going to draft a player to be part of that decor, but that does not look like any of their defensemen, because they have built a really big, rangy, mobile decor. So I'm going to pick a smaller guy here with Tommy Blyle from Moncton. Awesome draft season by him. Came out of nowhere. Nobody really knew him that much at the start of the year. I even talked to a coach who coached against him in preseason, and he was like, I had no clue who that was, but I knew exactly we were in trouble after Turchev.
Wow.
Yeah. And he's like, I played way too many games against him this year. So they were like division rivals. I was like, I cannot stand this player anymore. He has hurt my team way too many times this season. So he was Rookie of the Year in the Q, Defenseman of the Year also.
I mean, the numbers are insane.
Yeah. Like
81 points, 68 assists in 63 games. And how about a plus 58? Was he on the ice for a single goal against?
So yeah, he's very impressive defenseman that to be honest, it took me a bit of a time to really figure him out. But once I was like confident in my analysis, I'm like, okay, this guy's he's a top 32 player. Very, very, very smart hockey player, very good skater, really good footwork. He thinks the game super fast, super well. He is, there was always a battle between him and Villeneuve out of the queue this year, and then they play each other in the playoff. It was not even close. Like Blyle just was easily the best player out of the two. It was the semifinal before the final. Yeah. So Blyle was really good. He is like you guys have in Ottawa, Jordan Spence. Who played Moncton, so there's some similarity. He's better than Spence at the same age, but I use Spence a lot when I try to compare Blyle. They're a bit different. I think Spence got a bit more of some pushback in his game. So I wish Blyle had that. but vision, skating, like this kid's got it. So
do you see him as potentially a guy who can run a first power play in the NHL?
yeah. He's very creative, excellent vision, makes player around him better, very poised. The only thing on the power play that will need to get better is his shot. So he doesn't have like a powerful shot from the point, and sometimes team will like the way they ran their power play. They had Nico Turnus, who was a big shooter on the half wall, like the Ovechkin spot, and they're always trying to find him. So teams start like cheating a bit towards him, and they were like pretty much like saying to Blyle, now you need to shoot because we are covering where you're going to pass the puck. So, and that's what he'll need to work in the over the off season, but the next couple of seasons. He's not a big guy, he's a 5'11", 165 defenseman. So it's going to take some time. He needs to get stronger. Good news, he's off. Well, he's not off this year to Michigan State, but anyway, maybe in 1 year. Michigan State is really well known for helping players get bigger and stronger. They have a great trainer over there. So I'm not too worried about that. But once he gets stronger, I think his shot will probably get better, and you probably going to see him be a bit more with a bit more pushback when battling against bigger players.
I love this pick for Buffalo too. They take Radim Murtka in the first round last year, another right shot defenseman, but plays a very different style. Yeah. And you look at Buffalo, I think they were the only team in the NHL. Their top four was all lefties this year. Yeah. Dahlin, Samuelson, Power, and Byram, all lefties. So I think to get some righties in the mix in the organization is a good thing. You got anything else on Blyle, Pilsy?
Well, I was just going to ask, do you think he's going to be able to dominate in the NCAA the same way as he did in the Q? I mean, and he's going to have another season under his belt there, but just the way the game changes in the NCAA.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. I mean, is he going to dominate like he did in the Q? I don't know. Like he just broke like the records for points by defenseman for a rookie defenseman in the Q. So that was like, I don't know, 40 years old record. So we'll see. But I really, really liked this player, and he just kept, moving up on my list, each month basically. So, great find by Moncton again. Moncton just finds player, all over the place. So,
and he ends up being 24th over at hockeyprospect.com, which brings us to the Montreal Canadiens. Hell of a year for them. They get a very, very impressive showing from all their young players to level up quickly and get them to the conference final where they ran in to the Carolina Hurricanes. Their prospect pool is still stacked. They've got another wave coming after all the young players that have already graduated. What do you like for them here at 28th overall?
So I'm going to pick a left defenseman, and I know Abs fans are going to scream at me because they're like, we don't need another left defenseman. We have Hudson, we have Madison, we have Gooley. We don't need, but it's okay. It's the draft. It's those guys are they just become value, and whether you use them or trade them, they can be. You just pick whoever is at the top of your list when your pick comes. So my pick is Maxim Sokolovsky from the London Knights. He's a bit of a crazy defenseman out of Russia. I mentioned Pugachev was the most physical forward. He is the most physical D. He is nasty. He's humongous. 6'7", 240. He's probably going to play at 260 in the NHL. He's like, the thing about him is that he's a really good skater for his size. It's only going to get better. Like if I was ranking who are the players who are more raw in this class, he's number one. Like he has so much runway going forward. My boss at Hockey Prospect saw him at the London rookie camp. So he's like, you might want to watch this kid. I'm like, okay. And I watched
Hard to
him
miss.
I watched him 3 games. I think he played like 10 minutes each game, like ridiculous ice time. Just didn't get much ice time, but they started him really slowly in London, and I was like, he looks like Zadorov. That was my take. He looks like Nikita Zadorov, and that usually goes high in the draft. You find someone you think looks like Nikita Zadorov, you're drafting that player really high in the draft. Zadorov went really high in the draft. I believe he went top 10 back in his draft year. Or if he didn't go top 10, just outside the top 10.
Well, he's drafted by Buffalo, so it was an early pick, 16th overall in 2013.
Okay, so and then I watched him. I'm like, oh, he's so raw, but man, the potential here is crazy. Very poised, like no nerves whatsoever when he's on the ice with the puck. And sometimes it's like, well, you could be a little bit more nervous. Like the forecheck is coming towards you, and he's like, he does not care. He's like, I'll pass the puck when I want to pass the puck, basically. But the skating size combo is phenomenal. The physicality, like he's nasty. And there's not many players like that anymore, right? Like that's why teams are going to draft him high. They're going to draft Pugachev high, and others that are really physical. They don't exist that much anymore. They're very unique. So his season was weird because he was a healthy scratch plenty of time in the first half of the season with London. London had a lot of these. Communication was not easy with him. His English not so good, so the communication was a bit tough. He couldn't play games in the U.S. also. His visa didn't allow him to play in the U.S. So there's a bunch of things. Reason why he didn't play all the games for London, but once they traded a few guys, he was a regular in their lineup. And then he really improved in the second half of the season. And then he had a monster playoff against the Sioux, against Brady Martin.
Yep.
He doesn't like him very much, eh?
I think they respect each other, but yeah, I don't.
I want Nashville to find a way to get this guy.
Yeah.
I think his exact quote was, "He doesn't know how to play hockey."
Yeah. Well, I think they do. It was a quote during the series, but after the series, he was like, "I respect that guy. He plays hard." Yeah, I don't think Brady is like one of the top player in the OHL, and Sokolowski did quite a really, really good job against him. So, at the NHL level, that's what Sokolowski is going to do. He's going to shut down people. He's going to defend. He's going to drive you crazy. He's probably going to get suspended a few times. People are going to get mad at him because he hurt someone. Like he's going to play borderline, but he's going to go over the edge a few times. Like every big physical guy. Like I've seen some of his hits this year, completely ridiculous. And that's a bit of the danger. Like he's 6'7", 6'8". He has hit guys that were 5'10", 5'11". It's not a good look. It's not. It's basically a headshot without being a headshot. Like it's not really his fault. He has great.
So you're saying in practice it'll be tough with the Habs having all their forwards under 6 feet tall.
Maybe, yeah, but they don't hit that much in practice, right?
Well, it sounds like this guy doesn't care whether it's practice or the Mem Cup. Like whether it's a high leverage game, low leverage game, this guy's all in all the time.
Yeah, no, he's awesome, and just the way he played in the playoff against Martin, which is not like it's a top player in the OHL, and he did really well. So you see the progression, and you're like, man, like there's a package here that is really intriguing. He's a very unique player. So I'm a big fan. I was a big fan watching him play 8-10 minutes a game with London, and at the start of the year, I'm like, oh, this kid's got something special. And then November, December, it was like, well, I was starting to cool off a bit on him, and then second half of the season, he came back strong and finished really well with London. So really interesting guy for me. I don't. My guess he will go in that range between 20 and 32 at the draft. That's my my prediction with him. So we'll see.
Yeah, we like him a lot too. Now, do you think him going to, it looks like he's going to go to the University of Maine, not this season, but the next one. Do you think that's going to play a big part in helping him rein in some of those big hits that will lead to suspensions? And like, that'll kind of teach him to, hey, I can use my size, but it's got to be more to keep guys wide, to box guys out. I can't really be towing that line as much as I used to in the OHL.
Yeah, I mean, as he progresses, I think he's going to be a bit smarter about it. And also, he's going to play against bigger players. It's not his fault if he hits someone open ice in the UHL and that kid is 5'9". That's not on him. He's allowed to hit. It's not his fault. He's 6'7". So yeah, he's. I'm personally hoping he stays in London as long as possible. He's got the best. He's got the best coaching staff in the CHL. Let him learn. He can go to college after if he wants. Whoever drafts him, it's going to be a long-term, thing. It's not.
How long-term do you think he fully figures it out?
I think next year will be a really good indication because the progression, if you watch him in the first half, you're like, oh, that's a 5-6 year, situation here. And then you watch him in the second half, you're like, okay, maybe it's more of a 2 more years in the CHL, maybe 2 years in college or 1 year in college, and then he turns pro. We'll see. But he's definitely not. I'd be really surprised that he's NHL ready at 19, 20. So it's not a situation like this here.
Like going to the Zadorov comparison again, like he got rushed to the NHL. It was horrible. Like he played a few games at 18, then he was brutal at 19, gets traded, and at that point Colorado was really bad too. And he really took him till he was 22, 23 to grow in and become the shell of the player that we now know as a top 4 mean physical defenseman. But if you're a team in late first round and you get a player with that type of potential, you got to be really fired up. So Maxim Sokolovsky going 28th overall to the Montreal Canadiens, which brings us to the board so far. Jerome's picks, 25th. It's Gleb Pugachev to the Seattle Kraken, Nikita Sherbakov to the New York Rangers, Tommy Blyle to the Buffalo Sabres, and Maxim Sokolovsky to the Montreal Canadiens. We've got the St. Louis Blues on the clock, followed by Calgary, Carolina, and Ottawa. Jerome, who are some of the best available players you have on your list at this point in the draft?
Let me check on my list here. Best available. Maybe Niklas Aram Olsen out of Sweden. Well, he's actually from Norway. He plays in Sweden. The Rock's brother, not picked yet.
Yeah,
it could be an option. I think we're the only rankings out there that has Marcus over Liam in our list. Like Liam has been ranked as the highest Rock, but we like Marcus better. But I mean, they're back to back on our list, so it's not a.
Pelty, you were saying that we're doing our profiles. You're like, I don't know why he's so much higher on every list.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jerome. I got them together, and I think I might actually like Marcus more.
I mean, I saw a ranking where they had Liam in the first round, and Marcus was like in the 80s. And like,
sheesh.
There's not that you can have Liam before, but there's not that much difference between the two.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be fascinating to see. So let us know, where can people find you on draft day and all your content?
So people can get our book at hockeyprospect.com. It's on the front page, very easy to get. We appreciate all the support. On draft night, probably not going to be on Twitter. Last year we did a live show on draft night, so we might do that again this year. So if I'm doing a live show on YouTube, I'm probably not going to tweet that much during it. So
because before you used to sit and get all your blurbs ready, so you're good to copy paste, man. We love that.
No, not this year. I didn't do it last year too. So last year I just focused on our live show because I'm like one of the I'm basically the producer at the same time of the show. So
Yep.
double duty. So yeah, probably on Hockey Prospects YouTube channel. So we got and we're gonna put more video coming up too on our YouTube channel. So trying to get talk about some of those guys for our audience on YouTube.
We're looking forward to it. The St. Louis Blues are on the clock. Thrilled to welcome on Nathan Gravite to the show here for picks 29 through 31. You can find all of his great content on YouTube. Gravite. He's also on social media. Nathan Gravite on Twitter. Welcome back to the show. How you doing today, man?
We're doing great. I love the compliment of great content, even though that's usually only half the time. But we're doing great here. The draft's coming up. It's the greatest season of them all, besides the World Juniors for me at least. But especially with the late round selections, this is where the draft always gets even more fun for me because it's so all over the place. You can go in so many different directions, but we're here to break it all down right here, right now.
What's your draft routine? Like, take me through day of. Like, how are you getting ready for nighttime?
Well, now that it's all finished, now that I've done all my reports, all my watching, it's pretty chill now. Now it's just kind of putting all the last videos together. It's actually pretty great since the playoffs ended. I can kind of bulk record a bunch of stuff and have it all ready to go for the week beforehand. So that's actually been quite nice to have instead of the very current stuff that, especially in the playoffs, has to happen. But no, I think especially for the draft or the day of, it's get some good sleep if I can, which is it's before a Christmas day, so it's usually not getting good sleep. But it's kind of relaxing throughout the day. Hopefully, I'm going to work out and just calm my mind like I'm about to enter an NHL playoff game and then see how it goes. But especially when it comes to the draft, I've come to expect the unexpected, and nothing's really phasing me anymore these days.
Yeah, you got to be ready. It's a big event for sure. Now, are you one of these guys, once the draft is done, you take a big exhale and you're like, all right, I don't want to think about prospects. I don't want to watch film. I don't want to read any more stat pages or scouting reports, and you take a week or two off? Or are you like, all right, turn the page. Let's look at the 2027 NHL draft class?
So it's funny you say that, Brandon, because every year I put out a video almost pretty much a week after the draft of here's the next crop and kind of what I'm thinking. Most of that is because I think people are generally interested in what's next right after. So that also helps. But the grind never stops, honestly. I say the grind, but honestly, looking forward to the next draft is kind of like a tradition. I feel like at this point for scouting folks, it's okay, we already know everything we want to know about 2026. Let's actually go to the 2027. Oh, this is going to be the great draft, this one. And the cycle repeats itself. We're in a year. It's oh yeah, this 2027 draft is actually booty. Who likes this one? But I think there's always especially when it comes to prospects, the joy I get out of it is seeing what comes next, seeing the next wave of NHL players, seeing them when they're 16, 17 years old and the issues they have, and seeing them in 5 years' time actually make the NHL and how they did that. What can we learn from that? How can the development really come a long way? I think it's just one of the most fascinating parts about sports is seeing that unknown become reality. And especially when it comes to the NHL draft, I think it's a good balance, I think, between the NFL, where these guys instantly come into the league, and the MLB, where every prospect's 7 years away. I think it's a good little middle ground where these guys will still take some time, aren't quite refined products, but you can start to see that glimmer of hope at what they'll become. So I think especially in this year's draft, when there's so many unknowns, that's what I really love talking about. But I always am around the draft. After the draft ends, I'm making prospect pool rankings. I'm dissecting what's happening. I'm looking at what every team has loaded up. It's always a new evolving process, especially after the draft. That's honestly my most interesting part, is seeing how these teams have upgraded their prospect pools, what's changed, what's the outlook looking like now. And especially for a team like Ottawa, I think it could be really fascinating this year.
Yeah, and we're going to get to your best available players after you make your picks, because we're staying selfish here. Pilsy and I will be making Ottawa's selection at 32nd overall. We thought about making the last four picks one. When you can get a guy like Gravon, you got to do it. Great energy. We love that. And this is 5 hours into the mock draft now.
Yeah.
A little jolt, your little caffeine boost. You're our little 5 hour energy shot that we love so much. So
espresso martini at the end of the night.
Exactly.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, for the people that have this on autoplay going to sleep, they're going to be waking up at 2 a.m. when I'm oh my gosh.
Hell yeah.
Who select?
Well, you got my wheels spinning too when you mentioned comparing it to other drafts. The one you didn't mention, the NBA, where it's like they also turn pro, but you've watched them already in college. I just find it so fun with the NHL that like you can watch different leagues and you're like, yeah, that's our guy. Like that will be our guy. He's already drafted to our team. So it's so fun because, for example, we became experts in the DEL leading up to the 2020 draft. And then all of a sudden, you know, you see some things and you can watch other players through that and kind of get a sense of what all these different leagues bring, how different they are, and how guys translate out of certain leagues when they do come over to North America. So, Grav, before we get to your picks, let's take a look at the board as it stands right now. I'm not going to ask for an analysis on all the picks leading up to yours, but does anything jump out? Like, were you surprised that certain players dropped and are available for you in this range?
There was quite a few interesting ones. I think generally this was pretty great to see. Great picks by Scott, Cam at the very top. And honestly, after that range, I feel bad for like Steven and Rocco. It just goes all over the place after that at that point. There's quite a few picks here that I honestly really think are pretty good fits, especially after that range. For St. Louis, getting like a Tynan Lawrence, I think a number 11 is a fantastic selection. Malte Gustafsson for Washington, I think, could be incredible. A couple of ones that did slip a little bit, having a player like Alexander Command to Philly, I think would be a natural fit for them. Tommy Blale to Buffalo, that would just be ridiculous after the talent they've been accumulating to get him at what it would be like 27. That would be insanity, especially for the offensive just ceiling and tempo he has. I would adore that if I was Buffalo. But especially in this range, I think there's still quite a bit of talent and potential. And especially when it comes to this draft, I feel like once you get past like 16 or 17, the gap between 18 and 38 isn't that massive for me. So I think that is good news for a team like Ottawa, who's late in that first round, that especially when it comes to, I think, top end potential, there's still quite a few guys that I think bring very interesting ceilings.
Now, with St. Louis's pick coming up here for you, Grav, this is their third pick of the first round. And you look at, they already have taken, like you mentioned, Tynan Lawrence and then Maddox Dejanay. Like, how much did you take into account that those are the two players they picked, a center, a physical winger? Is that going to affect the player you choose next year for them?
Yeah, so when it comes to St. Louis's pick, I was tempted to go for another forward because there is quite a few options for them, especially in this range. But I feel like realistically, even though we're going off of who I would pick, I still, if I was in charge of St. Louis, I want to put 3 forwards in the first round. It would be a little bit ridiculous. I think for them, especially with what they're trending, they've gone a nice mix, and they've kind of gone for a little bit of like a Washington Capitals mold, where they've gone for either pure projectability or top end talent in the draft. And you've seen that in players like Jimmy Snuggerud. You've seen that in players like Otto Stenberg as an example. I think for St. Louis, though, this is where things get interesting because there's a lot of projectable pieces, especially on the defensive side. And I don't really see them skipping out on one of those guys. As for my pick for St. Louis, I'm going to go over to Sweden here, and we're going to go for William Hawkinson, who I think out of this defensive group is one of the more projectable pieces out there. I don't think he's very exciting by any means, but at 29, I think you're getting somebody that can easily slot onto your bottom pair, and I think play middle pair minutes in a pinch. He's a great penalty killer, has a very solid skating stride. I think especially when it comes to his play under pressure, that's where he excels at most. And that's why I think the projection on the NHL is so clean. I think he's somebody that really handles the puck well. He's not going to be somebody that brings much flash to the game in any one zone, but I do think he's a great stopper, and he allows the offensive defenseman next to you to really flourish. And I think especially for a team like St. Louis that has a lot of options on their defense, I don't think they've gotten a lot of just pure physicality or projection onto their bottom pair. And I think a Hawkinson who will just be quiet but play the minutes he needs to and will excel in those minutes, I think could be really solid for a St. Louis team that kind of needs a bit more of that. They, especially in their prospect pool, I think a Hawkinson projects extremely well. And for a team like St. Louis that has a Philip Broberg who's going to go out there and play a ton of big minutes, but also play a lot of power play minutes, having a Hawkinson who can kind of be that next wave after them, I think will really help. Plus, on top of already selecting Lawrence and Dagenais, I think Hawkinson is kind of a lower floor potential player. I think, or a higher floor player could be pretty interesting for them, especially at 29. I'll take that every day.
So I hear you, Gavin. When you initially made the pick, I was like, I don't know, man, like maybe a little bit more of a swing. But when you think into what you mentioned about St. Louis having some players that have maybe a little more upside, I'm a big Adam Jiricek guy myself. And then you look at maybe the projectability is the play here. Would you have made the same selection if they didn't have 3 first-round picks?
That's the interesting part is I think for St. Louis, they're in a position where I don't actually expect them to make all 3 picks. I could see them swinging for maybe a more NHL ready prospect or something that's maybe a bit further down the line, or swinging that for a big time player. Absolutely. I could see that. It is interesting because I think for St. Louis, I think it would have looked a little bit different if they had 2 first-round picks instead of 3 as an example, because I think what would have probably happened before is that they would have selected a defenseman with that 2nd pick, or maybe trade down that 2nd pick in the draft for a player in this range. So I think the draft plan would have been different, but I think if St. Louis does keep all 3 picks, I could easily see them taking 2 forwards to begin with, and then maybe settling a bit more on the defensive side, because I do think past the 20 range is where that defensive crop really does drop. Tommy Blale would have been the perfect pick for the Blues, I think, at this spot, but I do think for a Hawkinson, again, brings that projectability. I think them getting somebody that they can easily see as an NHL player at 29, I feel like in that range, you're starting to get to the spot where if you get an NHL player, you're happy.
Yeah, I'm admittedly lower on Hawkinson. As you can see, I got him 51 on my list, but I do see what you're saying where you already made 2 picks. Don't take a big swing here. Try to get someone projectable. So we see that he's played some time in the SHL. What do you think the path is for him to be that projectable NHL defender? Like, how long is it going to take? Where do you want him to play?
Well, the thing is, I think he's already pretty far along. He is on the older side of this draft class, which you could point against him. But I think in the SHL this year, even though he didn't get a ton of minutes, he's already kind of on that track. I would give him at least another year in the SHL. I don't think there's any rush to bring him over to North America or anything. I think he's in a pretty good spot over with Lilia, and I think he'll be able to develop in that role pretty well, likely playing more of like a middle pair role potentially next season. But I think you give him at least 1 year, see where it goes from there. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's more of a project, more of a 2-year guy, before he stopgaps into the AHL and potentially is able to make the NHL after that. More of a 21-22 type of NHL season rather than somebody that's going to step in immediately. But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because in Hawkinson's case, I think he does have more potential to fill out. I think he has more potential to get a lot more muscle on him. And I think he has the potential to bring a bit more puck carrying ability, even if I don't think that's ever going to be the strength in his game. So I think giving him I think especially for a team like St. Louis, I would like this as a landing spot for Hawkinson, because they are going to be comfortable giving him the time to become what he needs to become. They aren't going to rush him, and they're not going to feel the need to rush him, especially after another couple of first-round picks in this year's class. So I think especially for them, they can give him more of a patient track, and ultimately I think that'll be good for him.
And he's a monster, 6'5", 217 pounds, plays physical as well, calls himself a violent hockey player. Are you worried about maybe finding himself on the wrong side of the line every now and again?
I think Hawkinson does straddle it pretty well. Not
maybe a little more than the guy who was drafted 1 pick earlier in our mock here with Sokolovsky.
Well, I was going to say Sokolovsky, I think, is a little bit more of that Gabriel Eliasson, not to put the salt in the wound, but
oh boy.
I think honestly, Grav, like that's probably why, in part, that Pilsy and I are a little lower on him. Like we see big, mean, violent defensemen. And we're like, okay, like we've been down that path quite a bit. Like even Philip Nordberg, you could say in 2022 in the 2nd round. Thank God it was 64 and not 62, and it wasn't flipped and Hudson was off the board before, because that I would never live down. It's almost like taking Kotkaniemi over Brady Tkachuk, but that's neither here nor there. But with Hawkinson, like what is his calling card going to be in the NHL? You say he's projectable to get there. Like what would a hockey fan of St. Louis, you get him into your system 5 years down the road, what are your expectations for him?
Well, the thing that I think is interesting, and I think there can be some variance in the rankings with him. And I think the reason why is maybe because some people don't quite see the defensive level that I have seen in the past. And it can vary on viewings and games. And maybe I watched the wrong games of Hawkinson this year. I'm not sure. Or the right ones, as an example. But I think in his case, he's something that I've really enjoyed watching as just a pure stopper. He's not going to be something that you notice that much, but he's going to be one of those players that you don't notice in a good way. And I think especially when you look at just how easily he plays with more high tempo teammates and how easy he gets the puck out of his own zone. I think he's something that I think just in terms of that pure defensive ability, how much he's able to stop plays and stop them easily and quickly. I think that's the best part of his game to me, where he really is able to project as that defensive defenseman that you're able to play and not really worry too much about. He's very, I wouldn't say milk toast, but he's not somebody that you have to worry about. He's not going to be somebody that's going to be trying too many crazy things, but he does the right plays. He makes the simple plays. He makes them under pressure. He makes them in one-on-one situations, especially against the rush. I think he's a really good physical player. He's not overzealous. He doesn't overcommit. He plays in the right spots positionally, and that's where I think the most important value is for a defenseman like that who doesn't bring uber talent or skill to the table. So I think that to me is the special part of his game, is that he's actually not that special, but in a good way. I promise. It's just in a way that I think is extremely NHL coded for a bottom pair. And I think for a team that, especially like a St. Louis, that again doesn't have many pure stoppers on that roster in the future, I feel like him as somebody that, again, you can place behind a Broberg and a Lindstein and just have on your bottom pair, and it's easy and simple and it's refined. That's where I think you're getting the most out of him. He's not just a physical defenseman to me that's chasing hits or trying to fight guys. He does have the defensive layer, to me at least, that I think projects very well.
So let's do a little role play here, because we know you do great breakdowns after the draft over on your YouTube channel. So the draft is over and the St. Louis Blues leave it with Tynan Lawrence, Maddox Dagenet, and William Hackinson in the first round. What would you grade that?
I would say the Lawrence pick really does elevate things. Dagenet maybe a little bit higher than I would have him by just a few picks. It's not.
He should be 32. He should be 32.
Right.
Maybe.
I would say for St. Louis, it's a pretty good takeaway, especially for, I think, kind of filling out that prospect pool and what they kind of need. I think could really use that middle six center for the future. I think you get that bang on in Lawrence at the lowest. I think he could easily be a great second line C. You get Dagenet, who I think kind of fulfills that right side, especially with the physicality. I think he could be an excellent third liner for them. And then you get Hawkinson, who I think just is that perfect depth piece that is able to really win those defensive minutes. And I think for a team like St. Louis, who's kind of rounding out that core, if they want to round out that prospect pool, I think this is a great way to do it while still bringing some potential to the table, especially with Lawrence.
So one team just wraps up 3 picks in the first round, and we turn our attention to a team with their second pick in the first round. Cam Robinson had his GM hat on, and he took Viggo Björk to the Calgary Flames at 6th overall. How are they going to come out of this draft winners? I know they got a number more. I think they got 2 picks in a row early in the second round. But how do you approach this pick in the area that Calgary is, not only in this order, but where they are as an organization?
Well, it's been fun to watch Calgary recently because they've gone pure potential with a lot of their prospect picks lately. You look at the last couple of drafts, and I've really liked what they've gotten, not just at the top of the draft, but also how they've been able to fill out with some really big upside swings. There are exceptions like Maceo Phillips or something, but generally Calgary is going for high tempo, high pace guys. And I don't see that stopping in this draft, especially considering where they are drafting. I could see them going for a defenseman at number 6 pretty easily, but like we saw earlier, I'm pretty sure it was Viggo Björk at number 6 to Calgary, right?
Sure was.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you get somebody that I think is just going to be a rock star, smaller player, but that Logan Stankoven mold, or the energy is there. The just decision-making is so accurate and cunning. And I think he just brings such a great balance to the game while bringing some good skill and transition ability. He's just a good mix, I think, for what Calgary needs. Now, for this pick, we're not going to go big either. But I think it's a swing that I think Calgary could really take. And I would be honestly pretty ecstatic to see it. Now, number 30, this is where I'm going to have Xavier Villeneuve. And I know that he could easily slip into the second round. I think there's a good chance of that happening. But if I'm on the draft table for Calgary, I'm not letting it happen. Xavier Villeneuve is such an interesting player to talk about because you go into the hype heading into this season, and it was immense. And he was somebody that was mostly around the top 5, at the lowest, like top 8. Now he's something that for most people is more in the teens, more in the 20s, the 30s even. And it's understandable to see why. He didn't really improve on his season over last year in the QMJHL. He kind of stagnated a little bit, especially when it came to the point production. And I think his season in general was a bit underwhelming, especially in the playoffs, when you compare it with Tommy Blale, who was just exceptional and just got better and better throughout the season. But in Villeneuve's case, I still think if you were to rank the top 5 players among just pure skill in this class, I still think he's top 5, if not potentially even top 3. He can be a game breaker, and he still had so many moments this year where he was. It's just about the refinement and putting it all together. And I think him going to BU really elevates the stock for me. If he was committed to like a Clarkson or something, I'd be like, okay, I can understand not really being super high on him, but he's going right up the Lane Hudson, the Cole Hudson alley, and it's exactly where he should be going. BU is so good at not just developing these smaller defensemen into something greater, but really utilizing their strengths to their best advantages. You saw that with Lane. You saw that with Cole. And even though I don't think Villeneuve is going to be in Lane automatically, he has a lot of those same tools. And I think in a lot of ways projects very similarly. Plus, he's bigger than both the Hudson brothers. And even though he's not necessarily a bruiser out there are times where I think against the rush, he can use his physicality and can be a bit of a pesky player. It's just about unlocking that a bit more. But in the offensive zone, that's where the bread and butter happens. He's exceptional in the power play. His vision is sensational. His handles and his edge work are just phenomenal. And even if it might not be Tommy Blale level, especially in a straight line, I think his transition game is still pretty solid. I think there are just issues with the turnovers that I think kind of spook some people, and rightfully so. There are times where I think he can kind of mismanage the puck, but I think you kind of have to negate that with just how much offense is creating, how many chances he's generating. I think for a team like Calgary, more realistically, they probably go for a bigger player here, especially if they take a Viggo Björk, but I would love to see them take another swing and really capitalize on the pool they have growing, especially when you look at the left side of their defense. They don't have a ton of pure pace on the defensive side. You got Zane Parekh on the right side of the defense as an example, but nobody on that left side. And I think having a Parekh and Villeneuve as your top two power play guys for the future, that would just be so magical, I think, for a Flames team that's trying to get this new era of excitement, trying to build something greater than what they've had before. And to do that, I think you need to take some swings. You need to take some bets on upside. And I think a player like Villeneuve, especially for what Calgary could be building, could be one of those home runs we look back on and say, how the hell did Calgary get him at number 30?
Yeah, Grav, you're preaching to the choir here. Villeneuve is my guy. This whole mock draft, I've been like, okay, surely our next guy is going to take Villeneuve. No. Okay, he's got to go here. Okay, no. We are at pick 30. And one of the guys that I believe has top 5 highest ceilings in the entire draft is available for the Calgary Flames here. Now, how do you think for Calgary taking Björk and now Villeneuve? Like, for me, this is a draft where either they could come out looking absolutely incredible and start off that new arena with a bang, having these guys come in and play for the Flames in a couple of years and have those people in Calgary excited, or I think Villeneuve more than Björk. Is this a situation where, all right, if he doesn't pan out and he doesn't turn into that Lane Hudson type, is he just a complete swing and a miss? Or do you see there's areas where he can round out his game and maybe if he doesn't reach that top offenseman potential, he still has value?
I think it's an interesting question. I think that's a reason why there's been so much disagreement on him, because he is, I think, one of those boom or bust guys. I think there is a scenario where he's not a top pairing guy. Maybe he's more of a middle pair, Samuel Girard type, but I do think he needs to improve on his skating. And I think he needs to improve a bit more on his decision-making with the puck to get there. It's not impossible. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility, especially going to the NCAA, where I think that competition ramp up is huge. I love Tommy Blale, and these two guys are pretty close to my list. But I will say, I think Villeneuve getting the fast track onto the NCAA next year and Blale staying in the QMJHL could be a pretty big difference maker for these two guys. Not that necessarily it's going to matter a ton in the end, but in terms of the development track, I think Villeneuve going in the NCAA is a huge thing for him. And that level of competition ramping up, I think, will be huge too. I do think there is a small chance that, again, he is that type of Girard player where he's not your top flight guy. But again, I think there are some really big things that have to be kind of corrected or at least worked on over the next couple of seasons. But I think more realistically, it's either he pops completely and he's one of the best defensemen offensively in the NHL, or I could see a scenario where he's just stuck in the AHL and doesn't quite get that trust necessary. That's always kind of the issue with smaller offensive defensemen. Who are going to be the coaches that actually trust them? I do have hope that what Calgary is building with how much they've already drafted on the smaller side, that they will have coaches down the line that do trust those type of guys and give them the opportunities. You'd hope, but there's always a bit of a mixed bag in that case. And I think that's kind of the only thing that maybe holds me back is what the scenario looks like, what the deployment looks like. But I think if Villeneuve does get a chance, if he does get the opportunity, if he does get the patience, I think he can more than work out, especially alongside a Parekh. I mean, I don't think those two guys would ever be on the same pair.
Yeah.
But I kind of like to see on a power play, I will say.
Hey, late in the game, down 1, you throw those two out. Let them go. Obviously, the low end of that is an Eric Brandstrom situation, as we're talking to an Ottawa audience, where you see the flashes and you see the skill, and it just doesn't pan out. And then you go to Switzerland and dominate over there. But one question I have, and I appreciate you continuing to bring up Tommy Blyle and Villeneuve, because not only are they so similar in terms of what their upside could be, but they went head-to-head in the playoffs this year, and Blyle dominated that series. Villeneuve was pointless in the first 4 games. He had 1 goal in the first 5 games, no assists. And Tommy Blyle, I believe, had 3 multi-point outings, including 2 3-point games. Do you think scouts are going to take that small of a sample size because it was a high leverage second round, I believe, in the Cube playoffs, and say, hey, they went head-to-head, and one guy was a lot more impactful than the other?
No, I think it's a good question, because I think especially for Blale's case, I think you can make the case that the sample size isn't that low. He was, I think, the better player than Villeneuve this year in the QMJHL for most of the season. And I think the question after that just comes down to what you see the potential in both of these guys being, because I think Blale does bring a lot of potential, but I think he tops out as more of a second or third defenseman in the NHL. I mean, he's more of a player that I could see as more of a natural fit on a second power play as opposed to a first power play. Somebody I think will still be a really good defenseman, and I think will be around a 40, 50-point guy. But Villeneuve is the only defenseman in this class that I think truly has that over a point per game potential if everything is able to pop. Chase Reid is close, and I still think he is by far the most projectable out of those offensive D. But Villeneuve, I still would wager, if he does pop, is far vastly superior in terms of the skill level compared to Blale. Blale has the advantages in terms of, I would say, skating ability, and especially when it comes to the heads up game, I think there's a bit more there sometimes. But I think it just in terms of the skill level, there's just so much to like in Villeneuve. And I'm not usually somebody that prioritizes skill. Like an Elton Hermanson, who I think is very skill based, is a little bit lower on my board compared to most this year. But I think in Villeneuve's case, it's so much skill that it's almost hard to ignore, I think. And especially going in the NCAA next year, which I think will be a better spot for him, I think we'll start to see that really showcase itself. So I wouldn't be surprised, and I think it's going to happen, 100% chance that Blale goes ahead of Villeneuve this year. But I think it's more so Blale being better this year. The question for me, who's the better in the long term? And that's what keeps me up at night.
Yeah, no, that's good. And it's such a fascinating debate, and I'm glad that we're having it here. And it was the 3rd round where they went head-to-head. Tommy Blale had 11 points in the 7-game series head-to-head. Villeneuve had 4. But it's just a small sample size. And full disclosure, I have Villeneuve ahead of Blale on my list. So it's all going to be in the eye of the beholder in a first round that is littered with great talent on the blue line, as we've seen so many already off the board, including Xavier Villeneuve to the Calgary Flames. And I think, again, taking that swing, knowing that you have 2 picks in the next 10 in the early second round, like, take that swing. Let's go. Let's see something magical build in Calgary. They deserve it after the exodus of all the players that they had and fell in love with, from Gaudreau to Tkachuk, and you could even go so far as throwing Hanifin and Rasmus Andersson and Mackenzie Weegar. Like, it's time for them to get that next era going, and I thought it was the perfect time. Obviously, they didn't want to rebuild. Gaudreau decides to sign in Columbus, but to have it so that you're on the up ramp going into the new building, as Pilsy mentioned, like that, to me, it could make for a nice recipe for success. Talking about recipes for success, you can't do that without talking about the Carolina Hurricanes, who tried, failed, and then 8 years later, they lift Lord Stanley Cup. Quick turnaround. I'm sure the players don't give a damn about this pick at 31, but Eric Tulsky and his staff, they're going to have to turn around quick here, as they have the 31st overall pick. They're always a team that gets A+ from the public scouting world after they pick. We already heard from, I think Cam Robinson mentioned to us, like, they're going to trade back. They always trade back, add more assets. But if they do make this pick at 31st, Grav, who do you like for them?
The interesting part for Carolina is, like Cam said, they do love their trade backs, and that's kind of worked in some ways in the past. Carolina, just in general, has gone for just the spread of draft picks rather than trying to pick as high as humanly possible. And in some ways, again, it has worked. In some ways, it hasn't. With their first round picks, though, generally, they've been pretty solid. You got Bradley Nadeau recently as somebody that's looking pretty good for them. But I think in general, the trend is they generally go a bit more European, but they always seem to go more high ceiling, high potential. And especially at 31, I feel like Carolina has an opportunity to do something similar to what they did with Bradley Nadeau and go for somebody that wasn't really being looked at too much. I think kind of being overlooked in this draft process. And at 31, it would be ridiculous. But I have the Carolina Hurricanes selecting Mathis Preston, who I think for what Carolina likes to go for and what they kind of like to get out of in terms of just pure value, Preston would just be an awesome fit. This is somebody that I think has great pace to his game, and the tools are exceptional, whether it comes to his shooting ability or especially when it comes to his playmaking that I think was really improving throughout this season. He's someone similarly, I would say, to Villeneuve, where I just feel like the fit on his teams this year just wasn't great. He played for Spokane, played for Vancouver. The Chiefs were just a rough offensive team this year. Like, he did not have many options to work with. He goes to Vancouver and has a little bit more, but not that much. You have Ryan Lynn and his seven dwarves, but not really a lot more else to work with outside of that. And then Preston comes in and has like one option to work with. So it's an improvement, I guess, but not by that much. I think in Vancouver, especially, you're able to see a lot more of just the pure generation with his chances and skill level and how much he was able to apply it. It's just for some reason, the points weren't coming this year. And I think that's going to be something that kind of gets zeroed in on by scouts and by GMs. Is that finishing ability actually going to be able to turn a page? Because I would say similarly to Villeneuve, this is somebody that kind of makes some iffy decisions sometimes, can be a bit overzealous with the puck. Similarly to Villeneuve, he can play hero mode sometimes a bit too much for some people's liking. But I think in Preston's case, he's somebody that brings just some intense skill, and I would say brings the pace on top of that to make it all work in the NHL. It's just a matter of the team fit, the schemes, and I just don't think it was working with the WHL this year. I think next year going back to the WHL will be good form ultimately to really dominate and see where things go. But Carolina is the greatest example of a team that can be patient with a Preston. They can give him all the time in the WHL, then the NCAA, then the AHL. They're perfectly content in doing so. But if Preston does pop, he's something that could pretty easily slot on your middle six, especially your second line. Could work so well on the power play, has just wizard hands, great vision. And I think especially for a team like Carolina, you've been making it work, taking high upside swings on young players. Why stop now after it just worked with the Stanley Cup?
Yeah, I think this is a great value pick for the Hurricanes at 31. I'm a big Mathis Preston guy. And one thing I noticed, Grav, is obviously probably when it happened, he was probably disappointed. You know, Spokane at least gets to play in the playoffs, and he ends up getting traded to a Vancouver Giants team that is not so good. But, dude, he had success there. There was only one game where he didn't have a point with the Giants. And one thing I noticed that really helped him is they switched him to his off wing when he got there.
Yeah.
And I think that really helped his finishing ability. You know, the classic Russian sniper, play on your off wing and just rip it. Do you think that next year, who knows how the Giants are going to do next year? It's hard to tell with the junior cycles. But do you think that's an opportunity where he's like, okay, these guys wanted me. They put me in a position to succeed. I know maybe we're not competing for a WHL championship or a Mem Cup, but I'm going to get top 6 minutes, top power play. Like, do you think that's actually in the long run going to benefit him going to a weaker, different team than Spokane?
Well, I think for him, it's interesting because I do think, yeah, like you said, Vancouver was a bit of a better fit for what Preston was trying to do. I think especially when you look at what the Giants had, slightly better options, but I just think in terms of the player fit around him, it was a little bit more able to keep up with his pace, a little bit more fast. I think that's the big thing that I think is interesting. You do have Lynn leaving onto the NCAA, but that was kind of an inevitability. I think in Preston's case, 1 year in the WHL, then another in the NCAA will be perfectly fine. I think the big thing right now is just getting his confidence back, because I think that's the biggest difference between when Preston is going, when he's not. Because I think this year, a lot of that confidence was just shot, not having the right schemes, not really having the right situations around him. I think next year, you're looking at a big season from him in the WHL. And I think after that, he's hitting the ground running wherever he goes, because I think getting that extra juice, he hasn't quite had that sensational WHL season. He's always put up solid results, but not absolutely dominating yet. I like to see him dominate before they take that next step, at least. And I think considering what Vancouver could have around him, how much they could look to build around him as well, the next WHL trade deadline, I would not be surprised if Preston has a lot more to work with. And I'm hoping so, because he really does deserve it.
Yeah, and when you look at a guy in terms of tools, there's not a whole lot better than him in terms of just being a burner speed-wise, and then he's got the shot to match. So it almost feels like, yeah, it's good. He's learning how to drive a line himself, but when you put him with a guy who can find him in open space and get him to use his strengths like Carolina can, like I think he would fit unbelievably well in that system. So you're thinking, I was looking before you made these picks, like Carolina, Russians seem to be something they're very into. And for a second, I thought about Sheilov, and then I said, wait, this guy's got to play for Rod Brindamore. I don't know if that's going to work. But when you look at a guy who would fit that scheme, I mean, Mathis Preston is that guy. So how long do you think it would take him? Like, is this a stash project type guy that's going to be 4 or 5 years down the road, make an impact in the NHL?
Well, it seems like for Carolina, they're a bit of an anomaly because of Bradley Nadeau, who has been exceptional since he's been drafted, still hasn't gotten that NHL push yet, at least full time. I think it mostly will depend on how many options Carolina has, because if they're still contending 5 years down the line, which is pretty likely considering how young their group is, how much room is there going to be for a Preston? That's kind of my really big real worry for him in Carolina's system is, does he actually get the opportunity to be able to showcase that offensive skill? Is there a chance on that top six? But I do think given the projectability, the timeline, I could see him in 4 years time getting there. I mean, we're talking like a WHL season, NCAA season, and maybe 2 years in the AHL. And I think at that point, he'd be pretty likely be ready. I just hope for Carolina, they ease these guys in like next year and then Preston eventually, where they can give him power play time, shelter him a little bit, and then really get them ready in their prime. I think that's what they have been doing in some ways, but I do think they could really ease in a Nadeau and especially a Preston to become just menaces that start off more, maybe a bit more power play reliance, especially in the case of a Preston, but then I think eventually really round out well on your top six and especially on your second line. I think a guy like a Preston alongside a Stankoven and how much those two guys could work off each other. I mean, even just a Nadeau, Stankoven, Preston line, just put those three guys together. I think you could have some pretty good magic there.
The recap for Nathan Grav, who you can go check out on YouTube, Gravite Hockey on social media as well. Just one of the good guys in the game. We love to see it, and we really appreciate your insight here. You've got William Hackinson going 29th to the St. Louis Blues, Xavier Villeneuve to the Calgary Flames at 30, and Mathis Preston at 31 to the Carolina Hurricanes. So to recap this draft, here's the full board, except for one last pick. Grav, who are your best players available that we should consider when we make our selection for the Sens?
Yeah, so no pressure, boys. You got a full draft board done already. We'll see how 32 goes. I'm excited for that. But I have a few options I think the Sens specifically would have as pretty good fits within that system. Now, all three of these guys are wingers, so keep that in mind. We could go into a whole debate about goalies, defensemen, whatever happens in the future. But I think there are a few really good options here for the Sens that I think round out especially well as complementary guys on your middle six. When you look at the centers, you got Stützle, you got Pinto, you got Cousins, you got Greg. If you really have some injuries there, you have the centers locked up, and I don't think going for a center at this really makes sense anymore. But considering the wings, I think this is a good spot for the Sens to be because there's a lot of interesting complementary guys that make your best centers' lives just so much easier. The first one, and we'll see if he actually is there on draft day, is Simas Ignatavicius, who coming out of the Swiss League, I have just loved every single time I've watched him this year, more and more. I just think he's going to be the perfect middle six play driver. Fantastic forechecker, really smart, especially on one-on-one situations. He doesn't have a ton of skill, but does pop it when he needs to on the rush. He's something that I think, especially though, when you go to the grind, when you need that player that can just get in dirty situations and be really effective in those dirty situations, I think Ignatavicius is just a really refined player that has some good potential to him. I don't think he's necessarily going to be a 50-point scorer, but I could see a 40-point guy that is able to make, again, everybody's job so much easier, could play penalty kill, has the energy and the compete and the build, especially to play a lot of minutes and a lot of close minutes. I just think he's somebody that wins you games, as cliche as that sounds. He's somebody that I think is just a great complementary piece, and especially alongside like a Cousins, as an example. I think Ignatavicius could be a good playmaker in that department, could do a lot of the good forechecking in that role. And I think for especially a team like the Ottawa that kind of needs a bit more juice on their middle six on the wings, especially with some of the looming retirements potentially in Claude Giroux, I think Ignatavicius could be somebody that could play in the NHL next season, honestly. Probably takes one more year, though, and then goes on to the NHL after. I think he's quite ready already.
Yeah, it's definitely been the most common answer we've been getting for the Sens, and it really fits them. Final one for me here, Grav. This has been awesome. I always like asking people, who are your guys, your draft darlings that, hey, maybe not everybody's seeing the vision. Maybe you got them higher on your board than most, but who are those guys for you?
Well, it was somebody also that I could see Ottawa taking at 32. Mine that I feel like I keep going back to is Victor Plante out of the NCP this year.
Okay.
Wyatt Cullen has gotten a ton of the hype this year, and rightfully so. I think he, out of that NCP class, has the most skill, the most potential. But I think Plante is my second best, and not by a huge margin. He's something that, similarly to Ignatavicius, might not have the size of Ignatavicius, but he is just such an energy bug. I love these guys that have a good layer of skill, but intensity afterwards. They're, especially in the case of a Plante, he is a hard and smart worker, which I think will take him a long way. He's not even the smallest player in the world. He's like 5'11". So I think he could make it work in the NHL. But just in terms of the speed of his game and the intensity, and I think some really good skill, especially around the net, I think he's something that kind of goes under the radar in this class, especially with this NCDP class not being great. I think kind of people are overlooking a Plante, who I think could be a really great role player in the NHL and bring the skill necessary to make it and to really succeed in that role. And a couple other guys on top of that, if you really want. I mean, on top of Plante, I love myself a Casey Neutron as well from the NCDP. Similarly to Plante, though I think maybe more of a projectable forward-checking piece with his size and physicality. I think he's something that should be a first-rounder, probably goes more in the second-round range. And something that I keep going back to that also I think could be all over the place on a draft board is Adam Valentini, who for Michigan this year I thought played really well in a really under-the-radar role. Didn't play a ton of minutes, but the minutes he played, he was a hard worker. He was intense. He was around the net. He was making things happen. He was a rat out there, which I always love to see out of smaller players. But especially in the case of Valentini not going out of the OHL and skipping that onto the NCAA, he really didn't need to prove himself to actually succeed in that role. And I think he did do pretty well. I think especially next year in Michigan, the points are going to be massive for him.
The only problem with that is I'm going to call him Fantilli all the time. I can't do it. It's such a struggle. Speaking of a struggle, how about differentiating the Ruck twins? Both are still on the board here as we approach 32nd overall. What's your thoughts on them? And do you have a big gap between them? Because we see some lists where they're right next to each other and others where there's a pretty sizable gap.
No, it's a good question. I'm lower on the Rucks than most, I would say. Both of them are in my second round. For Liam, it's interesting comparing both of them because I think Liam brings a lot more projectability to the table, in my opinion, when it comes to his craftiness, how smart he is around the net. I think there is a role there as a third line piece in the NHL. I just don't quite see the speed in his game or the physicality or the top end skill to be, I think, a real difference maker, but I could see more of a scoring third line player that you have on a power play. I could see that for sure. Marcus is a bit of a different story. I have him really late in my second round. I do think the playmaking is quite special, but outside of that, I don't see a lot that's really game breaking or really intrigues me. Again, the skating is a bit of an issue for me. I think at times it could be a bit too lackadaisical, especially with his physical build. And I just don't know if those two guys are going to be top sixers in the NHL. And I don't know if their size and lack of much physical intensity, if they're going to be bottom six guys. They're one of these tweeners where I could see a scenario happening where they do make it, but I just don't think the role is there. And you have one of my favorite people to talk to in this world, and Will Scouch over at Scouching, who talks about roles and how important they are. If you can't see a role for a player in the NHL, then it's hard to draft them super high in the class. And that to me is kind of the debate I keep going in my head with the Rucks, where I think I go back and forth. But I think around this range, I'm willing to take the bet, especially on Liam.
You've given us a lot to think about as we will discuss, debate, and then make our selection next for the Ottawa Senators. For now, we say thank you to Nathan Gravite. Great insight, awesome energy, and we look forward to checking out your YouTube channel. We already do for all the videos, but especially after the draft to see how it all shakes out. So thanks so much for doing this and enjoy draft night.
Absolutely. And to you guys as well. 32nd overall looks to be one heck of a debate. So I'm very curious to see what goes on next.
And the Ottawa Senators are on the clock. We've made it to pick number 32, the final one of our 2026 first round mock draft. And it's always reserved for the Stanley Cup champion. No, what? You're telling me that Ottawa's picking last in the first round, one pick behind the team that swept them on the way to their Stanley Cup championship? Well, at least, Pilsy, we can say that this was a pick Ottawa didn't believe it was going to have for the last 3 years.
Yeah, I'm kind of viewing this as a free bonus pick, Ross, even though when the Sens did get the pick back and it was announced it's going to be 32nd no matter what, you and I had the talks. Wouldn't it just be poetic justice if the Sens win the cup this year? And that's where they would have been picking anyways. They got swept in the first round and did not hold the lead for 1 single second of any single game. Just short of filling those dreams for us. But I think the dynamics of this draft pick need to be stated here, Ross, because this is a pick that cannot be traded. You cannot move up. You cannot move down with this pick. Now, could you do a handshake NBA deal where you pick a guy and move them like that? I don't know. Maybe, remains to be seen. But for all intents and purposes, the Ottawa Senators are making the pick at 32nd overall. And I think that needs to be viewed at the approach that we're taking with this pick, because who knows, Ross, if the Ottawa Senators are serious about competing, it's likely that they're going to be a team that starts trading first-round picks to acquire star talent. Now, they tried trading first-round picks to acquire star talent in the past. Didn't exactly go their way, but a lot of the contending teams, that's the sacrifice you have to make, and the Ottawa Senators could find themselves in that position.
Yes, but this is a pick that I think the Senators need to make, need to keep, and need to add it to their prospect pool. We're going to look at how the draft unfolded, our thoughts on what's left for the Ottawa Senators, our best players available as we lead in to make the selection and sell you, hopefully, on our decision. But Billsy, I think this is a good time to quickly pull up the Ottawa Senators prospect pool. And the last time we did this was during the Olympic break. And you've got Stephen Halliday at number 2, who has graduated since then, signing a one-way 2-year NHL contract. Carter Yakimchuk right on the cusp of graduating. Phenomenal showing in limited ice time in the NHL this season. Had some moments in big games. You love to see that. And then you're looking at projects beyond that, including Logan Hensler, who unfortunately had his last season cut short due to a leg injury that kept him out for the second half. Blake Montgomery, he's turned pro. That's a project that's gone in the right direction as a 4th-round pick. You could say the same about former 5th-round pick Jorian Donovan from 2022. He made his NHL debut this year. Xavier Bourgault made his NHL debut this year. And you just need to add talent to this pool. I think this is a good snapshot of where the Ottawa Senators are right now in their prospect pool development. And it really does set the table for what we're trying to do. So keep this in mind when we make our decision later on in the segment about who we think the Senators should take at 32nd overall. But to get there first, Pilsy, why don't we discuss quickly how this draft has gone? Thank you so much to all the great insight we were able to get from so many amazing, whether it's writers or scouts. Like, I am just so taken aback, really, that they're willing to give us like upwards of an hour of their time during the busiest part of their schedule to share insight and build what is an annual tradition now, our 5th year doing this mock draft.
Yeah, we appreciate everyone. I mean, we couldn't do this without everyone. Everyone would get pretty sick of us in a 5-hour long video, I'm sure. And quite frankly, we don't have a sliver of the knowledge and insight that most, if not all of these guys have on the prospects that they're talking about. So yeah, the guests are really what make this such an awesome experience for us and everyone watching.
I got a bone to pick with all of our guests, though, especially Nathan Grav, who was just on moments ago, and Jerome Berube. This draft didn't necessarily unfold in the Ottawa Senators' favor. And I mean that as though the teams that picked right ahead of Ottawa, I think a lot of them grabbed players that we would have been extremely interested in.
Yeah, but Ross, when you're picking 32nd overall, you can't exactly be surprised when things didn't fall in your favor.
These are the players, before we get to our best available, that I would have had a very strong argument to why Ottawa should pick them if they are available at 32nd overall. I'll start with the pipe dream, but it's a guy that, I mean, we heard earlier, like he might fall for no fault of his own, but Ryan Lynn, undersized right shot defenseman, that would be a sprint up to the podium type pick. But beyond that, guys like Gleb Pugachev, Tommy Blyle, you've got Maxim Sokolovsky, of course, just a complete mutant. Don't love how he ends up with the Habs here, although that might spell the end for Arbor Jacki in Montreal because this guy's bigger, stronger, and frankly, a better hockey player too. Xavier Villeneuve going at 30. That isn't the style of pick the Senators often take, but I know you and I are both really high on his upside. And you could say the upside for Mathis Preston, who goes the pick before Ottawa, is also among the top half of this class. So how did you feel this draft shook out, and were there any big surprises for you along the way?
Yeah, I would say it shook out mostly the way I expected. Like, there wasn't huge surprises. I'm quite low on Juho Pipparainen, so him going 20th, I think that would be a reach for sure. That's probably my biggest reach when I'm looking at this draft, Ross. But I'm with you. The Prestons, Villeneuves, Sokolovskis, Blyles, and Pugachev, those are guys that I do think realistically it's possible that one or two of them end up available for the Sens. So having them taken right before is disappointing for sure. I think if you're looking at this draft, I would say for me, Ross, the Calgary Flames are the biggest winners. I mean, walking away from this draft with Viggo Björk, a guy who can legitimately be a top 6 centerman, and then Xavier Villeneuve, possibly the next coming of Elaine Hudson. I mean, that's a good Friday evening for the Flames.
Yeah, no doubt. I'll even give you another team, the Seattle Kraken. And I know probably some Kraken fans are like, what about a defenseman, especially with that 7th overall pick? But you leave the draft with a super skilled player like Wyatt Cullen, as well as a super gritty forward with scoring upside in Gleb Pugachev at 25. Like, I love that haul for them. Grav gave a great breakdown too on St. Louis, the lone team with 3 currently first-round picks, and they end up leaving with Tynan Lawrence, Maddox Dagenet, who I'm also a huge fan of. Don't think he falls to 32, but that's another name that I would be extremely high on. And then they've got William Hackinson, who we didn't love that pick, but you understand the thought process after 2 forwards being taken with their first 2 picks that you're going to go defenseman. I think it would have been a slam dunk for Xavier Villeneuve, but that's neither here nor there. What is still on the board is a number of really talented players. The Ruck twins highlighting this. Liam Ruck is on our average rankings that we've been doing on Locked On Senators, and each one is available on YouTube if you want to learn more about each individual prospect. We did a top 75 this year, but Liam Ruck at 22nd on our average rankings with our 7 scouts taking their numbers and crunching them together. He's at 22. Like, that is by far the best available on our board. Number 2, Brooks Rogowski. He's at 30th on our list. And that brings us to a guy I know you're pretty high on, and that's Ryder Cali, who was 31st on our average rankings.
Yeah, I liked Ryder Cali. I think definitely surprising that Liam Ruck didn't go in this draft. Now that we're looking at this, I think he's going to be a first rounder for sure. I think of all these guys, though, I think you're looking at a couple safe picks, a projectable, a couple of guys with size, and then a couple decent swings. Like Aram Olsen would be a guy you're swinging on offensive potential. And then obviously the Rucks, similar position there. And then the more safe picks, you're looking at a Seamus Ignatavicius, who we know a lot of people have connected to the Sens, or maybe a guy like Casey Muchin.
Yes, and those are all good options. I don't think there's necessarily a bad option among the 10 here that we've highlighted. A guy who hasn't gotten a lot of love from our show, at least, is Jakub Vanacek, but there is some serious upside as an offensive defenseman with a great shot there. Nicholas Aram Olsen, if the Red Wings had picked by now, it feels like that's kind of the style that they've been going. And I'm not just talking about the hyphenated name, but in terms of European. And is Norway European?
Yeah, Norway is definitely European, and they took Michael Brandstad Nygaard.
Yeah, true.
So they've gone to Norway before.
Yes, they are a European country. Was it Denmark that aren't Europeans? I feel like one of those Scandinavian countries. Finland?
You're thinking of are they a Scandinavian country? And I believe Finland is often considered to not be a Scandinavian country, but I mean, come on, get serious. It is. I think that's people that are just trying to be hardos.
Yeah, exactly. And I would like to apologize too, because first time we've messed up his name throughout the process. Jackson is Jaxon with the London Knights. I'll fix that up. That's on me. Hand up. Hey, 5 hours into the show, I don't think there's been any mistakes so far, other than me having the wrong year. for a
I was
few of
going
them.
to say, you did have 2025 mock draft up for quite a while on one of them.
Yeah.
That
You know
was,
what?
That was one of the first ones we recorded, though. We were working through the kinks there.
Yeah, and I think I'm also just going to say that it's little Easter eggs. So if you're paying attention, you notice, hey, we're just trying to keep everybody engaged here. But look for these 10 players in particular. If Ottawa has the option to take them, I think there's a large chance. Like there's some high upside guys here, but there's also a lot of safer picks, I believe, in this 10 that we've had. These are just our 10 next best players available when it comes to our average rankings. But Pilsy, that doesn't mean we're going to take one of these guys.
Yeah, if you're watching, there's probably like 10 options. Okay, I wonder which one of these 10 Ross and Pilsy are going to choose. And we decided, you know what? Let's try to go true Ottawa Senators fashion, but this is still us making this pick. We're not predicting what the Sens will do. Keep that in mind, as has been the way this whole mock draft has been done. And of the top 10 available players, we're picking none of them. We're going off the board with this pick, Ross. I'll let you announce it because you can do the English and the French.
With the 32nd selection in the 2026 NHL Draft, the Ottawa Senators are proud to select les Sénateurs d'Ottawa sont fiers de choisir from Djurgården in the Swedish League, forward Marcus Nordmark.
Woo! Let's go. I mean, Ross, look, Marcus Nordmark, do your research on him, watch our prospect profile on him, read about him. What a polarizing player. I mean, most scouts will admit they see the top talent there. They see the offensive potential. But at the same time, those same scouts will say, I don't know if I have the confidence to draft this guy because there's some attitude problems. There's some not necessarily staying engaged in the play that they're noticing. But we could have gone two different routes here, Ross. We could have made a safe, projectable pick, like maybe a Sheamus Ignatavicius, where you're like, this guy's going to play. You're probably going to top out in a bottom six role, but you're going to get a player here. And with the way the Sens prospect pool is, maybe that's your thinking, is don't go for a swing here. Just try to get a player here. But we said it. I'm treating this as a free pick. Get up to the plate. Put your designator hitter up and swing for the fences. You have an opportunity to get a guy, if he pans out, could be a top six player and could be one of your more talented top six players. Ross, I know I didn't have to sell you too hard on this pick because you're a big Marcus Nordmark fan.
Huge. And we'll get into the reasoning a little more after, but let's learn about Marcus Nordmark, who's 6'2", 190 pounds, a later birthday, May 2008. So he played the majority, if not the whole season as a 17-year-old, but will come to camp as an 18-year-old and be at the draft as an 18-year-old. He's a left shot, left winger who is ranked as high as 21st on Scott Wheeler's list and as low as 63rd on Craig Button's list. He's 40th for the prospect Dawn and 46th on Elite Prospects. Our average rank is 45. So you might be thinking, what the heck? Why are you guys taking that guy at friggin' 32? Well, he's 31 on your list. Yep. And I've got him at 27. This is a guy who you can say what you want about being disengaged at times away from the puck and maybe waiting for the play to come to him. Find me 1 year where he doesn't produce offense. This guy has a knack for scoring, and you could argue he might be a better playmaker than he is a scorer. In the offensive zone, and when the puck is either on his stick or he's expecting it to come to him, there might be 3 to 5 players in this draft class with a higher pure skill level than Marcus Nordmark. This is a player that the Senators typically don't go for, but it's time to mix it up because look, Pilsy, look at the situation the Senators are in right now. Yep. An abundance of middle six, bottom six forwards. Mm-hmm. And then you're looking at paying a premium to try to bring in a top six player. If this guy pans out, there is no doubt that he will be playing in the top half of your lineup. He is not a guy who's going to play on a third or a fourth line.
He'll be in the AHL if he doesn't pan out properly.
The low floor for him is Arthur Kaliev. Okay, so be prepared for that. And that was mentioned in Elite Prospects Draft Guide. The ceiling, and he's not as good of a skater. So I'm not putting like the player I'm going to mention is up in the attic or sitting on the roof. But the ceiling for this player is a William Nylander type talent where he's going to piss you off at times. But then you look at the stat sheet and he's got a goal and 2 assists and you won the game by 1.
And Ross, that's just not a hyperbole that you're making. Literally, one of his coaches, and I'm trying to find the quote here. Yeah. So one of his coaches, after Marcus Nordberg scores a big goal, he says, typical Marcus, laughing and smiling when asked about what he mouthed on the bench after. And he says he comes in after not practicing, not doing anything for a week. And then he just comes in and scores a huge goal, and it's a weight lifted for us. Like, you might be seeing this guy and you're like, he's not engaged, whatever. But at 32nd overall, Ross, you're not going to have an opportunity to take a snag, take a grasp at a player with Nordmark's skill. I mean, look at the stats that he put up in the U20 league in Sweden as a 17-year-old, like you mentioned. 25 games, 14 goals, 24 assists for 38 points. And then in the playoffs, this is insane. In 11 games, he had 23 points, more than 2 points per game in the playoffs of the U20 league. And I was looking through his game logs and I was like, wow, this guy's putting up points consistently. He had a 13-game point streak in U20 league with 20 points in that stretch. EP gave him 4th best shot in the draft. You mentioned how he might even be a better playmaker. Well, he's a top 5 shot in the entire draft as well. And here's a little nugget, Ross, that I haven't told you yet, but I think you're going to love this. Why I think it makes sense for the Sens to be the team that takes a chance on Nordmark. You look at a guy, Swedish player with lots of skill, but it's obvious he needs a little coaching. He needs a mentor. So you need someone where he can come to a franchise and you've got a guy, I don't know, let's just say hypothetical assistant coach, just humor me here. And you probably want someone that can speak to him in his native language. So let's say Swedish.
Yep.
And it would be really helpful if he was also a Hockey Hall of Famer.
So it's not Gabe Eliason?
No, but Ross, the Ottawa Senators do have a guy like that. Bring Marcus Nordmark over, put him in Alfie's basement and say, we need you to make sure Marcus Nordmark can clean up the rest of his game, because Alfie wasn't a first-round draft pick that came in on skill alone. He was a superstar grinder. Have Alfie teach him the rest of the game that he needs to learn. Have him mentor him and bring him under his wing. And I mean, it just makes a lot of sense for me, Ross.
It makes too much sense. Like, you look at what by the way, one of my favorite parts about him, clearly this kid's not lacking confidence.
No.
Scott Wheeler, NHL Draft Prospects Survey themselves. When he was asked who's most underrated prospect in the draft, he said me.
Pointed to himself and says me. And Wheeler even says, normally I don't allow that. Like, okay, haha, funny, pick another answer. But then he was like, if he was the only guy that said me, I would just have omitted his answer. But there was multiple other players that named him as the most underrated player. And another thing, Wheeler typically doesn't allow teammates to be like, this guy's the most talented. Because, I mean, obviously you want to pump up your boys and you're like, well, you played on a line with him and he was feeding you one-timers on the power play. Of course you're going to say him. But again, multiple other players and opponents that played up against him named Nordmark as most underrated and most talented.
Including one of the best defensive defensemen in this draft class, Malte Gustafsson, says, quote, when he has the puck, he's special. And Elton Hermanson said he's one of the most skilled guys I've ever seen play. Now, the question about his engagement level, the questions about his willingness to battle in certain areas, I don't know if he just doesn't think this or if he's just trying to help his cause with scouts. But in another article where the players are asked for their comparables, and this was from Scott Wheeler, He says, I don't have one, but I want to be like Brady and Matthew Tkachuk. That's tough to do because they're rats, but they're tough to play against, and I want to be tougher to play against. So is that a canned answer from his agent who knows what the question marks are around him and say, hey, go out and say you want to be like the two most high compete players in the league? I think that'll help. But like, why not bring him in and be around Brady Tkachuk too? Right? I think there's just so many different reasons why Marcus Nordmark is the proper pick here for the Ottawa Senators. The way the draft fell, 32nd overall. Like this guy is Mr. Medals too. We talk about it in terms of the EP draft guide and everything, but with Marcus Nordmark, like this guy, everywhere he goes, he wins. He's won 3 gold medals with his club team and 3 medals with his national team. Like,
yeah, he's a winner.
And he's not just sitting on the bench waiting for things to happen. He had 3 goals in 6 games at the World Under-18s. They win the gold medal. In the Under-17s, 5 goals, 8 points. In 4 games, that's 2 points per game at that tournament. And they're able to win. Djurgården in the J20s 2 seasons ago. You mentioned his playoff stats this year, over 2 points per game. Well, he was at 10 points in 6 games last year. This guy, the bigger the game is, the more he produces.
And Ross, I got another one to add. He got a silver in the Hlinka Gretzky tournament.
Led the tournament in scoring.
Dude, 12 points in 5 games. He had a hat trick, including the overtime winner in the semifinals. Like, his teammates are just like, thanks for putting us on your back, Marcus, and then scoring the game winner too. Like, this guy's absolutely elite. And look, obviously we're glazing him because we just made this pick. But another thing too that he mentions, quote, it's not my best season. I've been sick a lot. He's had a couple viruses, some bugs. So, you know, like, you're dealing with sickness all the time. You're maybe not able to give 100% all the time too. I think you get a team that steps up to the plate and drafts him. And I bet, Ross, Marcus Nordmark is going to be the guy on draft night. He's going to be like, they drafted this guy ahead of me. You picked this guy. This guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy.
Especially
all these bums went ahead of me. I'm going to show him. And I think he's really going to put in a different effort, get him working with Alfie, bring him over with Brady. I know maybe this isn't a pick that people want to see. I know there's some people, like our guy Darren Boyce said, hey, the Sens need to make a safe, projectable pick here. And I get that approach. But when you have a guy like Nordmark fall to you at 32nd overall, and this is a gifted draft pick that you cannot move or trade, take the swing.
Yep. You have to, in my opinion, do the same. It's a pick you didn't think you were going to have. Look, last year, Anton Frundell went 3rd overall. He was out of Djurgården as well. This year, it's Viggo Björk, top of the draft, 6th overall in our mock draft, the Calgary Flames. The head coach for the SHL team, where Nordmark didn't have a lot of opportunity, just 9 games, but they all practice in the same facility and obviously knows the players in the junior system that are coming up. The head coach of the SHL team said that Marcus Nordmark is every bit as talented as Frundell and as Björk, but he's, quote, more of a little boy in terms of maturity and everything else. If this guy had a different disposition off the ice, you're telling me he's going to be, and on the ice in certain areas, you're telling me this guy's going to be a top 5 pick and he's available at 32nd overall? No brainer. Make the pick. Marcus Nordmark to the Ottawa Senators.
And oh my God, it would just be so refreshing to have a guy with his skill and talent level and get to watch him rise through the ranks. Now, Ross, as we asked most of our scouts, what's the projection to see Marcus Nordmark in the NHL? I think you're looking at least 2 years. Probably, I think 3 would be what you want for Nordmark. Like a full season in the SHL, maybe come over, play AHL or college if that's the right you want to go. Or
you know where his rights are.
Have his rights. I think something like that would be appropriate. This is not a guy you rush into the NHL because we talk about his confidence. I think if he gets knocked down a peg or two confidence-wise, you might be 1 step forward, 2 steps back in his development path. So work him along, round out his game, get him in good positions. And then I think
if I was his agent, he would be coming to play for the London Knights next year.
Yeah, okay. I wouldn't mind having him play some SHL.
That's cute, but I want him on the small ice where you have to compete.
Yeah. I mean,
you can't hide. You can't hide.
Playing up against men in one of the top leagues is better than cute, I would say.
But you can't hide on the small ice. And we know he has the skill. That's not the problem. The issue is, what are you going to do in the small ice? And is there a better coaching staff to learn from than with the London Knights? No, not
Probably
in junior hockey.
Yeah.
Unless he wants to go to Denver all of a sudden, which I don't think to play. Hey, London Knights, go there, go and put your, and not only that, but you're within arm's reach of the Senators. Like, I'm sure they'd have their scouts there all the time, their player development there. Imagine Sam Gagner, another well-respected player for a long time, working with him. Like, I think that Ottawa has the insulation in their development staff and their coaching staff at the NHL level that they should be swinging on Marcus Nordmark if he is available at 32nd overall. Pilsy, that completes our 5th annual 2026 mock draft. We are so thrilled that everybody was willing to be a part of it once again. It inspires us to continue this labor of love that we do every single year. And the draft, it's coming up next Friday, and we cannot wait to break everything down as things develop. And I think that this is a pretty fun representation of what could happen next Friday. Because if you look at it, Pilsy, like in our average rankings, I believe 29 of the 32 picks were in our top 32. And we didn't make any of them except for the last one. And that's one of the 3 that is not in our top 32. So make sure to go check out all of our draft profiles available on YouTube. And we're ready. We're ready for the draft. Make sure to check out all of the great work from Scott Wheeler, Cam Robinson, Stephen Ellis, Rocco Zappia, and Darren Boyce over at the Puck Bunker. The Prospect On, who, by the way, on his website, such a cool tool to do the mock drafts there. They've got all sorts of rankings. Jerome Berube over at hockeyprospect.com, and Nathan Grav over at Gravite. He's got a great YouTube channel you should go check out as well.
Yeah, and Ross, the reason why we have so much praise for these guys is we use their reports, the stats they use to make our own prospect profiles and to give you the information that we get. So we highly value their information and knowledge. And Ross, as we do every year, I like to do this. Look, it's over 5 hours. It's a grind. We're not expecting you to watch this in one go. We'll break it up along, although some people are sickos and do watch it the whole way.
I would be impressed.
So we want to see how many people are actually watching all the way through, because I don't think anyone would just skip to the final 30, 45 seconds here. If you are someone that watched it all the way through, not in one sitting, but you watched the whole thing, give us 5 popcorn emojis. This is our 5th year doing it, right, Ross?
Yeah.
5th year, 5 hours. Give me 5 popcorn emojis as a comment on this video if you are one of the few who watched the whole thing. And if you are, we appreciate the heck out of you.
Yes, and I like how you switch it up. Last year was the director's cut emoji, if I remember correctly. And we will also be putting in the description of the video, not only timestamps, which a little late to tell you now, we'll mention it off the top, but also we're going to put in links to all the work of the great guests that join us. For example, over at The Athletic with Scott Wheeler, they just put a draft home where all the articles, all the mock drafts, everything lives in one page. So we'll put the link to that. The Elite Prospects, it's worth the annual subscription. If not, get a monthly one for the EP draft guide. It is truly like the Bible when it comes to the draft, and all the great work that everyone else that I already mentioned does. All the links will be in the description below. With that, enjoy the draft. This is what we're building up to. And we got a top 75 as well. So we're going to be following beyond the first round, but we always love taking a deeper dive into that. Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. And of course, those popcorn emojis. For Brandon Pillar, I'm Ross Levitan, and you have completed our 5th annual full first round mock draft featuring special guests. It's presented by the Locked On Senators podcast, your team every day.